Hi there, welcome back. So in the last video, we almost completed the backend code except the socket configurations logic. Okay, so now in this video, we'll try to focus on front-end part and try to finish it. Okay, so let me go to the VS Code. So this is the thing. So we had a server folder and we configured all the logic needed for us inside the server folder. Okay, so now let's create a separate folder called client and try to handle the code related to the front end in that folder. Okay, so I'm just going to open that. So let me go to client. Okay, so I am going to create a new React app. Okay, so I will be giving this as yep. So let's wait for it to create a React app for us. It is taking time, I don't know why. Let's wait. Okay, it started installing, so let's wait for it to complete. So we are going to use the Tailwind CSS for styling and all those things, so we have to install that too. So once this is completed, so let's install Tailwind CSS after this. Okay, okay, it is creating. So and until this is getting created, the thing which we didn't do properly is configuring the environment variables properly. We just hard coded in most of the places, so please don't do that. Just create a .env.local or .env file and try to use the variables from there. Okay, so I will change it, but not now, later. Okay, and we are going to use very famous design pattern, that is atomic design pattern. So we are going to keep our folder structure in such a way that while we are building components, first the atomic atoms and molecules and organisms. So this is going to be pretty interesting, so you will understand while we are building things. So that is one very way of writing clean code, which helps us making our code more readable and scalable when we are trying to add new features to our app. Okay, so Yeah, so then that's what I wanted to convey. So okay, so our boilerplate code is created for us. Okay, so let's first remove unwanted things. Okay, so I don't want this thing, so let me delete this. Okay, and these things too I don't want, so I'm deleting these things. Okay, fine. Yep. So now just let's start and check. Okay, where is 1 second. Okay, let's go here and then fine. Okay, I deleted them, but I did not remove things, so let's remove them from here and here. Okay, yep. So now if you see, let me, yep, so it is clear. So here we are good. So now we will focus on first building the login page, so which is our in the flow of our application. That is the first thing that we are supposed to build, right? So just a second. So okay, so our React setup is done, but we are, as I said, we are using the Tailwind CSS, so we'll have to install that too. So let's complete that setup too. So we just have to do install its dependency. So let me install that. So npm install the dev dependencies is Tailwind CSS. Okay, so here Tailwind CSS will be added for us. Okay, fine. So let me initialize it. So npx Tailwind CSS init. Okay, oh no. Okay, fine. So I was installing in the wrong place. Okay, so here these things, let me delete these things first. Okay, fine. So first let me go to client and Google Docs, and now let me install the dependencies here. So if you see, now the dev dependencies should be added. Okay, so we are adding it. Okay, fine. So after this I'm just going to initialize it. Yeah, so the Tailwind config file is also created. So here we'll just have to include the content, so type of the files that will be using our Tailwind CSS in. So let me just have this here. So inside this I'm going to mention everything inside a source folder. Okay, and the files of type ending with JS, JSX, TS and TSX, we're going to use this. So this is what it's going to specify. Okay, and yeah, so for now, okay, so after this let's try to check the Tailwind CSS is working or not. Okay, so and also we have to add the Tailwind's directives in our CSS file. So here Tailwind will have to add base and Tailwind components and Tailwind utilities. Okay, so once we have added, and let's make some changes inside our app.js. so here I'm taking everything off here. So let me just take everything here. I'm just going to add one header saying that Google Docs front-end application, and let's give some styling here. So I want to make text as bigger, so 3 times pixel, and let's make this as a bold and make this as underline. Okay, so now let's check it out. Hopefully now the stylings we have applied should be applied, and let's remove this. Okay, fine. So now, okay, there is an issue here. Okay, okay, just a second. Yep, so yeah, now let's check it out. I think we have our server running, so let's check it out inside this. Okay, yep, you see the Tailwind CSS is applied. So okay, the Tailwind CSS setup is also complete. So as I said, first thing is we are going to focus on building the login page. So whatever is needed for that, we are going to build it. So first let's create a folder called pages. So in that I'm going to include the pages that our application is going to have. So I'm creating here the new folder called pages. Okay, so in this the one more folder for login, since we are concentrating on login now, and in this I'm going to create a file called index.tsx. okay, so first I wanted to focus on writing a login component. So let's just focus on showcasing the UI, and then we will think about handling the logic and calling the services and configuring the endpoints which we have written in the previous videos. Okay, so I just wanted to focus on rendering the UI first. Okay, so let's check. Okay, so let me build this login component. Okay, so here and I'm going to export this. Okay, so here written, and I will just say I am login page. Okay, so fine. What happened? So looks like okay, fine, sorry. So now this is the login page. So if you go to our index.js. For now I'm just going to comment this and I'm going to render this login component. Okay, so there is an issue. Okay, so let's check it out. So it's not able to find the path. I did import, right? Yeah, so let's go here and login from the path is correct. I don't know why. So I'm not going to use this, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so let me check it. For now I'll provide a new complete path. I don't know why. So even now I did import, but I don't know why. Okay, as far as I didn't do any issues in here. Okay, fine, let me check. So it's not able to compile. I think because it is in TSX. So let me first change it to the JSX and then I'll configure way to compile. Yeah, that's an issue. So now if you okay, fine, so let me configure that. Okay, and we'll add TypeScript support for our React app. Okay, so let me add first support to the TypeScript. So we'll go to the folder here. So let's go to our okay, so here I'm going to install the dependencies for TypeScript. So I'm going to install TypeScript and install types for Node. Okay, and types for React and types for React DOM. Okay, and since let's install this for just as well, but we're not using it. Okay, so let's install this and we should have the dependencies in our package.json. So here the TypeScript is added. Okay, let's change this. And check it out. Okay, I don't see the TypeScript is added to. Let's install this. Okay, so now the TypeScript is added, and if you see now, let's add the config file, that is tsconfig.json. okay, so here I'm going to add that inside this. Let me add that file, tsconfig.json. okay, fine. So here we'll have to mention the compiler options and include the things. okay, so for now let me add include the folder source. okay, and compiler options. So I'm going to mention for JSX, which is React JSX. okay, and I have just restarted the application and I see no issues with the TypeScript files now. So if we go to our code base, okay, so it is in index.tsx and we're not seeing any issue. Fine. So now the TypeScript configuration is done. So as I said, I wanted to first focus on the UI. So let's try to get that thing done. So first thing we would be having, okay, so let's try to give stylings for this. okay, for the this div. So I wanted to have this as width full. okay, and let's make this as a flex, and the direction make it as a column, and if it's a smaller screen I want to justify as center, and items as center. okay, and let's give padding as 6 in all directions, and if it's a smaller screen I want padding bottom to be 96. okay, and for background I'm going to give the gray color. okay, and if it's dark mode is on, so I'm just going to give a background slate to 900. okay, and okay, let's make the text as primary. okay, fine. So in this div and style I wanted to have the width and height to restricted. So for that let's use a window API to get the width and height. So let's write it as a separate hook. So for hooks we're going to maintain a one more folder inside our source folder. So let's create here a folder called hooks, and here I'm going to create one new file called use window size.tsx. okay, so use window size.tsx. okay, fine. So here I'm going to create a one function called use window size, and then we will handle the thing. So before even that let's define one interface called size, which will have two properties, width and height. okay, so here interface size. okay, and width is going to be a number or undefined, and the height number or undefined. Fine. So now let's write the function. So we're going to give the name for this as use window size. okay, and make here we'll use a use state hook to capture the size of window size and change the window size. okay, so let's name the variables as window size and set window size, and we're going to use the use state hook, and this is going to be of type size, which we have just defined above, and width is undefined, and initially, and the height is also undefined initially. Okay, fine. So the variable needed for us is we have created, and let's have separate variables for width and the height. So let's name them as and a width string, and set width. Okay, and initially I want this to be empty string. Okay, and same for the height too. So set height, and make this as empty string. Okay, next we are going to have one more variable to know if it's of mobile width or not. Okay, so let's use one more variable called is mobile width, and here set is mobile width. Okay, so let's make the initial value as true. Okay, fine. Fine. Now we will use effect hook. Okay, so here I'm going to import a use effect, and here I'm going to check if the window size dot height is not equals to undefined, and window size dot width is not equals to undefined. I'm going to set width str to whatever the value is present in that window size dot width variable. Okay, so here, and I'm going to append a pixel for this. Okay, and similarly we're going to set height str. So here window size dot height, and append the pixel. Okay, fine, and I'm going to set is mobile width if window size dot width is less than 1024. So then we're going to set this value to true. Okay, and this is going to depend upon the window size variable. So in the dependencies I'm going to provide this window size. Okay, now one more use effect hook to add an event listener to the resize event, and accordingly change the width and height variables. Okay, so here use effect. So I'm just going to define one function called handle resize. Okay, and here I'm going to set a window size, and change the values of width to window dot inner width, and height to window dot inner height. Okay, fine, and now after this I'm going to add an event listener to the resize event. So add event listener to the resize, and I'm going to call the above function handle resize, and this is where I'm going to call this. Okay, fine, and in the cleanup, so I'm just going to remove the event listener for resize event. Okay, so resize, and call this function. Okay, fine. This is, and this we wanted to be at just the starting of this component. Okay, fine. So this is it for this. So let's return the things we wanted from this function. Okay, so return, and I'm going to return the height, which is nothing but our window size dot height, and width, so which is window size dot width, and width str, height str. Okay, and is mobile width. Okay, these are the variables needed for us, so I'm just returning them, and we'll export to this component, so function. Okay, so use window size. Fine, so now we'll go to the our login index page, and let's get the values we are in need of in this page by using the function which we have just created. So here I'm just going to destructure the width string and the height string variable, okay, and import that. So use window size, okay, yep. So here after this I'm going to style this div. So here style, so here width and height will be setting to whatever the value we receive in the above two variables, okay. So here width I'm going to set it to width str, and height I'm going to set it to height str, okay, fine. So yeah, this is the div. Now after this, inside we'll have multiple divs to accommodate the logo and title, kind of saying that, you know, sign in to continue to docs, okay. So let's have this divs, okay. So again this I'm going to make as width full and max width small, okay, and background I want it to be white, and if it's a dark mode I want the background to be PG slate 800 and the rounded, okay, and the border as primary, and the shadow let's make this as a medium and have the border for this, and if it's a dark let's make a border as 0, and if it's a dark I'm going to make a shadow as extra large, okay. So extra large and give a padding 6 in all directions, okay. So after this we'll have one more div which kind of we will define it to be flex, and make this as a flex column, and give space y in y direction 4, okay, fine. And now here we'll have the logo, okay, fine. So we'll wrap a logo, header, and the to continue to our application we'll add all those three in this thing, okay. So let's make this width as a full, and I want the text to be the center. So let's make this as a center, and obviously it's going to be flex, and direction is column, and justify center, and items center, okay, fine. So after this here we'll have to add the logo. So I'm just going to say now here logo, okay. So we will add this, okay. After this here this header it's going to say kind of like, you know, sign in. So let's give some styling for this. So here I'm going to make a font type as medium, and text let's make 2 times extra large, okay, fine. So after this in a paragraph tag let's give this class name font type as a medium itself, and here the text would be to continue to docs, okay. So this is the login. So now let's try to check it out, okay. Okay, you see this is dark mode enabled by default, that's why you're seeing it like this. So let me change this. So going here to Tailwind config.js, I'm going to add here the dark mode as class, okay. Now if we check it out, yep, so this is what we are trying to add, okay. So now let's continue with the rest of the thing. So I just wanted to finish the styling first, okay. So after this we should have the text field which kind of takes the email as an input from the user. So since it's going to be the same thing that we need again and again for password and other stuff, we will define this as one separate component, okay. So as I mentioned, we're going to follow the atomic design a pattern. So I'm going to define a one folder inside the source folder called components. Okay, and here I'm going to have what three folders here again, which says atoms, molecules, and organisms. Okay, so let's create them. So inside this, since we are worried about now the text field, so let's create a new folder inside the atoms, okay, called text field. Okay, so yep, now inside I'm going to create a new file called text field.tsx, and let's create the component needed for us. Okay, so here let's make this name of this component as text field. Okay, and this is going to, let's define props for this. So I'm going to define one interface. So here interface, I'm going to name this as text field props. I'm going to extend the input props. So which I'm going to define this again as a separate types, okay, for input. So let me have them. So here we'll have a separate folder for types, okay, like we did for server. So here we'll have folders, okay, interfaces and enums. Later we'll talk about enums. So here I'm going to add a new file called input.ts, and this is the I'm going to name this as input props. So let's have here the first property is label, which is optional string, okay, and the placeholder for the text thing. So this is again going to be a string, which is an optional thing, and then if there are any errors, okay, so again this is going to be optional, so which is array of string. Okay, so this is the input prop. So let me export this. Okay, fine. So now let's go to the text field. So there now I'm going to extend this the props which we have just defined, okay, and add additional things here. So here value can be of type string or a number, since we are going to handle for the password which can have number too. Okay, and here the callback function. So on input change we should have the function. So this is going to be of type function, okay, and then the type. So here is it the text, or is it the password, or is it the text area? Okay, so these are the three types that we'll define here, and here the mask, okay, and this is going to be of type string, and the icon. So icon, it's going to be of type JSX. Okay, JSX dot element, okay, fine, and then the color. So what color we want this to be? So this is again going to be optional. So here the primary or the secondary. Okay, so this is the text field props, okay, and let's have the colors for primary and secondary respectively in another variable. So I'm going to define here. So let's name this as text field classes. Okay, fine. So here first object is the primary. So if it's a primary, I want the background to be white, and if it's a dark screen, background to be slate color. Okay, which is this. Okay, fine. And here, if it's a secondary, background to be slate, let's say it's a 50, and if it's a dark mode and we want the background to be slate, bigger number 700. Okay, fine. So now let's destructure the props in the input here first for this component. Okay, which is the value. Okay, fine. And on input, here on input function, so I'm going to have here the on input not registered. Okay, I'm just going to print this out, and here by default I'm going to make the type as text. Okay, and label, and then placeholder. Errors, let's have the empty array for by default, and the mask and the icon and color I will have the default set to the primary. Okay, so here let's make this import from text field props. Okay, and now I'm going to, yes, fine. So okay, the properties are clear now. So now we'll have the this text field reference. We'll use the useref hook to see, so that we'll can make changes and see what the changes are happening, and we can have the updated value. And the one more variable, because we want for the user to see the password is entering not. Okay, so for that we'll have to kind of have an option for toggling them, and we wanted to know if the text field is focused or not. So for that we will be needing three variables, so let's define them. So first is text field reference. So I'm going to use the useref hook, and let's have this of type any, and by default I'm going to set to none. Okay, and next variable is show password. So this is going to be set show password. So use state, let's set the default to false. Okay, and the other variable as mentioned, so it's going to know us if the text field is focused or not. Set is focused. Okay, so let's use state, and here by default it's going to be false. Okay, fine. And here inside our we will use here use effect hook, and we will see now if there is value inside our text field. So I'm going to get the mask for it. Okay, so here we will be needing one library which is input mask. So let's import that first. Okay, so just going here, I'm going to install here input mask. Okay, okay, so let's install this. Fine, and let's import that. So first let's use the use effect hook. Okay, so here I'm just going to check if text field ref is not null, and the current. Okay, and mask, I'm going to get the input mask. Okay, so let's get the value here inside our input. Okay, let me import that. Okay, so and pass in here the mask value and input mask dot mask, and here pass in the correct. Okay, and this is going to depend on the mask value. Okay, fine. So after this we'll focus on rendering the text field UI. Okay, so here return, and here we'll wrap everything inside the div, and let's give style here as a width full, and the text let's make it as a small, and we will make this as a relative, and the give space and the y direction 1. Okay, fine. So here if label is true, so this is when we'll be rendering the label, so HTML form. Okay, and I'm going to have the label text as this. Okay, fine. Now here the text field div. Okay, here class name, so this is going to be dynamic, so depending on the errors dot length. So if errors dot length is greater than 0, so we are going to have the ring 1, and the ring color as a red, and let's make it as a 500. Okay, fine. After this is focused, so here pay again depending on this we're going to change a ring and make this color as a blue. I'm going to make here blue as let's make this as a 600. Okay, fine. If not, just leave it as no styling for this. Okay, fine. Then after this again depending on text field classes of color, like if it's primary or secondary, so that also we'll have to figure out here. So this depending on if it's primary, it's going to add whatever the styling which we have added here. If it's secondary, it's going to add this. Okay, fine. And after this, let's make here width as full, and add the border for this, and add a shadow which is cast as small, and make this as a rounded, and make this as a flex. Justify I want it to be center, and pretty standard items as center, and apply border color as primary. Okay, fine. So after this, let's have the leading icon if there is an icon. So here let's give one more div for that, and the styling let's give padding left 2, and text color as slate, make this as a 400. Okay, so here I'm going to have the icon wrapped inside this div. Okay, so now the for the input, so here again we'll have to make use of the type variable and check for if it's not equals to the text area. Okay, so if it's not equals to text area, okay, then we are going to render this div. So again this div styling, let's make this as a full, and have the make it as a flex, and justify I want this to be a between. Okay, between, and the items as center. Okay, so let's close this div. Okay, first thing is the input. So here input, and we are going to attach the text field reference which we have created above, and here type. Okay, here type is not equals to password, and type is we're going to show the type, and if show password is true, I'm going to show text, I'm going to show the type. Okay, fine. This is how we're going to see the user is going to see the text or not. You understand how a mask is used, right? So we wanted to show the stars or something, the value rather than the text. That's the reason I'm using that. Okay, and Now on input callback function, so here, so let's invoke the on input callback function, and it's going to have e dot target as HTML text area element, okay, dot value, okay, fine. And then on focus, I'm going to change the value inside is focused variable, and on blur the same thing. We're going to set his focus to false, okay, and value I'm going to set to the value, and styling for this, it depends on the primary or secondary, so let's make use of that. So pass in here the color, and make this as a beautiful, and give a padding to in all direction, and make this as rounded, okay, fine. And finally the placeholder, so placeholder, it's going to be placeholder, and yeah, fine. If this is true, that is the value it's going to be, fine. So this is if type is not equals to the text area, okay. Now after this, okay, so again I check for if a type is equals to a password, okay, and then I have to showcase this button, okay, which is going to show the password, and not show the password, okay. So let's add the button for that, okay, and I'll have here tab index -1, and on click I will have to call this set show password to toggle the whatever the values present in show password variable. And here the styling, let's make this as a heightful, and make this as a flex, and justify center, and item center, make this padding to in all directions, and the text color I want it to be slate 400, okay. So this is the styling for this button, and if show password is true, we'll have to show here icon. So here what we'll do, I will install dependencies hero icons react, okay. So let me install that. So install hero icons react, okay, and so that you can use the icons present in that library, okay. So for everything I have to force it, okay, fine. Okay, so here I'm going to have the let's import that. So I need icon, and the of icon, from React outline, okay, fine. So now let's use this here. So if show password is true, I'm going to show the icon isauth icon. So here, and the class, let's give styling for this as width and height as 4, okay, and let's close this, fine. If not, this is what we will be showcasing, that is icon, and give here the class name the same height and width as 4. Okay, fine. And yeah, that is this button for. And now if it's a text area, this is the section that will be rendering here. So text area, okay, and we have to do the same thing, ref. So let's close this first. Okay, and here reference, I'll attach the text input text field ref. Okay, and on input we just have to call our callback function. So here let's have the event, and here on input, so e dot target as html text area element dot value. Okay, so after this on focus, so let's do this in separate lines. Okay, here on focus. Okay, so we're going to set is focused to true. Okay, and on blur we're going to set is focused to false. Fine, and the placeholder, so it's the same thing. So if it's not null, then we're going to display the value inside this placeholder, and the value is going to be present inside the value variable. And the styling for this, it's going to be same with full, and give padding s2 in all directions, and the background I'm going to give it as a white. And if it's a dark mode, I'm going to give the background color as a slate, let's say 800, and I want this to be rounded. Okay, fine. And yeah, so this is the text area. Okay, and the trailing icon, so if we want here if errors dot length. Okay, so then I'm going to show this div. Okay, padding right as 2, and the text color I'll make this as a red, and which is a 500. Okay, and okay, let's close this div. Okay, so here I'm going to use the exclamation circle icon from hero icons. Okay, so let's import that. So import exclamation circle icon from hero icons solid. Okay, and let's use that here, and give the same styling class name, and width and height as 4. Okay, yep. Okay, fine. If this is no errors, I'm just going to keep this as a null. Okay, finally here after this, if there are errors, we are supposed to show that. So here again we'll have a separate a component for errors itself. So let's define that inside the items folder itself. Let's name the folder as the errors. Okay, so let's define one file here called errors.tsx. This is going to be small. Okay, so let's define props interface. Okay, so here error props, and let's name the property name as errors, and this is going to be array of string. Okay, fine. So let's define the component name as errors, and let's destructure the errors property from error props. error procs. Okay, so now here we're going to return if there is any errors in the array. Okay, so it has to be error procs. Okay, fine. So then I'm going to show this div. Okay, so that is, let's have this map through this array and get the error and try to return this inside our p tag. Okay, so let's make this key as error and give the styling for this as text red 500 and make this font as medium. Okay, so and inside this we're going to wrap the error thing. Okay, fine. If not, I'm just going to after this div, I'm just going to have empty fragment render. Okay, fine. So and let's export this. Okay, and ideally fine. So for every component we'll add one more file, so better way of exporting this. So index.ts, and inside that I'm going to export a default okay, so here export default from the errors. Okay, fine. So now the errors component needed for us is ready. So let's go to our text field. Okay, and let's make use of that. Okay, so for that I just have to import that. So after this div, so let's import errors. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the errors array. Okay, so this is the text field component, so which is going to be very reusable for us, and the similar way I'm going to define here new file called index.ts and export the default. Okay, so export default from text field. Okay, so okay, now the text field is ready. So let's head back to our login page. So here, so after this we are supposed to use this text field component which we have just created. So just below this div I'm going to add text field. Okay, from here, and for now I'm going to pass here value as let's say it's as email. Okay, and on input we don't have any functions to handle email and also, which we are going to define. Okay, and the label I'm going to give here it as email, and the color I want to make this as secondary. Okay, and errors, let's keep it this way. Okay, for now. Okay, let's make this as empty callback function. Okay, so this also empty array for now. Okay, and now let's check it out. Let me refresh. Yep, if you see here the error thing, sorry, the text field is added, and this is the label and this is the value inside it. Okay, so fine, let's do the same for password text field too. Okay, yeah, so after this we'd be having one text like kind of saying like do you need an account, because if the user is not registered, clicking on that we should redirect the user to register page, which the router configurations we have not done. So I'm just going to here add one p tag and give some styling for this, and inside that I'm going to add an text like need an account, and here router should be added. Okay, for now. Okay, so here let's make this as a small text, and how I want the underline effect. Okay, and font to be semi bold. Okay, and the text blue 500. Okay, let's make this as a 500, and I want a text to be left aligned. Okay, fine. So here now the text that I'd be adding is need an account. So in just bracket I'm just going to say that router to register something. Okay, so this is the text. Then after this the one more text field for password. Okay, so here let's configure that. Okay, so value is we don't have variables. Okay, so I'm just going to say it as a password. Okay, and on input we'll have to trigger a callback function which is going to handle input password. So for now let's make this as an empty callback function, and the label we're going to make this as a password, and then type is going to be password. Okay, and the color I want this to be a secondary, and errors also for now empty errors. Okay, fine. So now this text field is added. So if I go to the thing, let me refresh it. I see there are some errors. Okay, let me check here. Okay, no issue. So let me rerun this. Let me go here. Okay, I see nothing is rendering, so let me check that. Okay, let's comment this. Before this it was working good. Okay, so the issue with this, I think so, let's uncomment this. Okay, and comment only this section, and check this out. Okay, there is an issue with icon. So I have installed version 2, but it's in version 1. So let me change that. Let me double check that. Okay, so let me downgrade that now. So if you see here, okay, fine, I'll downgrade that. So which is I'm going to install one version 1. Okay, so let me install this, and let's try that out. So it is installed now, and now let's try to uncomment the thing, and let's check it out. Okay, so I'm just uncommenting this, and we'll check if the issue still persists. Okay, fine, the issue is gone and it's looking quite good now, right? So the password and thing. Next we will continue the page. Next we are supposed to add the button. Okay, so let's continue the building. So after this password text field, so we are going to add button. So which, let's have the tab index -1, and let's give the styling for this. Let's make our text small, and however I want the underline effect. Okay, so fine, and the font to be semi bold, and the text to be blue color. Okay, let's give some number like 100. Okay, and I want text to be left aligned. Okay, so here the next button is going to showcase as a forgot password. Okay, so if you forgot password, then we'll be sending in the email with the password reset token, so that you can reset the password. Okay, this is for that. And if you see now the button is added and underline effect is in place. Okay, after this the button to log in. Okay, so let's add that button. button, and on click we'll have to handle the logic to call our login endpoint and allow the user to log in, so that we are yet to configure those functions. So once this UI is completed, we'll focus on those functions. Okay, so and is disabled. Okay, disabled depends upon the variable which we are going to keep track of if the loading is happening while we are making API call. So that time we'll set the loading variable to true, and that time this button will be disabled. Okay, so for now this let's make it as static. We'll set it to the false. Okay, and give styling for this. So let's give the background as a blue color. So I'm going to give this as 600, and the text on that is going to be white, and the text I want it to be small, and the font as a semi bold. Okay, and padding x direction I want it to be 3, and in padding y direction let's make it a 2. Okay, and the corners rounded. Okay, and hover I want a little background blue effect, so let's give the color as let's say 500. Okay, fine. And after this let's make this as a flex, and justify center and items to center. Okay, center, and let's make this as center, and give space in x direction as 1. Okay, and active I want the ring as to be set to 1. Okay, fine. So this is the styling for this button. Okay, after this here we will have a span which is going to say the text on this button. Okay, fine. So here class name, as I said, if it's loading, and then we're going to make opacity as 0. If not, I'm going to showcase the text here. So for now let's make this as this for now, because we don't have a loading variable. Okay, and also if loading is true, we just have to show a spinner icon on this button, so which is going to come here. So it's this way we'll be adding the spinner. So for now we will not configure. So let's check it out the output now. Okay, yep, see the sign in email and login is done. So here this is where on clicking we'll be calling the API to allow the user to log in, and also this is going to be disabled, and also there will be a spinner icon on this. Okay, so that we're going to configure once we focus on writing functions which is going to handle the logic. Okay, fine. So after this button, and we'll have a just a button, so which is kind of says terms and privacy policies. Okay, so just outside of this div, let's have that div. Okay, so let's make this as a flex, and justify I want it to be center. Okay, and the space in x direction let's keep it as a 4. Okay, and text let's make this as a small, and padding in all directions let's give it 4. Okay, and first in this div we'll have two buttons. One button is for terms. Okay, just we're not going to handle any functionality, but for UI purpose we're going to show. And on hover effect I want it to be underline, and font to be semi bold, and okay, and text let's make this as a blue color, and give it as the same like 500. Okay, fine. And the text on this button says is terms. Fine. So now if you just have a look, this is what I was talking about. So now we'll add one more here. So just next to it we'll see the privacy policy button. Okay, so just beneath this I'm going to add button, and it's the styling is going to be same. So hover underline, and font to be semi bold, and text to be blue. Let's make this as a 500. Okay, fine. And here the text says privacy policy. Let's make this as a capital. Okay, yep. So now let's check it out. Yeah, so this is what hover effect underline, and the two buttons are added. Fine. Here we're supposed to add logo. Okay, we'll handle that. So yeah, so coming down to the logic login page UI, this is pretty much. And now we are supposed to add the logic to handle the login functionality. Okay, so for that let's get started. So let's first define the variables needed for us to keep track of in this page, so which are associated to this login component. So we'll define those variables first. So as we are taking the email as input from the user, so we would need the email variable which is going to keep track of the email that user is going to enter. So this is the variable for that. So we are going to use state and initialize it to the empty string. Okay, after that we will have the list of email errors. If there are any for that particular text field, we'll have to capture in one array. So for that we will define array of string variable called email errors. So let's define that. So this is email errors. So set email errors, and we will make this of type array of string. Okay, and initially I would make this as an empty array. Okay, and after this similarly for the password, so password set password. Okay, so use state, I'm going to set this as empty string initially, and do this similarly for password errors. Password errors set password errors. Okay, and it is going to be array of string just like above array errors array. So here we're going to make this as empty array by default. Okay, fine. So these are the variables needed. After this we would have to have a function which is going to validate the inputs that user is entering. Okay, so for that we'll have to write one function. So let me write that. So I'm going to name that as validate. Okay, so here, so this is not going to receive any inputs. Okay, and initially I'm going to set email errors and the password errors to empty array. Okay, fine. And after this let's have this one variable which is going to say initially is everything valid. Now here we will have validator dependencies that I'm going to install. So I'm just going to install that. So let me install validator, which is going to make us work easier to validate inputs of users. Okay, so let me import that validator. So here I'm just going to import that, import validator from this. Okay, so here the first check is if validator dot is email. So let me, I think I should import its types. Okay, for better. Fine, let's continue. Okay, yeah, so is email. So if it's not email, I'm going to set email errors here to saying that must enter a valid email. Okay, fine. And I'm going to set is valid variable value to the false. Okay, and similarly do the same for password. Okay, if password dot length is empty, so we're going to set the password errors saying that must enter a password. So here must enter a password. Okay, fine. And here's valid, we're going to set it to the false, and finally I'm going to return whatever the value is present inside is valid. Okay, so this is going to make sure that if there are any errors in the input fields that the user is entering. Okay, Fine. After that we have to configure the services which is going to talk to the endpoint which we have written in the previous video, and do the calling to that API. Okay, so let me first have before even that, let's write the updating the values in the respective password and the email variables. We're just going to write the two functions. So one, let's say it as handle on input email, so on input email, and let's pass in the input param which is of type of string. So here I'm going to set the errors as empty, and I'm going to set email to whatever the value we receive in as the input for this function. Okay, similarly we'll do the same for handle on input password. Okay, so here this is also going to receive a string input param. Okay, and I'm going to set your password arrays to the empty array. Okay, after that I'm going to set a password value to whatever the input value we receive as an input for this function. Okay, and also here fine, so for now this is the thing. So apart from this, we'll have to configure a logic to hit the endpoint and perform logic handling. Okay, so that I'm going to handle now. Okay, fine. So for services handling, what I'll do, I'll create a new folder inside the source folder called services, and in that we're going to handle calling APIs and all those details. Okay, so let's create that. So services. Okay, so first is a base thing. So let's first have one new file called api.ts. So here I'm going to install Axios client library. So let me install that. So yeah, so Axios is installed, so let me import that, and after this I'm going to define the base URL. So base URL, like I mentioned, so for now it's going to be http localhost 8080. Okay, so this is going to be our base URL, and let's define here our object. So using the Axios dot create, and I'm going to pass in the base URL. So base URL is going to be our variable which we have just added, and for this I'm going to add headers. So headers, the accept. So accept is going to be of the type application / JSON. Okay, and content type. So content type also it's going to be application / JSON. Okay, so and let's export this default API. Okay, so this is the base API configuration. So now it is fine. So now let's create one more file called auth-service.ts, and in that we will get the we'll try to make API calls to log in and all. Okay, so here I will define new file. So auth-service.ts. Okay, fine. So here I'm going to import the API which we have just created. Okay, and I'm going to define one class. Let's create one const object. So auth service. Okay, so here I'm going to name this as login, and this is going to receive email and the password as an input variables for this function. So payload, so let's make this email string, and password which is again a string. Okay, so after this I'm just going to return API dot this is a post. Okay, and here the endpoint that we have configured is this, and we want to pass the payload as the input for this endpoint. So let's do one thing. So as we are configuring the services to handle in the front end, let's complete all the endpoints configurations and then go ahead with the consuming of the services. Okay, so let's make it quick. So because we already know what endpoints we have written, so for register, okay, so payload, and this is going to be email, which is of type string. Okay, and then password one, which is of type string, and password 2, which is of type string. Okay, fine. Here I'm going to return API dot post user and pass in the payload. Okay, this is the register function which is going to talk to register endpoint, so which is user. Okay, and the next thing is a refresh token. Okay, so here this payload, it's going to have the token which is a type string. Okay, so here I'm just going to make a call to API dot post auth slash refresh hyphen token. Okay, and pass it the payload parent. Okay, so yep, after this I'm going to have the logout functionality handling. So here payload is ongoing. We are just going to pass one thing, so let's pass in the access token. So here string. Okay, and here let's call here delete, and it's going to be auth slash logout, and here I'm going to pass in the headers authorization, and append the access token to the bearer keyword. Okay, so here access token, fine. So this is going to help us log out of the application. So after this, one more endpoint is just verify email. Okay, so this is going to receive token as input for this function, and here I'm just going to return API dot put, and we're going to make call to users slash verify email. Okay, and pass in the dynamic token. So this has to be inside backticks. Okay, so fine, and yeah, these are the pretty much required for talking to the auth service. So I will just going to export default auth service. Okay, so fine, and as I said, I wanted to complete the other things as well, so let's do it that quickly. So next thing is the document service. So I'm just going to define all the services here. So it's going to be document I for service dot ts. Okay, so I'm going to define the const document service. Okay, and the first thing is creating. So create which will be receiving access token as an input, which is of type string. Okay, and here we're going to return API. Let's import API dot post. Okay, this is going to be endpoint is document. Okay, and new data, and here I'm going to have the items. Okay, which is the authorization. So I'm going to add bearer access token. Okay, fine. So this is for the create, and the next is get. Okay, so get this is the receiving access token, which is of a type string, and the document ID as the input param for this. Okay, and I'm going to call api.get. The endpoint is document slash document ID. Okay, fine. And here after this headers. Okay, I'm going to pass the authorization key there token. Okay, so access token, fine. So this is for the get endpoint, and now to get the list of the documents. So this is again going to receive access token. Okay, input, and I'm just going to call get on access get. Okay, so this is going to be document, and here we will have the headers. Okay, just authorization and pretty standard stuff. Okay, this is going to retrieve the list of the documents for us, and then afterwards is the update endpoint. Okay, so again this is the having access token string. Okay, and here we'll have the payload. So payload, what I'll do, I will try to define interface for this inside our types folder, which we already have created. So you see here interfaces, I'm going to create let's say it as a document. Okay, so I'm just going to create here a new file called document.ts. Fine, so let's define the interface for that. So interface document interface. Okay, so this will be having the number. Okay, and then the title, which is a type string. Okay, and then content, which is a type string or null. Okay, after this created at. Okay, which is a type date, and updated at the pretty okay, and the user ID, which is a type number. Okay, and then users. Okay, for this it is to be it has to be array of document user. So for that also we will define interface. Okay, so let's create that here, new file. So I'm going to name this as document user.ts. Okay, so let's define its interface, which is document user. Okay, so here we'll have the permission. So you saw that the permission is enum, so that also will define, which is kind of like view or edit, right? So inside this types folder itself, I'm going to create a new folder called enums. Okay, and in that I'm going to create one file called permission enum. Okay, this, and I'm going to edit this permission enum, so it is going to be view edit. Okay, so then I'm going to export a default permission enum. Okay, fine, so that is the enum. So now going here to our document user, I'm just going to use that enum which we have just created. So here permission would be of type permission enum. Okay, fine. So after that, user ID. Okay, which is a type number, and document ID, which is a type number. Yes, then petty created at, which is a type date, and then updated at date. Okay, so user, and then this will be having email of type string. Okay, so this is the document user interface. So let me export this document user. So now going to our user. So this will be array of document user. Okay, so this is going to be array of document user. Then after this is public. Is public. So this is going to be of type boolean. Okay, fine. And then I'm going to export default document interface. Fine. So now going to document service. So we'll just use the interface which I just created, so which is document interface. Okay, so after this I'm going to call this API dot put. Okay, and pass in the endpoint, so which is going to be payload dot id, and the data that we're going to pass is the payload, and here adding the header state, the authorization. Okay, there, and here the access token. Okay, this is how we're going to update the document, and the final one is the delete one. So delete again, we'll have the access token, okay, which is of type string, and the document id, which is of type number. Okay, so after that I'm just going to call api.delete. Okay, so I'm going to pass in the document slash document id. So yep, and provide the headers, which is authorization, bearer, access token. Okay, fine. So this is the document service. So let's export this too. So export default document service. Fine. So that was document service, and then we have one more document user service, which is get to endpoints to create and delete. So quickly let's create that file too. Okay, so I am going to document user service dot keys. Okay, so here I'm going to define that, which is document user service. Then first it and there is create. So this is going to receive pretty standard. So access token, which is of type string. Okay, and then payload here. So payload will define here, which is the document ID, which would be number. Okay, and the email, so which is of type string. Okay, and the permission. So permission we have defined the enum. So I'm just going to import that permission enum. Fine. So after this, I'm just going to call API dot post. The endpoint is document slash payload dot document id slash share. Okay, and here passing the payload data and the headers. Okay, so headers is going to be authorizations and their access token. Okay, so this is the create thing. So next is the delete. Okay, and for this also access token, which is of type string, and the payload. Okay, document id. So here it is going to be of type number, and then the user id, which is of type number. Okay, so after this I'm just going to call api dot delete. Okay, and call the document slash and payload.document id and slash share slash user id. Okay, that is payload dot user id. Okay, so after this I'm just going to pass the headers and add the authorization. Okay, so their access token. Fine, so this is the function to delete. Okay, so just I'm going to export this. Okay, fine, so export document user service. Okay, fine, so whatever the endpoints we have configured in the previous video, that is the consumption of those endpoints configuration is done. So now what we will do, we will go to the before even that, we didn't configure the React router, so which is going to help us with handling multiple pages, right? So let's quickly get that thing done too. So let's install React router and React router DOM. Okay, so let's first install that. Okay, I'm going to install that. So here npm install React router DOM. Okay, so I'm installing this. So let's, after installing, we will configure this and try to use this. Okay, so in the index dot where is it, this file, so we'll have to import the browser router from the React router DOM which we have just installed, and try to use that here. So I'm going to use here. So let me first import that, so which is browser router. So here, just after this, I'm going to install browser router. So here, after this, I'm going to wrap here, so the browser router. Okay, and inside this we are supposed to wrap the routes. Okay, so this I'm going to install it, and here for each thing I will have to configure the route, and the path is going to be, for us to log in, it is going to be slash login. Okay, so I'm going to use this, and the here element we just have to provide the component. So here I'm just providing the login component. Okay, so this is the route for the login. So I'm just going to review these two things now. So now if I add here the home page, so here the element I'm just going to have here one header saying that I am home page. Okay, so let's check this out. So there is, I have to close this. Okay, so let's check this out. So if we go to this and try to refresh this, now see, now we are in the home page, so that is the route. So if I just click on change the route to the slash login, so we are here. Fine, so good. So now what we'll do, yeah, the service is also ready, and router configuration is also ready. So what we'll do, so we'll head back to the login page which we have just created. Okay, where is it? Yep, so here I will try to write one function which is going to talk to the service which I have just created, and handle that. Okay, so after this I'm just going to define one function called login user. Okay, login user, let's make this as asynchronous, and here if this is returning false, so I'm just going to return it. So I'm not going to make any further API call here, and also we will define the one variable for loading status, right? So I'm just going to define that. So here loading, and I'm just going to set loading, and we'll make this value by default to false. Okay, so here while we are trying to make here, first thing what we'll do, we'll set the loading variable to true. Okay, so here I'm just going to set loading variable to true. Okay, and I'm trying to write the logic in try catch block. So here first I get the response, okay, by calling in the auth service dot login by passing in our email and the password variable value. Okay, so here I'll try to destructure our access token. Okay, so let me destructure access token and rename this to new access token, and refresh token, and rename this to new refresh token. Okay, so I'm going to get this from response.data. Okay, fine. And after this I'm going to call a function which is going to log in the user. Okay, so that is going to be like this. So we will use the so here what we will do is, like, here we'll have to define the context, okay, to help us remember the if the user is authenticated or not in multiple pages. So for that we can use the any state management. Since our application is going to be minimal, so we will use the context react context API. Okay, so and let's define some hooks. Okay, first inside thing, so I'm going to define here we have hook, so I'm just going to define one more hook here using the react context API to help us remember the details which you are in need of, like it is user authenticated and access token, and also the user ID, email, and all those details in our create document create page and all those pages. So for that we'll use this. So let me create a new file called useauth.tsx. Okay, so here first thing is before even creating use auth hook, we need context, as I said, right? So for that let's define a separate folder called context. So let's define here context, and here I'm going to define new file called auth context. So auth context.tsx. okay, fine. So here let's first define what and all we wanted to keep track of. Okay, let's define this as one interface, and I'm going to name this as auth context interface. Okay, auth context interface. Okay, so first thing is access token, which is of type string or null. Okay, and after this set access token the callback function, so which is going to update this. So this is a dispatch of type set state action, so which is going to dispatch type string or null. Okay, fine. After this is authenticated, so is authenticated, this would be of type boolean, and the set is authenticated, so which should be of type dispatch set state action of type boolean. Okay, so fine. After this the loading state. Okay, so this is going to be a boolean, and then same the callback function, so this it's going to be of type dispatch set state action, which is of type boolean. Fine. So after this loading auth variable, so loading auth which is of type boolean. Okay, and here set loading auth, and this is going to be type dispatch. Set state action of type boolean. So yep, after this error, so list of errors, this is going to be array of string. Okay, and set errors, this is going to be a dispatch of set state action of array of string. Okay, so after this, the user ID, so user ID would be of type number or null. Okay, after this, set user ID, the callback function, which is going to dispatch user ID. So here dispatch. Okay, set state action number or null. Okay, fine. Here I forgot one more bracket. Fine. After this, finally the email. Okay, which is of type string or none, and set email, which is of type dispatch set state action it's string or none. So yeah, so this is the interface. So now let's have the default values for all of them. So let's have one more const here. We're going to default values. Okay, access token, let's make this as a null. Okay, set access is going to be empty callback function, and is authenticated is going to be false by default, and set is authenticated. This all callback functions will keep it as an empty. Okay, and the loading to false. So set is loading. It is set loading. Right? Set loading is going to be empty callback function, and then loading auth, I'm going to make this as true. Okay, set loading auth to empty callback function. Okay, so errors, empty array, set errors, which is empty callback function. Okay, then user ID, I'm going to set this to null, and set user ID, I'm going to make this is an empty callback function, and then email as null. Finally just set email, which is again empty. So these are the default values. Okay, fine. Now let's create a context out of that. So here export const auth context, which is nothing but create context from React. Okay, and this is going to be of type auth context interface, and the default values are this. Okay, fine. Now let's write a auth provider, so which is going to provide the details for us required in multiple pages. Okay, so here export const auth provider, and this is going to have one input param, which is the children, and this is going to be nothing but JSX element. So let's define the interface. Okay, interface auth provider interface, and this will have one property called children, and this is going to be j6 dot element. Okay, fine. So let's destructure that here, children, and I'm going to destructure from auth provider interface. Okay, fine. So here we'll have to set the variables for all of them, that is access token, isAuthenticated, loading auth, errors, user ID, email. Okay, so let's quickly get those things done. So here access token, set access token, so this would be of type use state of string or null. Okay, and by default we have this, so we're going to set these things. Okay, similarly for other things, so is authenticated set is authenticated. Okay, so let's have the default values. Okay, is authenticated, fine, and for loading too, so loading and set loading, so use state boolean and set the default values dot loading. Okay, and the loading up, set loading off, which is of type boolean, and I'm going to set the default values. Okay, fine. And next thing is errors, user ID and email. So let's quickly get the things done. So errors, set errors, and use state, so this is going to be a value of string. Okay, so here I'm going to have the default empty array. So similarly the user ID, set user ID, use state of number or none, so let's set the default values. Okay, now the final thing is email, so set email, which is of type string or none, so I'm going to set email. Okay, fine. So these are the variables needed. So now finally what we will do, we'll just return the auth context dot provider. Okay, and the values which we need. Okay, so these are the values that we would be needing. So access token, set access token, is authenticated, set is authenticated, then loading, set loading, right, then loading auth, set loading auth, errors, set errors, user ID, set user ID. Okay, email, and then set email. Okay, so once we have, I'm just going to wrap the children here. Okay, fine. So once if we wrap this auth provider, what all our children are wrapped inside this, will have access to this above value, so then we can make use of this. Okay, so this is the auth context provider. Okay, and also I would need one more context, which is nothing but the toast context. Okay, this is when I would be needing this. Let's say if the user is registered, so I should be able to show the toast saying that successfully registered, please check your email for confirming or verifying your email, and also if there is an error, we'll have to show the toast. Okay, so for that I need a context which have to wrap all these children's inside that provider. So I will define that context too. So let's define here, so toast context dot tsx. Okay, Fine. For this too, let's have the first interface. So I'm going to name this as toast context interface. Okay. So this would be having a toast and methods to add toast and remove toast and handle success callback functions and error callback functions. So I'm going to add them now. Okay. Yeah. So first thing is the toast. So this is going to be an array of one model that we are going to define. So I'm going to define inside our type. So if you see here in interfaces, I'm going to define a type called toast.ts, and in that I'm going to define the properties that they should have. Okay, so toast.ts. Okay, so here in this I'm just going to define the interface, and let's name this as toast interface. Okay, so this will have the id which is of type string. Okay, and the color, so color can be a primary or secondary, or it can be success, or it can be warning, or it can be danger. Okay, so this is the color values that this can have. And after this, the title. So title can be optional, and it can be a string or a JSX element. So yep, then the body is also same. So this is also going to be optional, so string or JSX element. Okay, and this will have actions. So again this will have a title and a label and the one action callback function. So let's define this also as one interface and use that here. Okay, so I'm going to define here a new file, so called action.ts, and let's name this as action interface. Okay, so let's label have this property label which is of type string, and action which is of type function. Okay, and let's export this action interface. Okay, fine. So this is the action interface. So now let's make use of this inside here. So this toast will have the list of actions. So this is going to be action. So, and I'm going to make this of type array of action interface. Okay, yep. And finally I'm going to export this default toast interface. So now heading back to our toast context, so here I'll make use of this toast interface. So this is toast is going to be array of toast interface. Okay, so yep, and then the functions that will be having is add toast, and this would have the input parents id and the color, and then the title, and then body and actions. Okay, so I'm going to define its types. Okay, id it's of type string. Okay, color, again this is going to be toast interface of color. Okay, and the title, so title is going to be of type string, and then body is again going to be of type string. Actions, so actions is going to be array of action interface. Okay, yep, and After this, this will have the input, the duration for how long we'll have to show these post. Okay, so this again would be of type number. Okay, so this return type is void. Okay, so that is add toast, and next similarly remove toast callback function. So this would remove based on the ID we provide. Okay, so here this again the error, so this would receive the title, the error message to showcase. Okay, and this success, again this would have the title as input parameter. Okay, and the return type is what. Okay, so these are the things that will be there in this interface. Okay, so now let's have the default values. Okay, so default values will be toast would be nothing but a new array of toast interface. Okay, so I'm just going to define this. Okay, after this add toast, so it has to be this. Okay, fine, add a toast, it's going to be empty callback function. Okay, and then remove toast, also the same as the above, error, and then finally success callback function. Okay, so these are the default values. So let's create a toast context. So export const toast context. Okay, we are going to create a context. Okay, of type toast context interface. So default values is as defined above. Okay, fine, and now we'll write a toast provider function so that we can wrap other components inside that. Okay, so export const toast provider, and this would have children as the input parent. So let's define again the same like interface for this interface. I'm going to name this as toast provider interface. Okay, so children property, and this would be of type j6.element. Okay, fine, and let's destructure this from the toast provider interface. Okay, yep. Now in this we would have the let's define the variable and the functions which were defined above. So first is the toast. Okay, so toast set toast. Okay, so this is of type array of toast interface. So this is going to have the default values dot toast. Okay, fine, then after this add toast. Okay, so this again let's take the thing from here. I'm going to make slight changes. Okay, so here I'm going to add them. So this is going to where id is going to be let's import the uv id library. So I'm going to install that. Okay, so I'm going to import that, and let's make it use it to generate a unique ID for us. So for yes, unique ID from Okay, fine. So now we're going to generate using this id. Okay, and the color I'm going to set it to the primary, and title body let them be, and yeah, and after this duration, right? Duration is going to be let's define a const variable above something like toast timeout. Okay, I'm going to give the value for that as 5 seconds. Okay, so toast, which is milliseconds, so it's equivalent to 5 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to give this value here, toast timeout. Okay, so after this I would here set toast the values into set toast variable. Okay, so toast, and here I'm going to have the existing things and add the additional new values: id, color, title, body, and the actions. Okay, fine. So this is add toast. Okay, and after this I'm going to call the set timeout thing, and here I'm going to call remove toast function, which I'm going to define now. The id above, and timeout I'm going to set it to the duration, so that this will be showcased till that time, and then it will be removed later. So just after this I'm going to create that remove toast function. So remove toast, and this is going to receive id, which is a type input string as a input params, and here set toast, and I'm going to remove the id toast whichever we are receiving as the input parameter. So toast dot id is not equals to id. Okay, so it's going to remove that id from our list of toast. Okay, fine. After this the error callback function, so which is going to receive the title as the input param, and then I'm going to add toast and change the color here to danger, and the title. Okay, fine, and do the same for the success as well, but here so it's going to be save add toast, and color is going to be success, and the title is same. Okay, fine. So this is the success, and finally I'm going to return this values inside this provider. So toast context dot provider, and the value is going to be toast, add toast. Okay, remove toast, and error, and success. Okay, and inside this I'm going to wrap the children's, and also we would have to have the one showcase of the toast thing, so which is kind of we'll have to define that UI. So I'm going to do that. So let's name that as a kind of like a toast manager. So before even that I would need to define a simple div which is going to return me the title and the body, and also the actions to take it off. Okay, so let's define that inside our items section I'm going to define a new folder in this. So let's name this as toast folder, and I'm going to define a new file called toast.tsx, and then once we have this autumn ready, we're going to make use of this component inside our molecules, or inside our molecules, and then create one more component called kind of a toast manager, and let's use that inside our toast context thing. Okay, so first thing here, I'm going to create here the component, so let's name this as toast. This is going to receive the parents which we have, that is id, color, title, body, actions, the pretty much the interface which we have defined. So I'm going to destructure them: id, color, title, body, and actions. Okay, so this is going to be of type toast interface. Let me okay let's import that here. Import toast interface. So okay, so after this, yeah, now let's make use of the functions which we try to expose using the toast context. I'm going to import this toast context and make use of the remove toast function. Okay, so let me destructure that. Okay, remove toast. Okay, so use context, and I'm going to use this toast context. Okay, so here let's have the function which is kind of handle toast click. So handle toast click, and it is going to have a mouse event, so which is of type HTML div element. Okay, so let's import this from our React. Okay, mouse event. Okay, yep. So here inside this, I'm going to get the class list array. Okay, so like this. So let's const class list array dot from he dot target. So let's have that as HTML button element dot class list. Okay, so if this not includes the action inside this class list, I'm going to remove this toast. Okay, so this is how the handle toast click is going to. Fine, after this we'll focus on rendering the UI, and before even that, let's have one toast to classes, which is nothing but primary, secondary, success, warning, and danger. So for that we will define the respective CSS styling. Okay, so here let's name this as toast classes, and here primary, so primary would hold toast primary, secondary would hold toast secondary value, and success, it's going to hold toast to success, and warning, it's going to hold toast warning, and the same for the danger, toast danger. Okay, fine. So now let's make use of that here while we are rendering the UI. So here let's have here on click I'm going to call the handle toast click, and here the class name for this, it's going to be dynamic here, so toast classes of the color. Okay, and let's give width as full, rounded corners, and the background as white. And if we are in dark mode, let's give background as a slate, 700. Okay, fine, and give the shadow of medium. And again, for dark, let's make a shadow as 2 times pixel. Okay, and let's make it as a flex, and the items as stretch, and I want to make a text as a small, and make this div as a relative, and I want cursor to be a pointer, and text a primary. Okay, so this is the styling for this div. So after this we will wrap everything, the title, body, and actions inside one more div. So let's have this styling for this. I will have width as full for this, and let's keep adding 4 in all directions, and the space in y direction is 1. And here first we'll check if the title value is not null, then I'm going to use the h6 tag and make the font type as a BDM, and then render the text present in that title variable. So here the title. Okay, fine. So after this we'll check for the body. So body, if there is a value inside that, we're going to render inside the p tag and give the color for that as a text slate. Let's give it as a 500. If it's we are in dark mode. Okay, so let's give the color little less. Okay, text slate 300. Okay, and here I'm going to wrap the text inside the body variable. Okay, so this is for body, and here we'll handle the actions. So let's have the max width as fit, and the max make this as a flex, and wrap this. Okay, and justify, I'm going to start it. Okay, so yep, and items also the start, so that it will be in the left bottom left. Okay, fine, and here we'll use the actions list actions. If there are any, I'm going to get the action and the index, and try to return the button. Okay, so here button, okay, key is going to be unique value, which is index, and let's give the styling for this. I'll give the color for this button as blue 500, and the font semi bold. Okay, and hovering, I want the effect to be underline. Okay, and text has to be center, and padding right HQ2, and action. Fine. So here on click, I'm just going to trigger the action callback function on this. Okay, and the label would be a dot label. Fine. So this is the toast component that we need. So let's export this. Okay, export default toast, and inside this let's have one more file called index.ts, and let's export default from there, so which is nothing but export default from toast. Okay, so now we have the this thing needed for us. Okay, so I'm going to create a toast manager inside our organisms. Okay, so this is where we'll make use of the toast component and create a toast manager here. So I'm going to define inside this a new folder called toast manager, and let me create a new file called toast manager.ts. cases. Okay, fine. So here we are going to use the React transition group dependency, so I'm going to install that. Okay, so here npm install React transition group. Okay, so once we have that, we'll complete this component. Okay, fine. Let's have this. So this is going to be name of this is going to be toast manager. So first thing here, we would need the list of the toasts. Okay, so we will use the use context toast context. Okay, so yep, from this we are going to get the list of the toast, and I would need the height of this window we are in. So I'm going to use the use window size hook which we have created. Okay, and I'm going to use this use window size. Fine, so now I'm going to focus on rendering the UI. We're going to wrap everything inside div and custom styling for this. So let's make this left 4 and top 4. Okay, and if it's a small screen, let's make a top as auto, and if it's a small screen, bottom as 4. Okay, and fixed. Okay, I want z index to be higher so that it will be vertically stacked of higher priority, and right as 4. And if it's a small screen, let's have width of 96. Okay, and overflow y direction as auto, and the scroll bar as hidden. Okay, so here fine. So after this, the style for this, it's going to be max height. It's going to be, we're going to calculate this using this height str, and we're going to minus 2 arguments. Okay, this is going to be max height of this div. Okay, in this I'm going to make use of the transition group from React transition group. Okay, so let's import that. Transition group from React transition group. Okay, and give the styling for this, which is space in y direction 2. Okay, fine, and here we'll make use of the toast array, and from the reverse. Okay, and map to this array. Okay, so here I'm going to return and make use of the CSS transition from React transition group. So I'm just going to import that. So let me use this. Okay, CSS transition. So key would be our toast.id, and at the timeout I'm going to make this as 200, and the class names would be slide in, and the unbound on exit. Okay, so you'll understand this when I'm showcasing on screen actually. So just wait for a while. When I'm showing the output, you'll be able to understand why I'm adding these things. Okay, so here children would be the toast which I have created. Okay, and here I'm going to pass in the details of the toast. Okay, so I'm just closing this. Okay, so this is the toast manager. So I'm going to export this toast manager. Okay, so here we'll have one more file, so which by default I'm going to export this component, so which is index.ts export default from toast manager. Okay, so now the toast manager is ready. So if you go here, we are just going to use this toast manager in here. So now the toast context needed for us is also ready, and the context is also ready. So we stopped at the writing the hook for using auth, right? So that I'm going to create now inside our hook. So here, so let's define one component called useAuth. Okay, and here let's destructure the values and all needed for us using the auth context. Okay, so first thing is the access token. So I am going to take the access token and the all the things. So set access token and is authenticated, and set is authenticated, loading, okay, and then loading auth. Okay, then set loading auth, errors. Okay, user ID, set user ID, email, set email. Okay, and so let's restructure this one. Let's use the use context, and here I'm going to import the auth context. Okay, so these are the so these are the values that we have destructured from auth context, and this is where we'll be handling most of the logic, like logging in, refreshing access token, then logging out, and the silent refresh, and how we are going to destroy auth, and all those things we're going to handle inside this loop. Okay, so first let's define one variable to store a refresh token. So this is a refresh token, so I'm going to set the refresh token, and this we're going to make use of the local storage. Okay, so I am going to define make use of the local storage here. So for that also, what we will do, we will define one more hook inside this folder itself. We will name that as use local storage, and let's use that to store our token, refresh token. Okay, so I'm just going to comment this line. Okay, so let me comment this. Okay, so I will go to this hooks. Let me define the new file called use local storage.tsx. Fine, so here let's me define this use local storage, and this is going to be generic thing. So okay, fine, so let me define this as generic function. So key can be a string and initial value can be anything. Okay, so yeah, fine, and this is going to return the string, and then type of set value. Okay, so which I'm going to define this a separate function here. Okay, so here first is the, let's define one variable to store a value. So let's name this as stored value, and this is set stored value, and make use the use state hook. And here I'm going to wrap the logic inside the try catch block. So window.local storage dot get item by the key which we have the string. So if there is an item, I'm going to parse that. JSON dot parse the item. If not, I'm just going to return the initial value. If there is an error, I'm just going to handle inside the catch block. Okay, so here I'm going to return the initial value. Okay, so after this I will have one function called set value. Okay, so this would receive value of type t as input param, and this is going to return void. Okay, and this I will try to get value to store here. So value instance of function, so I'm going to call this value of stored value, or just I'm going to return this value. And here I'm just going to set stored value to store. Okay, and then I'm window dot local storage dot set item to whatever the key, and I'm going to set this value to store. Okay, JSON dot stringify value to store. That's it. And if there is any issues, just I'm not going to do anything, but I have to write the catch block. Okay, fine. After this I'm just going to return the stored value and the set value, the callback function. Okay, so finally I'm going to return this use local storage hook. Okay, so yeah, this is very interesting. So this is the function to set the particular token for the key which we mentioned, and this is the value that it's going to give stored, what is currently stored value. Okay, fine. So going to our use auth, I'm going to use this here. So use auth, so let me uncomment this. Okay, so here set refresh token, I'm going to use the local storage. Okay, and here it can be of type string or null. Okay, and initially this is what I will be setting the values to, which is key as a refresh token, and this as a null. Okay, fine. After this we will define a login function which is going to handle setting the user ID, email, access token, refresh token, and isAuthenticated variables. So nothing but it's going to update those variables. Okay, so this is login. Okay, this is going to have the access token with input params as a string, and also the refresh token which is of type string. Okay, so here first I'm going to decode and get the expiration ID and email using the JWT decode. So let me install that. So JWT decode. Okay, so here I am going to use that. So let me import that first. Import JWT decode from this. Okay, so I'm going to use this. which is going to return of type token. So let's define the type inside our interfaces. So okay, here I'm going to define here new file called token dot. So let's see, token dot ts. Okay, so let's name this interface as token, so which will be having expiration number, and then the id which is of type number, and then email which is of type string. So yeah, so these are the three properties, and let's export this. Okay, fine. So now let's go back to our use auth, and this is going to be of type token. Okay, so and decode this. So access by passing in the access token. Okay, fine. So after this I'm going to silently refresh this expiration, so that we'll have separate function which I'm going to write. Okay, and then set user id, I'm going to set the id to the whatever we receive, and set email as to this value email, and set access token to access token, and similarly set refresh token to refresh token, and set is authenticated to true. Okay, so here these are the things that we would be setting if the login is successful. I mean the value variables too, which we have all this defined inside our auth context. Okay, so as I said, silent refresh updation of the expiration. So let me write that function here. So that is, let's name this as silent refresh. So this is going to receive the expiration as a number. Okay, and here ms, let's have the variable name as expiration. So here I'm going to use absolute here new date get time, and subtract it from new date expiration in 2000 dot get time. Okay, so I'm going to set this, so I'm going to set timeout. Okay, and here I'm going to call one more method, which is refreshing the access token, so which I will write that, and set here the expiration for this timeout. Okay, so refreshing token, so let's define the function for that. So yeah, so let me, before even that I will have to write one function which is going to destroy all our authentication details. Okay, so this, let me define this, destroy auth. Okay, so here I'm going to set a refresh token to null. I mean we'll set everything to null here. Set access token to null, and set user id to null, and set email to null. Okay, and set is authenticated to false. Okay, so these are the values destroyer is going to do for us. So now let's try to write the refresh access token function. So just beneath this I'm going to write refresh access token. So let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here if refresh token is equals to null, I'm going to call this destroy auth, and set loading auth to false, and just I'm going to return. Okay, if not, we're going to handle the logic inside the try catch block. So first thing is, let's get the response by calling in the auth service. So auth service dot refresh token, and by passing in the token, which is nothing but the refresh token. Okay, so this is going to give us the access token. Okay, I'm going to rename this to new access token, and then refresh token to new refresh token. Okay, so which is response.data. Okay, after this I'm going to call in the login function. Okay, and by passing in the new access token and the new refresh token. Okay, so yeah, if not, if any error, we are going to handle in the cache block. Okay, and here I'm going to destroy everything, the authenticated details, and finally I'm going to set loading auth to false. Okay, so these are the things that we will be handling in refresh access token. Okay, so this is in this type of this what I am supposed to call. Okay, so that is refresh access token. Okay, fine. In this silent refresh, I have to call in this login. So okay, and here I'll have to pass in this. Okay, fine. Now all the things needed inside our use auth almost, I think, pretty much covered, except the logout, and yeah, I think logout is pending, so let's write that just beneath this logout. Okay, let's make this as asynchronous since we're interacting with the API. So if there is no access token, I'm just not going to do anything, so return from this. So inside try catch block, await auth service dot logout. Okay, and provide the access token. Okay, and inside this catch, and then finally I'm going to destroy this auth. Okay, fine. Then return all these things and export to this use auth object. Okay, so return access token is authenticated, loading auth, errors if any, user ID, then the email, login function, then logout, and then the refresh access token. Okay, so I'm going to export this, export to default use auth. Okay, so this is the almost logic required for us to make sure user is authenticated and access token and refresh token are active. Okay, and this is how we're going to do that. So now heading back to our index login page. Okay, this is where login user will make use of that now. So here we stopped here after getting the access token from our auth service. So here I'm going to call that. So login. So let me import first the thing which we have just exported. So I'm going to destructure here. So here login use auth. Okay, so here now I'm going to use that here. So log in by passing in the new access token, and the new refresh token. Okay, so this is going to allow us to log in. So and this is going to call the the success from the toast context. So let's import that too. So after this I'm just going to call destructure this success and error. Okay, so here I'm going to use the context called toast context. Okay, fine. So after logging in, I'm just going to call this and pass in the message here. It has which is successfully logged in. So let me create this login. Okay, fine. And after this we have to mention the path to which we wanted to navigate it to. Okay, so for now we don't have any path, so I will navigate it to some page where we will say you are logged in. Okay, yeah, let me do that first. Yeah, so instead of adding some random page, what I'm thinking is, let's build the register page, so and handle the register functionality in that, and once that is successful, let's navigate to the login page which we have created, right? So yeah, so that is the thing. I think it will be better. So here I'm going to create a new folder inside a pages folder called register. Okay, and here I'm going to create a new file called index.tss. okay, so now in this we'll quickly cover the functionality needed and the UI to render on the screen. Okay, so here the things. Okay, now let's go with the variables and all. We know what and all are needed inside this register page to keep track of. That is the email that user will be entering, and the password one, so and the other field to confirm the password. Okay, and to keep track of password errors and email errors, so those variables. So let's quickly and also get the window size, width and height of window size. Okay, so we have already written hook, so let's make use of that. Okay, so first I'm going to take the width str and height str from use window size hook. Okay, and now let's have the variable to keep track of the email. So email, set email, and initially I will set this to the empty string. Okay, and here if there are any email errors, I'm going to keep track in the list of email errors array. So here set email errors. Okay, and use state. Okay, so this is going to be array of string. Okay, and by default I want to set this to the empty array, and here the next is loading. So we will have one variable to keep track of if the registration or logic is in progress or not. Okay, so by default we're going to set this to false. Okay, and after this the password one variable, so password one set password one variable. Okay, and I'm going to use the use state and set it to the empty string, and then the password one errors array, so password one errors. Okay, and set password one errors. Okay, and this is going to be of type array of strings, so I'm going to set this to the empty array. Okay, and now the variable for password 2, so password 2, so set password 2. Okay, so this will have the empty string initially. Okay, and the similar way the errors, so password 2 errors array. Okay, set password 2 errors, so this is going to be of type array of string. Okay, so this is going to be empty initially, and here we will have we'll make use of the navigate from the use navigate hook of the React Auto DOM, so that once the registration is successful, we will make use of it to navigate to the login page. Okay, so that so here, okay, fine. So now we would have to validate, we'll have to have one function to validate if the all the things that we mentioned is satisfied or not, similar to the login page which we have written. So let's write here, say the thing validate. So here we're going to set email errors and other password 1 errors and password 2 errors by default to empty array. Okay, set password 2 errors. Okay, fine. So here let's have one initially one variable let is valid to true. Okay, initially, so let's set it to true. Now here we will use the validator, so let's import this validator from validator. Okay, so if this is email, we're going to make use of this email. Okay, so if this is not email, then I'm going to set email errors, saying that must enter a valid email. So here must enter a valid email, and I'm going to set is valid or variable valid to the false. Okay, fine. And now we'll check the password 1. So if password 1 dot length is not in range of 8 and 25, and I'm going to say that it has to be in between 8 and 25 characters. Okay, so here set password 1 errors. Okay, here we will set if there are any, so I'm going to carry the previous errors and I'll add this new one, so like this. Okay, so here if like password must be between 1 and 25 characters. Okay, fine. And after this I'm going to set this is valid to false. Okay, then after this I'm going to go for the checking of if at least password is signed one number or not. So if here if it's not satisfying this, that is dot test password 1. Okay, so then we're going to set this password 1 errors. Okay, by appending to whatever existing errors it has, like this. Password must contain at least one number. Okay, fine. So after this I'm just going to set is valid to false. Okay, and now we're going to check with the password 2 if they are equal or not. If not, we're going to set passwords do not match. Okay, so here if password 1 is not equals to password 2, I'm just going to set here password 2 errors to, like passwords do not match. Okay, and set is valid to false. Okay, fine. And finally I'm just going to return the value present in inside is valid. Okay, fine. So this is the way we validate if the user inputs are valid or not. Okay, fine. And now let's write the function to handle the register logic. Okay, so here const register, let's name this as a register. Okay, and make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here if we first we're going to call this validate function. If this is going to return false, I'm just going to return here itself. If not, we're going to try logic inside the try catch block. So first I'm going to call the auth service dot register by passing in the email, password 1 and password 2. So email, password 1 and the password 2. Okay, and then we will add toast here. We'll make use of the toast context which we have created. So I'm going to destructure that to get that. So let me first import that. So here const add toast, and also we'll take errors. If there is an error, we will send this callback function, use context, and here I'm going to import toast context. Okay, so if everything is went well according to what we expected, so I'm going to add toast here. The title, the thing I'll be saying is like, successfully registered email. Okay, and the body that I'm going to say is please check your inbox to verify your email address. Okay, fine. And then the color, I want to give this as a success. Okay, fine. And if everything went well, so here I wanted to navigate it to our login page. So this is nothing but /login, right? Fine. If there are any errors, we are going to catch inside our catch block. So here, if axios dot is axios error, and here we are going to check for get the destructured response from the error object axios error. Okay, so here I'm going to get the errors first. We are going to get a response as any. I'm going to get from data dot errors. Okay, so here const email field errors. Okay, first we're going to check if it's going to belong to the password email field or password 2 field. Okay, so this is how we're going to do that. Email field errors. Here errors. Okay, I'm going to filter here based on this. Let's make this of type any. Okay, if error dot param is equals to email. Okay, and I'm going to map this error. Okay, filter and map, and I'm going to get this message into this email field errors. Okay, fine. And let's do the same for the other two more variables. So that is password 1 field errors. So errors dot filter, this can be of type any, and here error dot param is going to be password 1. Okay, and here I'm going to get them, which can be of type any, and get the error message. Okay, so do the same thing for password 2 field as well. So password 2 field errors. Okay, errors dot filter. So here filter by param, so which is error dot param is equals to password 2. Okay, and I'm going to map here and get the error message. into this password to field errors. Okay, fine. Then after this, if email field errors, okay, then I'm going to set email errors to whatever value is present inside email field errors. Similarly, if password one field errors, I'm going to set into password one errors, that is password one field errors, and here if password two field errors, set password two errors. Okay, and here I'm going to set this. Okay, so password to okay, it has to be small. Fine, and so this is how we are going to set. If not, if neither of them, like if there is no email nor email errors, nor password one field errors, nor password two field errors, and nor we're going to set saying that an unknown error as occurred, please try again. Okay, so here it's going to be email field errors. Okay, and password one field errors or password two field errors. So I'm just going to have the toast emit this. So an unknown error has occurred. Okay, so I'm going to show here, please try again. Okay, so yep, then if nothing happened, so I'm just going to say the same thing. So I'm just going to take this. Okay, but we still didn't know what happened. I'm just going to emit the same toast message. Okay, and after this, finally I'm going to set a loading to false. Okay, this is the logic to handle register thing. Okay, so now let's focus on the UI part. So here, just after this, I'm going to focus on UI part. So here we will handle the on key press function. Okay, so here fine, so here I'm going to write the functions. Okay, and after this the styling for this, let's make this as a width as a full flex, and make this as a flex column, and if it's a small screen, let's make justify as a center. Okay, and items as center. Okay, and the padding 6 in all directions, and if it's a small screen, let's give padding bottom as a 96, and give background gray color. So let's say this as something like 100, and if we are in a dark mode, we'll give background as slate color, so bg slate 900. Okay, and give the text as primary. So it's nothing but the same as we did for the login page, and here the style for width and height would be this width str, and height is going to be height str. Okay, fine. So after this, we'll have the same thing. So let me do fine. So yeah, I'm going to write the functions first here, and we'll handle that. Okay, so here first handle key press. So here handle on key press. Okay, so this is going to have the input param of a keyboard event. So keyboard event, and here if event dot key is equals to enter, I'm going to call this register function. Okay, fine. And similarly, let's have the callback function, so which is going to handle changing of the email password 1 and the password 2 fields. Okay, quickly let's write to them. So here handle on input email, so which is going to receive the input value of type string, and here I'm going to set email errors to empty, and then I'm going to set email to the value, the input param, and do the same for password on input password 1. So here on input password 1, so this is going to receive the string as input param, and I'm going to set the password 1 errors to the empty array, and I'm going to set the password 1 value to the whatever the value I receive as the input param. Okay, so let's do the same for the input password 2. So on input password 2, so let's do this quickly, the same thing. Okay, so set password to errors to empty array, and then set password to value to whatever the value we receive. Okay, fine. So these are the functions. So now I'm just going to call this handle on key press, sorry, on handle on key press function. So after this, let's have the divs. Okay, the styling, so here we're going to wrap inside this div. Let's give the styling for this as width full, and max width it can take is this much, and let's make a background as a white, and dark, if it here in a dark mode I want this to take the slate color, which is 800. Okay, and rounded, and border as primary. Okay, fine. And shadow I want it to be medium, and let's have the border. Okay, and if it's a dark, I don't want a border, so let's make it as a 0, and if it's a dark, let's make shadow as extra large. Okay, and the padding 6 in all directions. Okay, fine. And after this div will have div to wrap one more div here, which we are going to make a flex and the direction as a column, just like we built the login page, the same stylings. Okay, and here in this div I'm going to wrap the logo and header and kind of a paragraph content. Okay, so let's give styling for this. Let's make this as a width full, and the text I want it to be center. Okay, and make this as a flex, and the column direction as a column. Okay, and justify center. Okay, items center, fine. And here, as I mentioned, we don't have logo component, so here I mentioned there it's going to be logo. So for now I'm just using header tag, later we'll build a component for that. Okay, so after this the h1 tag, so let's give some styling for this, just changing the font type to medium, and give some big size text 2 times XL, and here the header says like sign up. Okay, and after this the paragraph some content, so here let's make the font type as medium, and I'm going to say here like for a docs account, something like this. Okay, fine. And after this the pretty standard, so the text field for the email. Okay, and text field for the password 1, text field for the password 2. Okay, so which we have already atomic component, so let's import that. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. So here value is going to hold the email value, and on input I'm going to call the handle on input email function, which we have written, and label it's going to be email. Okay, and here color is going to be secondary. Okay, and errors I'm going to have this email errors array. So this is one text field. Okay, so for now what I'll do, let's first check it out. Okay, so here in this thing, so let's have one more component here, so route. Okay, here log, and the path is going to be slash register, and the element is going to be I think I didn't export that, so let me export this. So export default register. Okay, so here let's have this component. Okay, let's import. I did export it, right? So if we go to here, export default register. Yeah, so why? Okay, let's try to have the register component. So I'm just going to change this. Let's change the text here. Register from register page. So if we just check this, okay, there is an issue with this. I'm just going to have this catch block. Okay, so yep, let's check the register page. Okay, so okay, there is an unexpected token. Okay, I didn't close that here. Okay, so now let me check it out. Okay, slash. Okay, there is an issue inside our login. Okay, I'm just going to say this too. Okay, now if we check it out, okay, fine. So if I go to register, yep, so this is the sign up for a docs account, so email. So let's add the similar things for password 1, password 2 and all those stuffs. Okay, so quickly let's get this thing done. So here after this text field, let's add a text field for password 1. So here value is going to be password 1, and on input I'm going to say handle on input password 1, and label it's going to be a password. Okay, and here type is going to be a password, and color it's going to be a secondary, and errors password 1 errors. Okay, fine. So do the same for the password 2 text field. So here password 2 on input, handle on input password 2, label it's going to be a confirm password, and type it's going to be password, and color I will make this as secondary, and errors password 2 errors. Okay, so yep, so these are the 3 components, sorry, text fields. So now if you see, okay, so the 3 things are there. So let's finish the rest of the things. After this we will wrap the sign in instead. If there is already user is having account inside our link component, so that I'm going to import from the React Router DOM. So just since we already imported have this, so I'm going to wrap here. So here I'm going to mention the link to login route. Okay, so login. And the styling for this, let's make here the text as small, and hover effect I want it to be underline, and let's make a font as semi bold, and the text color will keep this as a blue 500, and we want text align to be left. Okay, fine. So this is the styling, and the text inside this tag says like sign in instead. So this is going to route the user to the login page. Okay, so now if you see this, okay, if I click on this, it should take to the login. Okay, fine. So let's go back to register. Fine. After this, we'll have the button which kind of says to register. Okay, so just beneath this, let's have the button, and on click I'm going to call the register function which we have created and disabled. It's going to depend upon the loading variable value which we have, and give the styling for this. Okay, so I want to give the background to be blue, so let's make this color light a little darker, so 600, and text I want it to be white color, and let's make the size of the text to be small, and the font let's make this to be semi bold, and padding x direction 3, and padding y direction let's have it as 2, and let's have the rounded corners. Okay, and however I want to change the background color to little lighter color, so let's make this to the blue 500. Okay, and let's make this a flex and justify center, and items a center, and give a space in x direction 1, and active I want the ring to be set to 1. Okay, so these are the stylings for this. And now inside this button, inside this pan, let's give styling for this. Here based on if loading is true, I want the opacity to be applied here, so I'm going to give opacity as 0. Okay, and the text of this button says register. Okay, after this we will have here one component, a spinner, which I'm going to create. So this is going to be showcased once we click on that register button. Okay, giving good user experience to the user, letting them know that there is a backend process happening to register. Okay, fine. And yeah, so I'm going to add your spinner. Okay, so that is pending, so let's create that component later. And after this I'm going to add the same terms and privacy policy div. Okay, so here div, let's have this flex, and make this as a justify center, space in the x direction 4, and make a text as a small, and I want padding to be 4 in all directions. Okay, and 2 buttons inside this div. So let's give the styling for this hover effect, so I want hover underline. Okay, and font, let's make this a semi bold, and the text to be a blue color, so let's make this blue color. Let's give the number as 500, and the text says here is terms. Fine, so that is the first button. Then after that we'll have one more button for privacy policy, so the styling remains same, so our effect underline. Okay, font to be semi bold. Okay, and the text color blue, let's make this 500. Okay, fine, and here privacy policy. Fine, so now if we check it out, okay, so this and this, it's fine. Okay, and now let's try this. I think yeah, we'll have to one more thing. So what we will do, we will wrap this auth provider and toast provider inside our index file here. So because it's going to whatever the variables we have used in that, I mean we have created in that, we can use inside the below components that we have wrapped inside. Okay, so first what I'll do, I wanted to have the auth provider, so let me have this auth provider. So let's, and inside this I want the toast provider. Okay, so inside these things I'm going to wrap these routes. Okay, so here I'm going to wrap these things. So now we should be able to authenticate, we should be able to register. So let's check the functionality now for the register thing. Okay, so here now I am on the register page. So if I refresh, fine. So I am trying to register for this. So let me give here the things, password, and fine. And now let's, on clicking on this, okay, this server, let me start the server. Okay, so here cd server. So if you see, the start command was dev. Okay, fine. npm run dev. Yep, the server is up on 8080 host, and that's the base URL which we have given. So now if I try to press on the register, ideally we should be able to see the toast coming up that we have successfully registered our email, and go to your email to verify and log in, something like that. So if there is an issue occurred, then we'll look into that. Okay, so I'm just going to press on register. Okay, so there is an issue already. So now the issue is resolved. So the issue was nothing but no, I did miss while configuring the Axios API, instead of sending the content type as application/JSON, I was sending it. Let me show you guys. Yep, so I'm sending it as applications/JSON. That's the reason we did see the issue. So now let me correct this, change back to the application/JSON, and if I now let's check it out. And also in our DB, as of now there is no user. So if you see in the user table, there is no user. So let's try to register with our email, and as soon as I click on register, I should receive the toast and also a mail to verify my email. Okay, so let's check it out whether if it's working it or not. Okay, so going to your browser, so this is the application. So let me try to register. Okay, so fine, and if I click on register, you see you successfully registered this one, and now I can go and check the email to see if I received the email, and also it has redirected us to the login page. And if you see here, login page, and if I go check here, so this is the email that I have received, and if I check the record here, now I should have one user. Yep, so now is verified is null. So now if I click on the URL that we have received in the email, this should set to the true. True. So let's but if I click on this, we are not going to see any result, because still we have not configured this route, that is user/verify email. So let's first configure that and then come back here to check if it's successfully verifying our email or not. So heading back to our code base, so here let's create a new page. Okay, and let's create here folder. I'm going to create here user. Okay, and I'm going to create a new file called verify email .tsx. okay, fine. Here I will try to write a component which is going to verify our email. Okay, so here let's name this as verify email. Okay, so here, okay, first thing is we will get the token from using the use parent soup from reactor outer DOM. So let's take the token here. So token use parents, okay, and here I'm going to use the add toast and error functions from our token context using the use context. Okay, so here add toast error and use context. I'm going to use the toast context. Okay, and the next thing is I'm going to take one variable, which is, let's name that as a children, and initially I'm going to set that to a JSX element with the content loading. Okay, so you'll understand why I'm taking this. Okay, fine. So children and set children, and I'm going to use the use state hook, and here I'm going to set this thing initially to loading content. Okay, fine. Then after this, let's write a function which is going to talk to our verify email endpoint, and I'm going to showcase us the toast if we have successfully verified, and then navigate us to the login page. Okay, so let me define this function as verify email. Okay, and I'm going to make this as asynchronous. Okay, fine. Here first we will check if the token that we try to get from the parents, okay, is undefined. I'm going to call the error toast function, so that is this token is invalid. Okay, fine. Then I'm going to check set children and which is like I'm going to use the navigate from React outer DOM to login page. Okay, fine, and then I'm going to close this. So this is why I defined this. Now you might understand why I'm using this, and then call the return. Okay, fine. If there is no token, okay, fine, or else we are going to handle in try catch block. So I'm going to call the auth service dot verify email, and I'm going to pass in the token. Okay, if it is successful, we are going to add the toast here with the content the title as successfully verified your email address. Okay, and after this, the body of that it's going to say that now you may now log in. Okay, so and the color it's going to be success. Fine, yeah. So this is in the try catch block. So so if that everything went well, we are going to handle in try. If there is an error, we will handle inside the catch block. Okay, here we will check if axios dot is axios error, and so I'm going to call this error function with the message that in unknown error has occurred, please try again. Okay, so this is the message that would be showcasing. Okay, fine. Then after this, if it's not access error also, we're going to show this same thing. So an unknown error as occurred. Okay, please try again. Okay, so this is the message that will be showcasing, and finally we will if everything went according to our expectations, so then we will set children to the navigate thing. So navigate to /login. Okay, fine. So now I'm just going to return it. So this will be called inside our use effect loop. that is, as soon as this component is mounted, these things should happen. So that we are going to accomplish using the use effect, right? So here in the callback function, I'm just going to call this verify email, and it's not dependent, we just want it to be called only once when it mounts. Okay, and then I'm going to return children and export this verify email. Okay, so this is the component. So now we'll have to add this route inside our index.js. We'll change this to tsx file. Okay, so here just here I'm going to add a new route. Here path is /user/verify email, and the token is a parameter. So and element is going to be nothing but the component which we have just created. So here it's going to be verify email. So let's import that. Verify email source/pages/ okay. So now if I restart this and try to check this out, I should be able to verify this email. Okay, so if I start this, okay, let me showcase you this. Now this user is verified is null, so now we had received an email, right? So if I go to that email and try to click on it, we should have this is verified value set to true, and we should be navigated to the login page. If that did not happen, there is some issue which we will figure out. Okay, so here I'm going here now. Let me click on this. Yep, so there is an unknown error occurred. Okay, fine. There is an issue, fine. So the issue is this. Here while we are signing while creating the user, I was using a different key to sign it. So I was using verify underscore secret, and here in the controller while verifying I'm passing in the other key. So that's the difference made us not able to verify email successfully. Now I have made these two keys equal. If you see verify underscore email and verify underscore email. So now let's check it out. We should be able to successfully verify our email. So let's go to our register page. So let me give this and give here the user details and successfully registered. So now if I go to this here, I have received the email. So clicking on this, we should receive a toast saying that verified your email. Okay, so let's click on this. Okay, so successfully verified your email address. So now we may log in. Fine. Now if you see in the DB, so let's go to the DB section, and here let's click here. So before it was is verified was null. Now since we verified, the value is true now. So we are successfully completed the verifying our email. So now we are in the login page, but here we have hard coded the inputs for this. Let's go ahead and complete the code remaining in this login page. Okay, so heading back to the login page. Okay, so let's go to the login page here. So I am going to first complete here this login user function. Okay, so here we are going to see if there are any errors. I'm just going to say here the message has incorrect username or password. Okay, So I'm just going to say this for now. So we can handle here, like, if the error is coming particularly from Axios point, we can say that, some error message and so on, but I just wanted to keep it as minimal as possible. And here I'm just going to set a loading to false. Okay, fine. And this is the login user functionality, and let's write a function to handle on key press. That is, if the user is clicking on enter, we should be able to handle this login user functionality. Okay, so let's click on handle on key press, and here input is going to be of type, keyboard event. Okay, so here if event.key is equals to enter, I'm just going to log in the user. Okay, fine. And so yep, so this is hit. So now here let's add for this div on key press. Okay, I'm just going to call this handle on key press function which we have configured. Okay, after this let's change here the default values here to the value in the variable email, and here on input change, let's call the handle on input email callback function, and also here it's going to be a list of email errors. Okay, do the same thing for password text field as well. So this is going to have password, and here on input, here we're going to say handle on input password, and this is going to be password errors. Fine. So after this button on click, after this here we should be able to for login we should trigger the login user functionality. So let's do this. Okay, login user. Okay, fine. So this is it, and after this, as I said, we have to add a spinner component just below this login text, which we will add once we write that component. Okay, so now this login page should be completed. So here what we will do here, after successfully completing the functionality, I just wanted to here navigate it to the different page. So we have this the home page, right? So let's try to go there, like to that try to navigate to that page. So let me first take the navigate thing from use navigate hook from React outer down. So navigate to this home page. Okay, so okay, so it is not restructured, just create an object out of that. Okay, so navigate, fine. And also here the disable depends upon the loading variable value. Okay, so fine. So now let's do it this functionality now using the email address and the password which we have just created, and if we try to log in, it should give us the successfully logged in message and also navigate towards the home page. Okay, so let's check that out. Okay, so heading to the browser. So now here I'll just give here my email and the correct password. Okay, so now let's click on this login thing. Okay, so successfully logged in, and I am in the home page. So the functionality whatever we have written for the login page and register page is successfully working. So now let's focus on the page that should come when we click on login button. So that is document related pages, right? So let's go to the thing. So let's create the pages of a document. So I am going to create one new folder inside the pages folder called document. So let's create here document, and here I'm going to create here the new file called create.tsx. Okay, So let's try to handle the logic to showcase the list of the documents and also the way for the user to start creating the document in this page. Okay, so I'm going to name this as create, and here first thing I'm going to get the id string from using the use window size hook. Okay, so id use window size hook. Okay, and also I'm going to get the user ID from the use auth hook. Okay, fine. And so here again now we have written we have configured the context and hooks for auth related details and the toast context related details. Similar way we have to do the same for document related things. So let's create a context for the document first, and then have the use document hook for that, which is going to give us the details that we want in the pages where we need. So I'm going to create a new context, okay, called document context. So document context dot tsx. Okay, fine. So here again so let's define the interface, that is the things that we need. So let's name this as document context interface. Okay, so here this will have the document, and this is going to be of type document interface, which we should define again inside our types folder. So let's so we already have that, so let's use that. So here it is going to be of type document interface or null. Okay, fine. And after this, the set document the callback function, which would be of type dispatch, and here set state action, and this is going to be of type document interface or null. Okay, so yep, after this the common thing, so errors. Okay, which is of type array of string. Okay, fine. And after this the set errors, the callback function, which is going to dispatch the changes. Okay, this is going to be a set state action and array of string. Okay, fine. And then the loading variable, so which is going to be of type boolean, set loading dispatch set state action of type boolean. Okay, after this the saving thing, so this is again the boolean type. Okay, so let's have this function to dispatch these changes. So here of type dispatch set state action, so of type boolean. Okay, fine. After that the current users, so current users is going to be set of strings. Okay, so here, okay, fine. And then set current users. Okay, we are going to, it's going to be of type dispatch set state action set of string. Okay, fine. And here the then set document title function. Okay, so set document title. Okay, and this is going to receive the string as an input, so we are naming this as title, and returns the void type. Okay, fine. And the function to save our document, so here it will be updated document, so input, which is going to be of type a document interface, and I'm going to return the promise of type void. Okay, so this is the interface for our document context interface. So let's create the default values object for that. So default values. Okay, so here document would be null. Okay, and set document would be the empty callback function. Okay, and errors it's going to be empty array, and set errors is going to be empty callback function, and loading it's going to be initially false, and set loading so empty function. Okay, and saving it's going to be false, and set saving okay empty function again. Okay, and current users it's going to be a new set of string. Okay, fine, and then set current users it's going to be empty function again. Okay, and the set document title it's going to be again the empty function, and then save document. So let's make this as a synchronous function. Okay, fine. So yeah, so these are the default values. So now let's create a context using the create context from the React Context API. So here export const document context create context of type the document interface and with default values. Okay, so did I miss okay, so it is document context interface, sorry. Okay, fine. Yes, okay, then so after this let's create a provider. Okay, so export const document provider. So did I okay, fine. Yep, so okay, so just here let's write the provider. So there is an error here, I don't know why. Set state action dispatch. Okay, okay, fine, now it's sorted. Okay, fine. So yeah, so here the document provider, so let's have this is going to have the children as an input. So let's define the interface for that, so like we define for the other providers. Okay, so document provider interface, so here it's going to be the property children, so which is of type jsx.element. So here I'm going to destructure from that above interface. So document provider interface. Okay, so here let's first create the variables that we need. So here I would need the context access token from our useAuth hook, and then the error function from our toast context, and then we will have the regular variables for document errors, loading, saving, and current users. Okay, so let's do that. So first thing, I'm going to take the error function from toast context. Okay, and then the access token, so access token from use auth. Okay, then After that, the document, we are going to keep track of this document. So for that we would have the variable. So here this is going to be of type null or document interface. Okay, so initially we'll have this default value dot document. Okay, so fine. So after this, the array for errors. So errors, so set errors. Okay, so this is going to be of type array of string. So let's, and this is going to have the default value dot errors default value. So okay, so next the loading variable set loading. So this is going to be of type boolean, so I'm just going to have the default value. Okay, and next is the saving variable set saving. So this is also going to have the default values dot saving. Okay, and finally for the current users, so set current users. So this again we are going to hold our default values dot current users. Okay, so these are the variables needed for us. And so now let's have the functions which is going to set our document title, which is going to save our document. Okay, and yeah, so first I'm going to write the function which is going to set a document title. So document title. Okay, so this is going to receive a title which is string as an input. Okay, and here I'm going to set the document with whatever the existing thing is, add the title. Okay, and this is going to be of as document type is document interface. Okay, fine. So this is going to how it's going to set the title. And the next is the saving document. So here save a document, make this as asynchronous. Okay, here the input would be of type document interface, so we are naming it this as updated document. So here document interface. Okay, so first if we'll check if the access token is null, so we are not going to do anything. So I'm just going to return here, and I'm going to set a saving to true. Okay, fine. And here in try catch block I'm going to talk to the service, await here the document service, which we have already configured all the services. Then this is going to be update. Okay, so using the access token and the passing in the updated document input value. Okay, and then I'm going to set the document to the input whatever we received. Okay, and in the catch block we're going to update the any errors present. Okay, so here set errors. Okay, I'm going to have here no, there was an error saving the document, so please try again. So this is generic, will be showcasing. Okay, fine. Then finally I'm going to set saving to false. Okay, sorry, so false. Okay, so this is the save document logic. Okay, and now inside we'll have the use effect hook. Okay, if there are any errors, we'll try to use the error function from the toast context to showcase to the user. Okay, so here use effect. Okay, if errors dot length. Okay, so here I'm going to loop through every element and have this error. Okay, and use this function to showcase this. Okay, so this is going to be, yep. And okay, this depends on the errors array, so I'm going to pass in here it as the dependency. Fine. So yep, after this we are just going to return the document context.provider with the values that we would be needing. Okay, so here value, so here it's the document, errors, loading, then the saving, current users, set document, set errors, set loading, and then set saving, and then set current users, set document title, and the save document. Okay, so these are the variables values that will be in need of, and I'm just going to pass in the children between this. Okay, so these children will have access to all these values. Okay, fine. So this is the document context provider. So now let's build the hook which is going to make use of this use document, the document context. Okay, and deal with the updating the variables which were defined in this context. Okay, so I'm going to create hook. Okay, inside the hooks folder. So here let's name this as use document. Okay, this one. Okay, fine. So here it's going to be const use document, the name. Okay, and this is going to receive the document ID as the input. Okay, fine. And here first we would take the values, the access token, and from the use auth. Okay, and the error function from the toast context. Okay, fine. And then we'll have the variables loading, set loading, and errors, and document state. Okay, so let's define them. Loading, set loading, so this use state, so let's initialize this to the false. Okay, and then the errors array, set errors, use state, so this is going to be of type array of string. Okay, so let's initialize with empty array, and then this set document. Okay, which is of type null or document interface. Okay, so document interface, so let's import that. Okay, fine. So initially we'll keep this as a null. Okay, fine. So now let's define the functions to load document given an ID, and okay, and also mainly given an ID we should be able to load, so that's the main function. So let's define here the load document. Okay, so let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, here the things needed is the access token, which is of type string, and the document ID, so which is the number. Okay, fine. So first initially I'm going to set loading to true. Okay, so inside the try catch block I'm going to get the response from by calling in our document service dot get. Okay, by passing in the access token and the document ID. Okay, so this is going to give the details of the document. So I'm just going to set this response data as document interface. Okay, to inside our document variable. So here if there are any errors, I'm just going to have them here. So if axios dot no, is axios error, okay, so let's define this to, okay, fine. Let's destructure the response, okay, from error as axios error, okay. So if the response dot status is equals to 404, I will kind of set errors here to, okay, whatever the previous. So this is I'm going to add whatever previous errors, let them be, and I'm going to append this error. So document does not exist, okay, fine. And if it's not 404, I'm just going to say that an unknown error has occurred, please try again. So this way same, so previous, okay, so I'm just going to add this message, so that is an unknown error has occurred, please try again, okay, fine. So this is the message that would be showcasing, if not the general thing. So we are just going to set the same thing and unknown as a record. So let's take this, okay, so I'm just going to use this here, fine. And yeah, finally, so after this catch block, so in this finally thing, so I'm just going to set loading to false, okay. So yep, this is the thing. So this we would be calling inside our use effect. So let's configure that use effect. So if the access token is equals to null, so we are not going to do anything and just going to return things, okay. If not, we are going to trigger this function which we have just written above, access token, and passing in the document ID, and this is going to depend on these two variables, so which is access token and then the document ID. So these are the dependencies for this use effect hook, okay, fine. And other use effect is for the errors, to set if there are any errors, okay. So I'm just going to do the same thing like we did in the context thing. So if errors dot length, okay, so I'm just going to loop through each of the thing and get the each error. So I'm going to show the toast message, okay. So and this is going to depend on the errors array, okay, fine, yep. And finally I'm going to return from this component the document and errors and then loading, okay. So fine. So and let's export this, export default use document, okay. So this is going to give the details of the particular document by making a call to our document service thing, okay. So yeah, fine. So now let's go to the create a page inside our document folder. So here this is the generic page. So we want the info about all the documents that user has created, or if any user has shared with. So for that also let's have a separate hook which is going to talk to the service and get the details. So I'm going to define inside the same thing, so a new file, okay, use documents dot tsx, okay, fine. So let's quickly get this thing also done. So here, so obviously the mandatory thing is access token to hit any of our APIs. So use auth, okay, and then the variable to keep track of the list of the documents. So documents, okay, this is going to be of type array of document interface. So initially it's going to be empty, okay, and then the loading and the set loading. So use state and initially keep this as a false, and then the error function from toast context, okay. Fine, so here let's write straight away the function to load the documents. So load the documents, let's make this as asynchronous, okay. So here the thing that would be passing is the access token. So let's set the loading variable to the true, okay, and here inside try catch block let's make a call to our service. So const response is equals to await document service dot list, okay. So by passing in the access token, and then I'm going to set the documents, that is a response dot data as array of document interface, okay. So fine, so inside this catch, if there are any, I'm just going to use the error function and just say generic message like unable to load documents, okay. Please try again, something like this. Okay, so this is the message that would be showcasing, and finally I'm just going to set the loading to the false, okay. Fine, so this is the functionality of load documents, and let's use the use effect hook to trigger this function. So as soon as this gets mounted, okay, so here same thing, if access token is null, we are not doing anything, so I'm just going to return, and then load documents here by passing in the access token, and this is going to depend on access token variable, okay. Fine, and we are going to return the things needed for us. So this is documents and the loading variable and the set documents and then set loading, okay. Fine, so let's export this thing. So export to default use documents, okay. Fine, so now we'll go to the create page, and let's take the values that are needed for us. So here inside this, let's destructure the things we needed from our use documents hook, okay. So here the documents, the list of the documents, and the loading value, and the function to set the documents, okay. So here we will be extracting this from the use documents, okay. Fine, now so I'm going to filter these two things. One is the recent documents created by the user, and another list is the shared documents if any user has shared documents to this particular user, okay. So let's do this. This is simple, so let's name this as recent documents, the list name as, and here if documents is equals to null, I'm not going to do, so I'm just going to keep this as an empty array. If not, I'm just going to filter this by filter, and each document by document dot user id is equals to the current user id, okay. Fine, this is going to be each documents, and the shared documents, so similar the same logic. So if it's equals to null, it's going to be empty array. If not, documents dot filter document, and just the opposite of that. So user id is not equals to the user id. Okay, so this is going to give us the shared documents and recent documents separately. Okay, so after this we'll focus on rendering the UI. Okay, this is going to be a lot of work, guys. Okay, so because here we'll have to configure the components. Okay, so first thing is we will try to be as uh, clear as possible in building the atomic components and molecules components. So I'm going to segregate this to the header, like which is like a document create header, and then create a document button, kind of like A4 sheet, which clicking on this it lets the user to create, right, that one. And then after that to showcase the list of the recent documents, and to showcase the list of the shared documents. Okay, so let's first define that div. Okay, and I'm going to keep the style here, the height whatever we have obtained from use Windows Icebook. So height here. Okay, here as I said, here the first thing, let's export this thing, export default create. So here first thing I wanted to focus on is the create document create header. Okay, so again let's first create this component, and then for step by step we'll continue building the things that are needed for this. So document create header, and that will have the logo and kind of a search bar just for showcasing, will not add any functionality for that. And then user drop down. Okay, so these three components. So first I wanted to build the small atomic components. I'll go with the document search bar. Okay, so let's create this inside our atoms. Okay, let's have these new folder. So I'm going to name this as document search bar. Okay, so yep, and I'm going to create a new file inside this called document search bar dot tsx. Okay, fine. So here let's quickly name this component name as document search bar. Okay, so here we will have the one variable is focused or not. Okay, so is focused set is focused. Okay, so let's make this by default as a false. Okay, and I'm going to focus on rendering the UI. So we're going to wrap everything inside the div. So here the styling, depending on focus, it's going to be different. So here, so let's wrap inside this. Okay, so is focused is true, so I'm going to have the background as a white color. Okay, and the shadow we're going to have the extra large. Okay, or else I'm just going to have the background as a gray color, so lighter gray. Okay, fine. So fine, and then the rest are common things. So let's make width as full, and the max width it can take is 2 times extra large. Okay, and let's have the rounded medium. Okay, and height as 12, and let's make this as a flex. Items center, and text color as gray. Okay, like 500, and give margin right 4. Okay, so this is the main div styling. Okay, inside this we'll have the div for search icon, and one more input. Okay, so here again the search icon we'll import it from our hero icons. Okay, so let's wrap that inside one div and give the styling for that, making it as a flex. Justify center. Okay, and give the padding its direction 4. Okay, so I'm just going to import here the search icon from this outline. Okay, and give the item width as a 4. Okay, let's give it as a 6. Fine, and After this, the input, which is going to take the user input. So here on focus, I'm going to update the is focused value to true. So I'm going to update is focused value to the true. So here set is focused to true, and similarly in on blur callback function, so here I'm going to set is focused to the false. Okay, so yep, after this, let's make this type as text, and the stylings for this. So let's give the stylings here depending on if it is focused. Let's give the background as white. Okay, so white, and if not, I'm just going to give background as gray color. So here 100. Okay, fine. Then after this, the pretty common things, let's give width as full. Okay, so inside, yep, width as full. Okay, and make height also full, and give padding right 4, and the font type I want it to be medium. Fine, so this is the styling for this, and placeholder for this I'm going to give here it as a search. Fine, after this, the name, okay, let's leave it as a blank, and ID also we can use let's leave it as a blank. Okay, fine. So yep, this is the document search bar, simple. So let's export this. Okay, so export default document search bar. Okay, fine. Now let's go to the our document class where we were using this. So inside this, where is it? So document search bar, then after this we should have a drop down. So once clicking on user's logo, we should be able to show a logout drop down option where user can log out from our application. Okay, so first let's build that, and later we'll focus on using these two components. Okay, so here then after this, let's write here this index.tx file, which is going to export the default to the above component which we have just created. So here let's export default from the document search bar. Okay, fine. So now fine, similarly let's create a new folder for dropdown. So I'm going to name that as a user dropdown. So here inside this items folder, let's create here the new dropdown called user dropdown folder, and in that first I'm going to create a new file called user dropdown.tsx. Okay, fine. So first let's focus on completing this component. So this functionality is nothing but logging out the user from our application. Okay, so let's name this component name as same user dropdown. Okay, fine. So here I'm going to need one state variable to whether to show dropdown or not. Okay, so yeah, let me write that first. So here let's write the variable that is show dropdown. Okay, so and set show dropdown. So this is going to be false by default. Okay, and here let's create one reference to our dropdown reference. So let's name that as dropdown ref, and I'm going to use the user of okay, and setting this to initially null. And let's take the success function from our toast context. So let's use the use context hook and import the toast context to show the whether successfully logged out or not. Okay, similarly I need an email and a logout function from our useauth hook. So because I have to show the email and also the logout function, Okay, so here using the useauth, okay, and then the let's create a navigate object to navigate it to login page once the user has logged out. Okay, so let's use the use navigate hook. Okay, fine. So let's write the function here to log out the user. So here let's name this as logout user, make this as asynchronous, and here I'm going to call just await a logout function. Okay, this is going to do the job for us, and after this I'm just going to show the toast message successfully logged out. Okay, fine. So after this I'm just going to navigate it to our login page. Okay, so this is the logout user function. So now let's focus on the returning the UI thing. So here let's make this as relative. So and on blur I wanted to set showdown to the false. Okay, fine. So after this we'll have the button which on click is going to set the drop down to, I mean it's going to toggle this show drop down value. So that is show drop down, and here the styling for this. Here what we'll do, we will try to get the different background colors like randomly. For that let's define one const array which is kind of a list of colors. Okay, so let me first create that. So I would like to create a separate folder inside the source folder called utils. Okay, so in that I'm going to define a one file called constants dot ts. Okay, here I'm just going to define one array called the color. So I'm just going to export it. So here I'll have the list of the colors, so we can add our, so I'm just going to add some colors here. So let's give the red. Okay, and then go for orange. Okay, then the amber color. Okay, let's make all as 100. Okay, so I'm quickly going to write the list of the colors. So yellow, lime, and green, let's give emerald. Okay, just a list of colors. Okay, we can add whatever we want here. Teal. Okay, and cyan. Okay, and then sky color, blue, and indigo, violet, purple, okay, and finally we'll have pink rose. Okay, so let's me add that pink, and then rose, and finally let's add this color. Okay, fine. So we can add still more, but this is sufficient. Okay, fine. So we have these colors now. Let's write a hook for that kind of like which we'll try to write like use random background color. So and let's try to set the background color value using the list of these colors we have defined here, and make use of that variable inside of whatever the components we need. Okay, so I'm just going to define inside the hooks folder so a new file called use random background. Okay, So okay, so here let's name this as use random background, and here as I said I'm going to define one variable. Let's name that as background color. Okay, here I'm just going to set this to background color, and here let's name this to type is string, and initially I don't want to set any color. Okay, and inside the use effect hook I'm just going to set this background color using the that array. So colors, and I'm going to use the rand function. So math dot random, and multiply with the length of the colors array. Okay, fine. So and no dependencies, so I'm just going to return that variable so that we can make use of that. Okay, and I'm going to export this use random background. Okay, fine. So now let's go to the user drop down, and here I'm going to use that variable now. So here let me use this background color, so using use random background. Okay, fine. So here the styling for this, let's make it this as a dynamic. So background color would be whatever color we have in that variable. Okay, and the rest let's make a width and height as 8, and the text color to white, and the font let's make to be semi bold, and the flex, and the justify center, and items center, and rounded full. Okay, and give the ring to. Okay, and let's give flex shrink to 0, and make this as uppercase. Okay, fine. So this is the styling for this div. So after this, let's if there is an email, okay, that means if email is not equals to null, just I want to show the first character. So here, okay, so this is the thing that we'll be showcasing. Then after this button we will have this div, okay, which on hovering it's going to have this CSS transition, and say that text as logout. So I'm going to wrap this inside our CSS transition from a React transition group library. So let me import that CSS transition. Okay, so let me import that. Transition from React transition group, and here for this we'll have the reference, the drop down ref which I have defined above, and here I'm just going to show the I mean this depends on the value present in our show drop down, and the timeout let's give it as 200 milliseconds. Okay, and the class let's give the styling for this as fade in. Okay, then unmount on exit. Okay, so here, so if you just refer to this React transition group library, you'll understand what are these properties about. Okay, and the children for this is going to be our div, so which it will be having the drop down ref, and last name I'm just going to make this as absolute, and the top let's make this as full. Okay, and the margin top is 1, and the right I'm going to use 0, and z index let's make it as 10. Width I wanted to restrict to the 52. Let's make the background as white, padding y direction 2, and the rounded corner is small. Okay, and the shadow, let's make it to the large. Okay, and finally the border, we'll add border. After this, inside this div we'll have the button, so let's close this div. Okay, so here I'll have this button. Okay, on click, I'm just going to call this our logout user function which we have written, and for this let's give it this full and text. I want it to be black, and hover effect, I want the background to change to gray color, so let's give the lighter gray, so 100. Okay, and the text, let's make this to small, and padding X direction to 6, and padding Y direction I want it to 1, and let's make text as left align. Okay, so inside this, the text I wanted to show is the logo. Okay, so this is the thing that I wanted to talk about for user dropdown. So after this, I'm just going to close this. Okay, fine. So there is an issue. Okay, let's do this. So I did import. Okay, fine. It is, yes, correct. I just inputted small s. Okay, fine. So this is the user dropdown component. Okay, let's export this. Export default user dropdown, and have one more file index.ts which is going to export this. Export default. Okay, so from user dropdown. Okay, fine. So now we have user dropdown and document search bar, and so let's have this inside our document create header file, and then make use of that inside our create here. So here I'm going to use the first component that. So inside our organisms, I want to create a new folder called, let's name this as something like document create header. Okay, so here I'm going to create a new file, same like document create header.tsx. okay, so here I'm just going to create the component, so the name is document create header. I'm just going to have those three let's wrap everything inside our divs. Okay, so let's make this as a full with full, and padding extension, let's give it as a 3, and y I want it to 1. Let's make this as a flex, and justify between, so that there'll be enough space between three components. Okay, there's item center. Okay, fine. So here I want to create here the logo. For now I don't have, so I'm just going to add this header logo. Okay, after this I want to use the document search bar, which I have just created, and after this it's going to be our user dropdown which we have created. Okay, so this is the document create header. We're just going to export this. So export default document create header. So let's have separate index.ts which is going to defaultly export this. So export default document create header. So now inside our create.tsx, so here first thing I want to use this our header. So after this I'm going to so I want to add here document create header component. Okay, so now we don't have route to show this, so let's create a route inside our index.js thing. So here I'm going to create a route called document create. Okay, so let me create that. Okay, so just below this I'm going to create a new route, and the path, as I said, it's going to be document slash create. Okay, and the element it's going to be, and here I'm going to wrap the auth route. Okay, for this. Okay, so which I would have to create. Okay, because we wanted only the authenticated user to access this page, so we'd have to create such a component. So let me first create that component inside our some, let's say it can be in atoms or molecules. Okay, so I'm just going to create inside this. Okay, let me create here a new folder which says like auth route. Okay, fine, auth route, and let's create here new auth route.tsx. Okay, fine. So quickly I'm going to define this component auth route. Okay, and here we will have one interface which is kind of a JSX element as property. So let's define this. Okay, so here auth route props. Okay, so let's name the property as element, and this would be of type JSX element. Okay, so let's destructure this here. So element, and I'm going to destructure this from auth route props. Okay, so fine. So here I'm just going to get the isAuthenticated refresh access token and loading auth details from our use auth hook. So let's destructure them. Loading auth is authenticated and refresh access token. Okay, so let me import the use auth. Okay, so this I'm going to the function to get the refresh access token. I'm going to call as soon as this component gets mounted. Okay, so this is going to give us the fresh access token. So here if loading auth is true, I'm just going to return the empty fragment. Okay, fine. So else I'm going to if it's authenticated, I'm just going to return the element whatever is input for this. Else I'm just going to return back to our login page. Okay, so if is authenticated, I'm just going to return the element. Okay, else I'm just going to return I will navigate us to the login page. So here, okay, fine. So the auth route component is ready, so let's export this and make use of this. Okay, so like everything, so let's have the index.ts which is going to export the default from auth route. Okay, so now going here, I'm just going to make use of this let's import this. Okay, import auth route. Okay, from it is in components molecules auth route. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to wrap here using this auth route component which I've just imported. So let me do it like this, auth route. Okay, so here the element I wanted to pass in is our create component, so that also I should import. So here create it is in pages, document, create. Okay, so let me import this. Okay, after this I just have to close this component and close this route. Okay, so now the document slash create uh, route is ready. So if we access, we should be able to see the header which we have created. So here this I've just added the document create header. So now let's go to the browser and try to check it out. Okay, so here I am in this. Let's log in first. Okay, so here I'm just going to give the details which I already created the account. Okay, so okay, so here, okay, let's change here, let's go to the login page. Okay, so where is it? Fine, here. So after this I'm just going to redirect us to navigate to the create. Okay, so now let's log in again. So I'm going to log in this. Let's log in using the account. So here, yep, you see now we are in a document slash create. So this is the header I was talking about. So here the logo which I'll create on component now, and this is the search bar. So here the styling, yeah, there is some issue, but I will let's not worry about this minor details now. Let's get all things running and then we'll focus on this CSS issues in our login page 2 and here these things. Okay, so this is the document search bar component and this is the user drop down. So if I click on this, so you see here this is the logout thing. So if I click on this, it is going to take us back to our login page. So here we will see, yep, so successfully logged out. The toast success message is also showcased. So if I log in again, so it is going to take us to the document create page. Okay, I know. So here, so depending on the email, so first character is taken, and here I know there is a issue with the CSS styling. I'll take care of it. Okay, so yeah, fine. So now let's focus on building the other components. Here the kind of a button which is going to let the user to create a document. After this, it's going to be a list of his recent documents and list of his shared documents. So we'll focus on building one by one first. So let's head back to the code. So here I'm going to concentrate on the next part, okay, which is the create document thing. Okay, so I'm going to name this as something like, create document button. Okay, so let's create that component inside our items. Okay, so here I'm going to create here a new folder. So let's name that as I told, so create document button. Okay, fine. So after this, let's create the file inside this folder. So create document hyphen let's make this as button.tsx. Okay, so let me create quickly the component. So create document button. So this is not going to receive any params. Okay, so here I'm just going to take the error function from our toast context. Okay, if there is an error, we're going to call this function. So let me import this toast context, and after this obviously we need the access token, so I'm going to get it from our use auth hook. Okay, then the one variable to keep track of the loading, so I'm just going to set this to the false by default, and then this navigate object obviously to navigate to our creating the document writing page. Okay, so here let's import this, use navigate. Okay, fine. So here let's write a function which is going to handle clicking on this button. So that is nothing but like A4 sheet kind of paper, so clicking on plus icon, so we should handle that, right? So handle document create button. Okay, so let's write one function for that. So I'm going to name that as handle document create button click. Okay, fine. And let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here if access token is null, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to return here. So okay, then I'm going to set the loading value to the true. Okay, so inside this try catch flag, let's talk to our services. So here let's get the response await. Okay, document service dot we are going to call the create method. So here I'm going to pass the access token, and after this I'm going to get the ID. So I'm going to destructure from a response dot data as which is of type document interface. Okay, fine. And after this I'm going to navigate to our this particular ID of this document page. I'm just going to define this. As of now we don't have this route, but I'm going to add this. Okay, fine. So this is the thing we'll be navigating to that particular document once we have created that document. Okay, if there are any errors, I'm just going to catch in this catch block and just to call this error function. Okay, from our toast context, and I'm just going to say the message here as unable to create a new document. Okay, please try again. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to say this. Fine. Okay, and finally I'm just going to set our loading value to the false. So here handling of the logic to create a document is done. So let's focus on rendering the UI. So here I'm just going to have everything wrapped inside the div. Let's give the styling width as full, and height I will give it as 80. Okay, and background let's make this as a gray, lighter gray, so 100, and flex and justify center. Okay, items also let's make this as a center, and the font type let's make this as a medium, and the text color let's make this as gray, and the darker gray I'm going to give 700, and the padding in x direction 4, and the overflow I want it to be hidden. Okay, fine. Then after this I will have everything wrapped inside one more div. First is the heading, which is going to say like start a new document. Okay, after that inside we'll have the div which we are going to wrap a button inside that with a plus icon, and okay, that thing. So let's first get things rolling. So here I'm going to make the width as a full, and height also let's give it as a full. Okay, maximum width I want it to be 4 times XL. Okay, fine. And padding right direction I want to give it as a 4. So space in right direction let's give it as a 4. Okay, and overflow let's make this as a auto. Okay, fine. So first thing here, the header. So let's give the content as start a new document. Okay, fine. So after this I'm going to have everything wrapped inside this div. So let's make this as a flex. Okay, items I want it to be center, and here the button div for this button. So let's give here space y direction 2. Okay, and now I'm going to create button. So here on click I'm going to call the function which we have created. So here, which is handle document create button link. Okay, and disabled, this will depend upon the loading value, so I'm just going to set based on that. Okay, loading. Okay, fine. Then after this some styling, let's give styling for this. So let's make this height as 52 and the width as 40. Fine, and give the background color as white, and have the border for this, and however let's give the border color. So I'm going to give it as a blue, and let's give it as something like 500. Let's make this as a flex, and items center. Okay, and justify also. Let's make this center. Okay, fine. This is the styling for this button, and now inside this span I will have the plus icon. Okay, so here span. Okay, let's have this class name style dynamic based on the loading value. So if it's a loading, I'm just going to give opacity as 0. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the plus icon from this hero icons. Okay, and give the styling for this. Width is 16, height as 16, and I want the text to be red. Okay, so give it as a fine. So this is the plus icon. After this we will depending on loading variable, we'll have to give the spinner here, and then the text after this button which says the blank. Okay, I'm going to wrap inside the h3 tag. Okay, so let's make this as a small. Okay, and here I'm going to have this text as blank. Okay, so this is pretty much the create a document button. So let's export this and try to use in our create page. Okay, so export default create document button. So here as usual, let's create a new file called index.ts. Let's export default. Okay, so let's export default from create document button. Okay, fine. So the create document button is created, so let's use that inside our create page. Okay, so after this I'm just going to import that. So here it's going to be create document button. Okay, so now let's check it out in our browser. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. So this is the button, and how you see the border change to blue, and this is the plus icon, and here the header, the start a new document text, and here it says a blank. Okay, fine. Okay, it looks pretty decent. Fine. So now I'm going to focus on creating here the to showcase a list of the recent documents, and to showcase a list of shared documents. Okay, so let's go to thing. Before even that, let's create the spinner. So I will create the spinner component. So let's create a new folder called spinner. So inside our atoms folder, so here I'm going to define this as a spinner, and let's have this new file called spinner.tsx. Okay, so let's define your component name as a spinner, and this is going to have two properties. Let's define interface for this component. So interface, okay, I'm going to say this as a spinner props. Okay, so fine. So one is the size, so depending on is it a small or a medium or large. Okay, so here it has fine. Okay, and have this one more thing, the class name which is a type string. Okay, so let's use this spinner props here. Okay, fine. I'm going to destructure here inside our component, so which is the size. Okay, and the class name. Okay, so here from our spinner props. Okay, so after this let's get the spinner size, based upon the size variable. So let's write one function for that. So I'm just going to quickly write the function which is like get spinner size. Okay, fine. So here after this I'm going to use the switch, so based on the size. Okay, so if it's a smaller size, I'm just going to return it as width and height as let's say 4. Okay, and if it's the medium, I'm just going to return the width and height as let's say 5, and okay, similarly let's do for larger screen. So if it's a large, okay, I'm just going to return width and height as let's say 7. Okay, fine. So this is the get spinner size function, and similarly let's get the div size as well depending on this size variable itself. So I'm just going to write function for that too. So get spinner div size. Okay, so here I'm going to have this, so let's use this switch again based on this size variable. So here if it's a small, I'm just going to return width and height as 4, and also have this border as 2 thickness, and the margin I'm just going to give it as 2. Okay, and make this border as white. Okay, fine. Do the same thing for our medium and larger screen. Just change the width and height, so it's going to be width 5 and height 5, and same the border and margin, all the rest remains the same. So border white. Okay, fine. So here the larger screen, I'm just going to quickly return that width 7, height 7. Okay, and give the border 2, margin 2, and border will be white. Fine. So this is the function to get to apply CSS styling to our div based upon the size variable value. Okay, so quickly let's return the styling for this. So here div, so here class name, it will be applied based upon, so let's make the use of the spinner div size. Okay, so this is going to apply the styling for that accordingly. Then here class name, so whatever additional styling is added, and add the spinner. Okay, fine. After this let's have 3 divs. So here the styling would be fine. So this would be the spinner size. Okay, and this is spinner div size. Okay, fine. Now let's do the same 2 more divs. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so this is going to be spinner. So you will see the output of this very soon. Okay, once we complete this creating a document, individual document ID, you will see that time the spinner component. Okay, so that time, okay, you'll understand why I'm adding these things. Okay, fine. So similarly let's have this new file index.ts export default from spinner. Fine. So we have the spinner. So we had in this create document button, so let's make use of this spinner thing which I've just added. So here just beneath this span, I'm just going to render this based on loading. So if it's loading, I'm just going to use the spinner component, and I'm just going to pass the value to the size thing as medium. Okay, fine. So yeah, now as I said, we will focus on building the 2 more components, which is to showcase the recent documents which is created by the user, and other thing which is shared to this user. Okay, so I'm going to name let's say, since it's going to be a list of the documents, so let's name this as something like, you know, documents list. Before even that, if you observe, there is like, you know, we have to create one separate small component, kind of like card. Let's name that as a document card. So once we have that card, then we will use that card component to render the list of the documents. So I'm going to create that component, so let's name that as a document card. Okay, so just inside our items folder, I'm just going to create a new folder called document card. Okay, so here let's name this as document card .tsx. Okay, fine. So here let's have the component name as same, so here document card. Okay, fine. So let's define the props for this component, so I'm going to name this as document card props. Okay, so here let's name first is the document, which is of type document interface. So here, okay, and another thing is set documents, which is of type function. Fine. So let's destructure them inside our input component. So here set document, so I'm just going to destructure from this document card props. Okay, fine. So here I would need the user ID, so I'll just get it from our user hook. Okay, so here this is going to provide us, and I just have the navigate object to navigate to that respective document if the user clicks on that. Okay, so here use navigate. Fine. So here, like again, we will have the function to handle the document click functionality, so I'm just going to write that function. So here let's name this as handle document button click. Okay, so this is going to have the mouse event. Okay, so of type HTML or div element. Okay, and the document ID, so which is going to be of type number. Okay, fine. So here let's get the class list first. Okay, so I'm just going to get the class list event dot target as HTML div element dot class list. Okay, so here first I will check if there is no document menu button ID and document menu. I'm just going to navigate to that document. Okay, so this is how we are going to check this. Class list dot contains, okay, here the document menu button, and provide us the document ID. Okay, fine. And the class list dot contains document menu. Okay, so which is document menu. Fine. And so if this is true, okay, then I'm going to navigate it to that particular document page. So this is slash document and pass in the document ID. Okay, so this is the thing. Fine. Now we'll focus on rendering the UI part. So here I'll have everything wrapped inside the div. So first here in the on click event, I'm just going to pass in the event to the function which you have just created, that is handle a document button click. So here pass in the event and also the document.id. Okay, and the key, I'm going to give the value here, the document.id value. Okay, fine. And the class name, let's give the stylings for this as left aligned, and give the cursor as a pointer. Okay, fine. So after this I'll have the div, the whole div, which is we are going to wrap on some skeleton and also the title and the SVG icon and the date at which it is updated, and the if the document is belonging to the particular the same user, so we're going to show the menu button which is going to let the user delete that. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So here inside this div, let's give the styling for this. So I'm going to quickly write these stylings. Now let's give height as 80 and make a width as full, and give some border for this and make this flex, and direction I want it to be a column. Okay, and justify, let's make this as a between, and have this order hover effect. So let's make this as a border blue, something like 500, and make this as rounded. Okay, fine, rounded corners, fine. Then let's close this, and inside this, as I said, I'll have one div for skeleton. You'll understand why the skeleton I'll be adding. So here let's give this styling here, width and height as full, and give padding 4 in all direction, and make this as a flex, and the direction as a column. Okay, and the space I'm going to give in y direction 2. Okay, fine. And here let's define one const variable. There I'm going to define one fragment div. Okay, so here let's name this as skeleton. Okay, and here I'm going to wrap everything inside a React fragment. Okay, so let's create one array of size, let's say of length something like 18. Okay, and here take the value on the index. Okay, and here I'm going to map through this array. Okay, so let's return the div here and assign the key for this, the index value, and the style I'm going to give with the dynamic width. So it's going to, we're going to use the math.random. Okay, so math.floor and math.random into 100. Okay, and give this as percent, so width is going to be dynamic. Okay, and after this let's give some styling for this div. I want to give this as height 1 and the background the gray color, so it as gray. Fine, and close this div. So this is the skeleton I was talking about. So let's wrap that inside this div. So you'll eventually understand what is its purpose while I will be showcasing on the screen. Okay, so after this we'll have one more div where we are going to write the title and add the SVG icon and the updated at time and all those things. So here let's have this div. Okay, let's make this width as full, and height I'm going to restrict to the 24, and I'll have the border at the top and padding 3 in all directions. Okay, fine. Here let's give the let's wrap the title inside the S6 header tag and give the styling text small, and give the max width as full. Fine, and truncate this. So here this is going to be, content is going to be document dot title. Fine. After this I'll have the div where I'm going to add the SVG icon and all those stuff. So items center, let's make this as justify between. Okay, so here one more div to wrap the SVG icon. So I'm going to make this relative and the flex and the items center. Fine. Now I have noted down the SVG required for this document card in this note section. Let me take that. Okay, so here let me open this notes section. Okay, so here for document card, this is the SVG icon needed. So let me take this thing. I'm going to share this with you guys. So okay, fine. So I'm just going to use this SVG. After this SVG, inside the p tag I'm going to wrap the updated time. So let's give this size as extra small, and the color, let's give a gray color, something like 400, and make this relative and position right to. Okay, fine. And here I'm going to get the new date thing, and here it's going to be document dot updated at value, and I'm going to convert this to local date string and convert here it to the this. Okay, fine, and I'm going to add this month to be short. Okay, and the numeric, okay, and the year to numeric. Okay, fine. So this is how we'll be showcasing this updated at value. Okay, then after this, finally I'm going to showcase here if the user ID is documents user ID is matching to the current user ID. I'm just going to showcase this component. So this is kind of a menu kind of thing which is going to allow the user to delete it. So let's create this as a separate component again, and let's make use of that component here. So I'm going to create a new component inside this items folder itself, so which I'm going to name this as something like document menu button. Okay, so here I'm going to create a new file, so which is document menu button.tsx. okay, so let's quickly get things done here. So the component name is document menu button. So let's define the props for this component as an interface. So interface the document menu button props. Okay, so this is going to get the document ID, so we'll have to delete that, right? So after that, this set documents, we'll have to update the list of the documents. Okay, so that is the reason these two properties inside this props. Okay, so let's destructure them, so which is the document ID and the set documents callback function from our document menu button props. Okay, so let's quickly get the details that we need for us, so which is obviously the access token, so from our use auth hook. So I'm going to import that use auth hook and the variable to keep track of the loading and while we are calling the service. So here let's make this to be set initially to false. Okay, after this we'll have one reference, okay, for our the drop down. So here let's name this as drop down reference using the user hook. So initially I want to set it to the null, and again the same thing, show drop down tracker. So I'm going to define variable for that too. So set show drop down. Okay, so fine. So let's make this small letter, and thus let's initially set it to the false, and again the error function from our toast context, also use context. Okay, fine. So these are the variables needed. So first let's handle the delete button click, okay, that function. So I'm just going to write this straight away. So let's name this as something like handle delete button click. So here let's make this as asynchronous, and here same thing. So if access token is null, I'm just going to return this. Okay, and set loading to true. Okay, so after this I'm going to call the service. So await document service dot so delete, and here pass in the access token and the document ID. Okay, that's the endpoint we have written, and then update the documents now. So here I'm just going to have the let's say all documents. Okay, here this is going to be of type array of document interface. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this all documents dot filter except this document ID. Okay, so document, and I'm going to have this document ID is not equals to this document ID. Okay, so this is going to update the list of the documents for us. Then after this, inside the catch block, okay, so if there are any, I'm just going to call that error function to just showcase the message, like unable something like unable to delete document. Okay, please try again. Okay, so this is the message, and finally I'm just going to set the loading value to false. Okay, so yep, so this is the delete functionality handling. Okay, so let's and also let's have one function which is going to handle if you're on that button or not, kind of like handling blur. So I'm just going to define a function for that. So let's name this as something like handle menu button blur. Okay, so this is going to have the event focus event of type focus event. Okay, so of HTML button element. Okay, so here let's get the list of the class list. Okay, here same way event dot target as HTML button element that class list. Okay, so same here, let's quickly do the thing. So if the class list dot contains document menu. Okay, so I'm just going to set a drop down set show drop down value to false. Okay, fine, and yeah, that is the handling of a blur. So now let's focus on rendering the UI. So return here inside the div, so let's give styling for this relative, make this as a relative, and justify center. Okay, and give the ID here, the class name, so menu button. So you should have understood now there when we were try to get the class list. Okay, so this is the thing we are adding here. So here document ID, fine, and here I'm going to add the button. So on click I'm just going to call the function which is going to set show drop down it's going to toggle the value of show drop down value, and then I'm going to handle on blur, which I'm just going to call handle menu button blur, and the styling class names. Okay, so here I'll give the offer effects. So let's make the background color to gray, so lighter gray, and make this as a relative. Okay, and flex, let's give the positioning. Okay, left 2, and make width and height as 8. Okay, and make this rounded full, and here let's say make the flex and items center, and justify center. Okay, and this document menu button, and here I'm going to pass the document ID. Fine, so this is the styling for this button. Okay, after this I'm just going to add this SVG icon for document menu. Okay, that is 3 dots, so that I have here inside our node. So let me get that. So this is the thing, so just I'm going to take it from here. So let's head back to the code base. So here I'm just going to use this SVG. Okay, fine. Now after this the just a transition which is going to show the option set delete, so that quickly we're going to handle just beneath this button. So I'm just going to import CS transition from our React transition group library. So here, so let's import that. Okay, import CS transition from React transition group. Okay, So now quickly let's provide the properties for this node ref. Let's make this as drop down ref, and in I'm just going to pass in the show drop down value, and timeout give 200 milliseconds, and the class name I'm just going to give it as a fading. Okay, then unmount on exit, fine, and the children is going to be this text which is delete. Okay, I'm just going to pass in the reference for this, so it is drop down reference, and the styling for this, let's make this as absolute, and have this top full and margin top 1, and give the z index 10 so that it will be on top. Okay, and give width to the 52, and the background, let me make this as a white, and padding y direction 2, and rounded I want to make this small. Okay, fine, and have the shadow here, let's make this large, and the border, and then the document menu. Okay, fine, then after this div, I'm just going to close this div. Okay, so here inside this div, let's have one more div, just kind of for the text to delete. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the on click event handling here. So here, depending on if it's not loading, okay, then I'm going to handle this logic, handle button delete click. Okay, if not this empty and function. Okay, fine, and the styling, so here for this thing, let's make this width full, text make this as a black. Let's add our effect. I want to change the background color, let's say 100, and let's give the size for the text small, and padding x direction 6, and padding y direction, let's make it as a 1. Okay, fine, and the text we want it to be left aligned, and then add this document menu thing. Okay, fine. So after this, I'm just going to add the content inside this div, which is nothing but the delete thing. Okay, fine, so this is it, and I just have to close the CS transition thing. Okay, fine, there is. Okay, I just have to wrap inside this brackets. Okay, I'm just going to change this. Okay, now it's going to, yep, so this document menu button is completed. So just I'm going to export this. So document menu button, so let's have this new file index.ts. okay, fine, I'm just going to export default the component. Okay, document menu button. So now let's go to our document card, and now let's make use of the component which we have just created. So if here I'm just going to show here menu button, and here pass in the document ID, which is nothing but document.id, and the set documents, which is set documents callback function. Okay, so yep, so this is the document card component. So this is completed, so let's export this. Okay, so export default document card, and I have this file to export this as by default. Okay, so export default from document card. Okay, fine, and now the document card is ready. So let's go to our documents list. Okay, so there I'm going to create inside our molecule. So let's name this folder, not file, so I'm going to create the folder. So let's name this as something like documents list dot so your folder, right? So inside that I'm going to create the file. So okay, documents list dot tsx, fine. So now quickly let's complete this component too. Okay, documents list and it's a routine, so let's define the props for this as an interface. So documents list props. Okay, for this we'll have the title and then the documents, okay, which is nothing but the array of our document interface. Okay, and then the set documents, the function which is of type function. Okay, so here first let's destructure it. So the title, okay, documents and the set documents, and this is going to come from documents list props. Okay, so here just focus on rendering the UI. So here let's wrap everything inside the div. The styling, let's give this as a width full, make this flex, and justify I want to be center and icons also to center, and font type let's give it as a medium. Text color let's make this as a gray, like little darker, go for 700, and padding as 4 in all directions. Okay, fine. Now inside this the div to wrap the title and the list of the documents. Okay, so here I'm going to give this width full and the max width it can take is 4 times Excel. Okay, so let's, yep, this one, and give the space and y direction 4. Okay, so the first thing is title. I'm going to wrap inside the header, h2 header. So here I'm just going to print this, the title, fine. And now we'll wrap the list of the documents in one more div. So I'm going to give the styling for this div. Let's make this as a grid, and let's give the columns for this to, if it's a file, okay, if it's a small scale, let's give the columns as 3. If it's a medium, we'll have the 4 columns. Okay, fine. Yep, and let's have the gap 4. Fine. So now here I'm going to make use of the documents list, and I'm going to sort this first. Okay, so this will be sorted based on time. Okay, so here I'm just going to return new date. So I'm just going to sort based on updated time. Okay, get time, sorry, and subtract this from new date. Okay, a dot updated at dot get time. Okay, fine. Then after this I'm just going to map through each of the element. Okay, so get the document, and I'm just going to return inside our each document card which we have just built the component. So here document card, and pass in the params for this. So key is going to be nothing but the document ID, and then we are going to pass in the document object, and the set documents function. Okay, so and then I'm going to close this. Fine, so this is the documents list component. So that is pretty much done, because we have covered the nuisance details in our atoms and molecules. So this is how the ify structure in this way it's going to be very clean. Okay, so let's export this default documents list, and let's have this index.ts file in this index.ts, and export default from documents list. Okay, so now heading back to our create page. So here after this create document button, I'm just going to here based on this loading variable, I'm just going to showcase the spinner component which we have created. Okay, so here size I'm going to make this as a large. Okay, and if not, I am going to render these two things so inside a fragment. So first documents list is for the recent documents of the user. So here I'm going to pass documents list, and the title that I wanted to keep for this is the recent documents. Okay, and here the documents, so I'm just going to pass the recent documents, and here the set documents, so it's going to be set documents callback function. So this is for the recent documents list, and we'll have one more documents list for shared documents. Okay, so let's give the title for this as shared documents. Okay, and pass in the shared documents, and here set documents to the set documents callback function. Okay, so this is the pretty much the documents create page. So now let's go to browser and check it out. Okay, so here let me refresh this. Okay, it is expired, so let's log in. Okay, fine, so let me log in. Okay, actually I should be able to see this recent and shared documents. Let's see. Okay, I got it. I don't know why we should be able to see that. Okay, maybe is there an issue? No, server is running. I don't know why. Let's check this. Okay, so let's just build something. Documents list. Okay, I'm not able to see anything here. So is this because of this? I don't think so. Okay, so there is some issue inside this loading variable value. Okay, so loading is there is not value is not coming into this. That's the reason. So let me remove this. I'll look at that loading value. For now I'm just going to leave it this way. So if you see these are the recent documents and shared documents. As of now there is no list created, so that's the reason. So now let's try to create the page which is going to take us to the once clicking on this, it's going to take us to the particular document page, right? So we will focus on building that first. Okay, later I'll worry about this why the value is not loading into the loading variable. Okay, fine. So let's head back, and also here let's first build this component logo. So I'm going to create that inside our items folder. Okay, let's name the folder name as logo. Okay, so logo, and here I'm going to create a new file called logo.tsx. okay, so let's quickly just make this component name as a logo. Okay, and here I'm just going to return this and wrap this inside our link component of our React Router DOM, and I'm going to add this link always to take to the create page. Again, the styling for this, let's make this as a flex and shrink 0 and make this justify center. and items to center. Okay, and the width and height, I'm going to make this 14, and let's have this our effect. So let's make the background color little gray, lighter gray, 100, and have the rounded full. Okay, so here, yep. So now inside this I'm going to use the SVG icon. So let's go to our node section. So here for logo, this is the SVG, so let's make use of this, and going back to our code base, so let's have this. Okay, this is the logo component, so let's export this, export a default logo. Okay, and have this index.ts, so export default from logo. Fine. So now let's add that inside our documents header, I guess. Okay, it is here, I guess. Yep. So here I will wrap this logo component, so let's import that logo and check it out. Okay, so the logo is loaded and there is an hover effect. Fine, and we'll have to do the same inside our login and register page, so let's do that. So if we go to our login page, okay, so here, so I'm just going to use this logo component. Okay, fine, and similarly let's do the same thing in our register page here. So I'm just going to import this, so let's try to check it out now. Okay, so I have to, let's click on this. So okay, so here the logo is successfully added, and I'm just going to log in back. Okay, and clicking on this, fine, we are in, and this I will check it out for the loading value. Now we'll focus on the creating the individual document ID page. Okay, so heading back, so now let's focus on building that page which I was talking about for a particular document. So inside the document page itself, so if you see in the document folder, let's create a new file called index.tsx. okay, so this is where I'm going to have going to create the page for each document editing and all. So before even this, we'll have to handle these some components that are needed for this, especially for editing, and also the header, so which is going to have the option to share the document to particular user, and edit the name of this document and all. So first let's focus on those components, and then we will come back to this page. Okay, so as I said, so let's focus on first the document header component. So let me create that folder inside our here organisms folder. So I'm just going to create that, so that is document header, and so let's create a new file called document header.tsx. okay, so quickly let's define this component. So let's name this as document header, and so as usual, so let's define the props for this component. So interface, so I'm going to name this as document header props. Okay, and this would have one property which is nothing but the document header ref. So this would be of type mutable ref object, and it can be of type null or the HTML div element. Okay, fine. So let's destructure here that as an input param for this component. So document header ref, so here it's going to be document header ref. Okay, Fine. Now here let's focus on rendering the UI here. Okay, so I'll wrap everything inside one div and attach this reference hook. So that is document header ref, and give some styling for this. So let's give the border bottom, okay, and make this width as full, and give the background color as white. Okay, fine, and make this as a flex and the direction as column. Fine. So now inside this we would be having a two more small components that we have to build. One is for the menu bar. So this menu bar nothing but that's the component which will have the input where we'll be editing the title, and also the options like file, view, edit, and those options which are not functionable, but just for showcasing we'll add that as a buttons, and then the logo and those things. Okay, so first let's focus on building that component. Okay, so I'm going to name that as like document, let's say it's a menu bar, right? So let me name that as a document menu bar. Okay, so inside this molecules I'm just going to create a new folder called document menu bar, and here I'm going to define a new file called document menu bar.tsx. okay, fine. So in this we will first try to build quickly the things needed for us. So let's name the component name as document menu bar. Okay, fine, and here we'll first get the details needed for this component to work. So first is obviously the access token and user ID from our useauth hook. So let me take that. So access token and user ID using the useauth. Okay, fine. Then after that, from document context I would need some details related to the document. So let me get that. So one is the document, and then the saving value, then setting the document title callback function. Okay, and then change the document object, so which is set document. Okay, then to update the saving value, and to update the errors, okay, if there are any. And this we are going to use the use context. So this is use context, and here from our document context. Okay, so fine. Now let's quickly write functions which is going to handle title change, and also which is going to handle the blur focus on the title, so that we can update the title accordingly in our database. Okay, so quickly I'm going to write the function which is going to handle the title input change. So I'm naming this as handle title input change. So this is going to receive type event type as input parent. So this is of type change event, which is HTML input element. Okay, fine, and so let's get the title from that event. Okay, so inside one variable, so I'm just going to make this as event target dot value. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to call this set document title function by passing in the title value. Okay, fine. This is how we are going to handle the title input change. And next thing is I'm going to write a function which is going to handle on blur change of this title thing. Okay, so let's name the function as handle title input blur. Okay, make this as asynchronous. Okay, and this is going to receive a parameter of type event, which is of type focus event. So yep, and this is again of type input element. Okay, and here we'll check first if the access token is null or the document is null. I'm just going to return. Okay, fine. So here and here, first thing I'm going to set saving to the true. Okay, and then I'm going to get the title first. Okay, so which is nothing but event dot target as HTML input element dot value. Okay, fine. Then I'm just going to get the updated document. So here let's get the I'm just going to update the document with whatever the title value is there. So here I'm just going to update the title thing, and this is of type document interface. Okay, so this is the updated document in case if the title is changed. So that is how we are updating this. And now inside the try catch block, let's call the service. Okay, so here I'm just going to call our document a service, which is going to update our document accordingly. So here I'm just going to pass the access token and then the updated document. Okay, so fine. And here in the catch block, if there are any, I'm just going to set the errors. Okay, so here I'm just going to set that there was an error saving the document. Okay, so I'm just going to say it as please try again. Fine. So this is if there are any errors. And finally I'm just going to set the document. So that means I'm just going to update the document, and then the set saving, I'm setting it to the false. Okay, fine. So this is the functionality of how we are going to handle title input blur. Okay, fine. So now this is done. So let's focus on rendering the UI. So just after this, I'm just focusing on rendering the UI. So here I will wrap everything inside the div. So let's give styling for this. Make this width full and flex, and justify I want it to be between. So and items, so let's make this as a center. Fine. And give padding index direction 3 and padding bottom 1, and border, have border at the bottom. Okay, fine. So first thing, we'll focus on the left thing. So left, nothing but, as I said, we'll have a logo and the input title input change. Okay, and after that we'll have the list of the buttons. Okay, so let's focus on first left part. So here let's have the div. Okay, so again make this as a flex. Okay, and justify, this time it's going to be start, and items center. Okay, and overflow, let's in the x direction, let's hide it. Okay, and if it's a medium screen, I want overflow to be visible. So here, okay, fine. So as I said, so in this div, first thing is the logo component, so which we have. So I'm just going to import that, and now inside one more div, I'm just going to wrap the input text. Okay, so here let's make this as a flex, and I'm going to make this as a column direction. Okay, so here inside this, let's have this input, and configure the properties for this. First is, let's restrict the max length to the 25 characters, and the type is the nothing but the text, and on blur I'm just have to call the above function which I have written. So here nothing but the handle title input blur and pass in the event. Okay, and on change, I'm just going to call the above function which I have created, which is handle title input change, by passing in the event as an input param, and the value here it's going to be if a document is not null. So here let me check like this. If document title is not null, I'm just going to have this value, so that is document dot title. Okay, if not, I'm just going to set it to the empty string. Okay, and the styling, let's give little styling for this. That is, let's make the font type as a medium. Text I want to be large, and padding x direction 2, and let's have padding at the top also 2. Fine. And the name on the, let's leave it as a blank ID, and a placeholder for this I'm going to give it as untitled document. Okay, so here let's give this an untitled document. Fine. So this is the input thing. So fine. After this I'll have one more div which is going to wrap all the buttons as I mentioned. Okay, so here let's have this div, and styling for this flex, and make this as items to center. Okay, your first button, so let's give the styling for this. I want the text to be small and the white space as no wrap, and give padding x direction 2, and in the padding y direction I want to give little less, so let's give it a 1, and font type it's going to be medium, and let's have hover effect. So here I'm just going to add change the background color to lighter gray, so let's say 100, and I want the corners to be rounded. Fine, so this is the button. So inside this, the first content is going to be type file. Okay, so let's just copy this and change the content of the each button. So I'm just going to copy here, so let's make this as okay. Fine, so here the second thing is the edit. Okay, and similarly the third is the view, and fourth is going to be insert, and fifth is going to be format, and then the tools. Okay, and the add-ons, and finally the help button. Okay, so as I said, these are not functionable, just for UI purpose. Okay, fine. So after this button, so if the saving is true, I just have to wanted to display some text, kind of like a saving. Okay, I'll wrap this inside a p tag. So let's use styling for this. So let's make the text as a small, and I want the text color to be gray, so let's make it as a medium, like 500, and in the padding x direction I wanted to give it 2. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to give the text as saving. Okay, fine. So here fine, this is the left section. So now focusing on the right part, so this is where we'll have to showcase the share button, and also the list of the users who are on this page. That is nothing but to which users this has been shared and who are currently on this page, and obviously the logo of the user to let the user to log out of this application. So let me wrap everything that inside one div. So I'm just going to make this as a flex, and make these items as a center. Okay, and flex shrink, and give the padding left the 3, and give the gap in x direction 4. Okay, fine. So in this div, I first thing I'm going to show the doc share button. So this this is going to be one more logic handling, so that I'm going to build a separate component. For now I'm just going to display some text saying that it's a share button. Okay, so we are going to show this only if the document is not null, and also the current document that user is using belongs to him. Okay, so that is the thing. So let me write that. So here the condition is document is not equals to null, and the document dot user id is equals to the user id which we have taken from our use auth hook. Then only we'll be rendering this share button. So for now I'm just going to say this as something like share button. Okay, since we don't have component for that, so which we will build that eventually. Okay, after this the inside one div will have the list of the users present on this page, and also the user drop down that is logging out of the application, so that option. So here let me write that div. So here let's make this as a flex, and here I will make this as item center, and give the gap in x direction 2. Okay, fine. So first, as I said, here we'll have the list of the user. So let me write the function and related thing, handling related details regarding that. Let me write just the function just above here. So I'm just going to name that as current users. Okay, so here let's first get the here I'm going to get the email. Okay, and from the use auth hook. Okay, and I'm just going to get the current users from document context. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass that. Fine. And so okay, let me import the use context. Okay, so yeah, there is thing. Okay, here okay, fine. Okay, so let me make this. Okay, fine. Yeah, so now so what is this? So it has to be capital. Okay, fine. Yep. So now inside this let's loop through this list of the current users and display the rounded icon with the first letter of their email respectively. Okay, fine. And okay, so here I'm just going to loop through that array. Okay, so from the current users. Okay, I'm just going to filter. Okay, so filter the current user, making sure that current user is not equals to the email. Okay, and then I'm just going to map through each current user. Okay, so here I'm just going to return the div which I was talking about. So key is going to be nothing but the current user, and let's give the styling for this. So here let's make styling for this. Okay, so width is going to be 8 and height 8, and let's give the text color as white. Okay, and I'm going to give font type to be semi bold, and let's make this as a flex. Okay, and justify center, and let's make the items to be center, and give the rounded full so that it will be round div. Okay, and let's add this flex shrink 0. Okay, fine. And the uppercase, let's make this as uppercase, and add the ring 2. Okay, fine. So this is the styling, and also here we will have to give here the dynamic background color, so that for each div that is user is on this page, it's kind of like different background for that. So for that we'll have to configure the separate function which is going to give us the random color, so that we can distinguish the multiple users div present on that page. So I'm just going to write that. So here the content of this div, it's going to be the first letter of their email. Okay, so this is the thing, but here there is still pending. As I said, we should have the one helper function which is going to give us the random background color, so that it will be good to differentiate the multiple users present on that page. Okay, so before that, so let me just use this here. Here, as I said, here first is the current users, and after this it's going to be the user drop down. So that is the which we are going to let the have the option for the user to log out of our application. Okay, so I think document menu bar is decently good, except there's a background color which we will configure that. Let's go to our header, and here I'm just going to, so sorry, this is going to be props. Okay, okay, so let's first use this our document menu bar. So I think I didn't export that. Okay, so let me first export this. So export default document menu bar, and create a one more file called index.ts, and export here default our component. Okay, so document menu bar. So now heading to our header, so let's import that. Okay, fine. So this header is ready, so quickly let's make use of this and see how it's rendering on our page. Okay, so going to our the index.tsx file, I'm just going to create a boilerplate enough to use our the document menu bar component which we have created. So first let me make use of that. So that is, let's name this component name as a document. Okay, okay, fine. So as I said, here let's focus on rendering the UI part. Okay, so here, and I'm going to give the height based on the height str that we will be getting from our use window size hook. So let's first get that. So here the height str and width str we're going to destructure from our use window size hook. Okay, so now let's give the style for this accordingly. That is, height is going to be based on the variable we receive, and let's give the styling for this. Let's make a width full and height also full, and make this background color as gray, and flex and flex column direction. Okay, fine. So inside this div we are going to wrap the component which we have created. Okay, so first thing, let's get the loading value from our use document. Okay, so which is going to get the details of the document from our service. So first we'll be receiving the id from our param, so let's get that too. So here I'm just going to rename this id to our document id, and I'm going to use the use params hook from our react router dom, and using that I'm just going to get the details of a loading and document. Okay, so loading and document, so let's use this document, and I'm going to parse int and the document, pass in this document id as a string. Okay, fine. Fine, now here based on if the loading is true. Okay, so here loading, if it's true we are going to render the text like something like, it's loading. Okay, so here this thing, if not, just I'll focus on rendering the fragment which will have our document header and the document editor, which we don't have yet, but for now I'll just render the document header. So document, so let me export that too. So here export default document header, so I have this separate index.ts file. Okay, export default from document header. So now going to our index page, so I'm just going to import this. Okay, and I'm just going to pass our header ref. So for that also let's create one variable using our user ref hook. Okay, so here I'm going to name this as document header ref, and which is use ref hook. So this can be of type null or html or div element. Okay, so initially let's make this value as null. Okay, so I'm just going to pass that variable here. Okay, so now the thing, so let's export this. Fine. So the document, the at least the menu header part is ready. So let's create a route exclusively for that. Okay, inside our index.js file. So here I'm just going to create a route for that, so that we can see at least how the UI is going to look. Okay, so let me add a route for that. So here let's add the route, and the path is going to be /document/ the dynamic id param. Okay, and here the element, we'll have to wrap everything inside our multiple components. One is the user should be authenticated. That's the reason we are going to wrap inside the auth route component. And here I want the details of related to all the documents. So which we have our one provider, which is document provider, which is going to provide all variables values related to document. So let's wrap our document component inside that provider. Okay, so which is document provider. So I think I have to import that. Okay, and here I'm just going to wrap this document. Okay, fine, and let me close this. So I'm just going to close this and this. So here let me import this document provider. So import document provider from context slash document context, and similarly let's import the document from source slash pages slash document. Okay, this is going to be index. Okay, fine. So now the things needed for us to see on the UI and the route is configured. Let's go to our UI and let's try to check it out. Okay, fine. To going to UI and just on the create page. So now if I click on this, we should be redirected to the document particular page. So to start, so clicking on this. Okay, so if you see, we are on the creating a new document page which has created a id is 2, and this is the document header we configured. If you remember, in our menu bar, the logo and then the title for the document, and then the buttons on this page. Okay, and here the user drop down, and current users there is none as of now. That's the reason we are not seeing. And ideally there should be text for us which is going to say the share. Okay, fine. So let's focus on the rest of the part completing, and I wanted to build the component for share document, and also as I said, for multiple users we are going to have the we should have the option to dynamically render background color. So that also I'm going to add. So going back to our document menu bar component, so let me go there. So inside our this okay, so here we have already have this use background, random background, right? So let's just get the background color from there and make use of that, because we have created for our user drop down. Okay, so that we are going to reuse that. So I'm just going to import that, which is nothing but here inside the current user. So here after this I'm just going to have this current background color using the random background. Okay, so now I can make use of this here. So I'm just going to add this styling. Okay, so here it's going to be background color. Fine. So now the background color needed for different users would be added accordingly. Okay, so that is the it. And now let's focus on building this share button related component. Okay, so let's have that component. So I would say first let's have this whatever components needed for this to be created first. Okay, so let's create that inside our let's say here, where inside a molecule. So I'm just going to define a one file, a folder called share document model. Okay, and in this let's have the file defined share document model.tsx. okay, so here our component name, let's name this as share document model. Okay, so fine. So here let me first get the details needed for us inside this component. One is we need the details related to document and the function to save the document and update our documents, okay. And also we need the email to keep track of the changes that user is trying to enter, and obviously I would need the access token. So let's first have the one by one thing. So first thing, I would need the document and the saving and the save document function and also the set document function from our document context. So let me import that. So use context document context, okay, fine. So after this, let's create a reference to copy the link input reference, okay. So let's have that use reference hook. So I'm going to name this as copy link input ref, okay. This is going to be of type null or string, okay, fine. So here let's define this. Initially I'll make this as a null, okay. And as I said, the variable to keep the track of the email that user is trying to share with. So this is going to be of type null or string, okay, fine. And initially let's make this as null, and this one sorry, it's not a string, it would be HTML input element. So here, okay, fine. Then after this, the access token. So from our use auth hook, okay, so here access token, and so to showcase the success messages and error messages, we would use the functions from our toast context. So let's import that. So success, error, and then use context, the toast context, fine. And finally the variable to keep track of loading and things. So once we are making a call to our APIs, okay, so use state, and I'm going to set initially the value to false, okay, fine. So here the main functions that we are supposed to handle this inside this component, I believe, is to have a function which is going to deal the logic of sharing a document, and then the function which is going to handle updation of the email that the user wanted to share, and then finally the copy button link, okay. So those are the main things. So let's first write the core logic. So one is to share a document, okay. So let's make this as asynchronous, okay. Here first thing is, if we will do checks here, so if email is equals to null, okay, or we'll use the validator here. So I'm just going to import validator. So let me import from validator, import validator from validator, okay. So I'm just going to validate here the email, whether it's email or not, okay. So here let me use this, fine. And if it's not email, and if it's access token is null, or the document is null, we are going to just return, okay. So this is the thing, okay. If not, okay, then first I'm going to get the payload, okay. So which is nothing but let's have the object here called payload. So first is the document ID. So document ID we will be getting from our document.id, okay. So after this, the email, so email that the user is going to enter into our email variable, and then the permission. So permission I'm going to set to the edit, okay, using our enum. So permission enum dot edit. So this is the payload, okay. So here first thing, before trying to call to our service, let's set the loading to true, and inside the try catch block, let's handle the logic to talk to our services. First let's get the response, by calling our document service. So document service dot create. Okay, this is going to create the document and using the payload which we have created here. Okay, fine. So after this, let's get the response. So let's name that as a document user. So response dot data as document user. Okay, and then I'm going to set the user of that is equals to our email. So here this fine. So this is how I'm going to set, and then after this I'm just going to emit the toast. Okay, that is like success fully shared document with this the email. So let's wrap this inside a backticks. Okay, so here email, fine. Then after this I'm just going to set the document. Okay, so here I'm just going to have the existing details same, and just I'm going to update the users list. Okay, so here users is going to be document dot users and add the current user. Okay, fine. And so it has to be the object. Okay, so let's cut this. Okay, fine. Yep, I'm just setting the document. Okay, fine. After this so this is of type our document interface. Fine. So after this I'm just going to set the email to the empty value. Okay, fine. That is the logic handling, and if there is any error I'm just going to showcase something wrong happened. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this error function, and I'm just going to say that unable to share this document with this email. Okay, please try again. So yep, so that means we will know that there is something wrong with the APIs or something in handling the logic. Okay, and finally I'm just going to set the loading to the false. Okay, so this is the core logic of sharing the document. So this is the function for that. Okay, and so let's after this I'm just going to handle the updation of the email value. So let's name this as like handle share email input change. Okay, so this is going to receive the input of type event, so which is the change event. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the email here. So event dot target as HTML input element dot value. Okay, fine. So this is how we're going to update the email variable, and as I said we will need a function which is going to handle a copy link button click. Okay, so let's define function for that too. Okay, so here handle copy link button click. Okay, so this is not going to receive any input params. Okay, so first we will check the condition is if copy link input ref is equals to null or the copy link input ref dot current is equals to null. We are not going to do anything. I'm just going to return here. Okay, so if not I'm just going to get the URL. So that is window dot location dot href. Okay, fine. Then I'm just going to set the current value of our input refs to that URL. So this is the thing. Okay, after this I'm just going to make focus on this thing. Okay, so thing, and also the select. So I'm just going to trigger this functions on this input ref, and then window dot document dot, I'm just going to execute the command copy. Okay, fine. So this is how we're going to handle the copy button click. Okay, after this see multiple things like handling the enter function, which we have written already in other components. So let's click write this function too. So handle on key press, this is going, let's make this as asynchronous, and then this is going to receive event of type keyboard event as an input param. So here if event dot key is equals to enter, I'm just going to call our function, which is the shared document. Okay, fine, fine. And then there would be an option in our model to make it as a public or not. So let's have the function for that too. I will name this as update is public. Okay, so this is going to receive one input param which is of type boolean. I'm naming this as a is public. Okay, here I'm just going to get the updated document, so let's name this as updated document. Okay, here I'm just going to get the whatever values are existing. I'm just going to set is public property to the param input param whatever value I have received, whether it is a false or true. Okay, this is of type document input interface. Okay, and just I'm going to save this document, call this function which with the updated document details. Okay, so this is how we're going to change the value of a document to whether it's a private or public. Okay, yep. So now let's focus on rendering the UI. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap everything inside a model. Again, that is a separate component which is going to like as you already saw in the previous demo video, like if you click on share button, we should have one model where it's going to have the like the things we are talking about, adding the email to share and making the document public or not. Okay, so that thing. So let's have the first the a model component. Okay, so let me create that inside our items folder. So here I'm just going to create a new folder called model, and inside this let's create a new file which says model.tsx, and quickly create the component for this model. Okay, so this is going to have this input params which is going to be button, which is of type JSX element, and content, and also the size of it, like whether we want it to be a small, medium or large. So let's define this as a props for this component. So I'm going to name this as model props. Okay, fine. And which it will have three properties. One is the button, which is of type JSX element, and then the other is the content, again which is of type JSX element, and then the, as I said, size, and this is going to be optional since we are going to set the default value for that. And here let's be, this can be of types small, medium and large. Okay, fine. So these are the props. So let's destructure this as a input params for this component. So button, content, and then the size. Okay, so as I said, I'm going to set the default value for size medium, and we are going to get this props from this interface. Okay, fine. Here we will have one state variable, kind of like whether to show model or not. So let's define that. So I'm going naming this as show model, and this is going to be set show model, and let's make this initially the false, and also I would want one ref to our content. So I'm just going to have this reference to our content, so which is use ref and I'm just making the initial value to null. Okay, and here as I said, the same thing, we'll write one function to get the size class. Okay, I'm just naming this as get size class. Okay, so this is to, depending on our size value, I'm just going to have the styling for our component. Okay, so here case if it's a small, okay, I'm just going to return this max width as small. Okay, so if the it is medium, okay, I'm just going to return max width to 2 times XL. Okay, so yep, and if it's large, I'm just going to return this to max width 5 times XL. Okay, so fine, and yep, this is the get size class function, and now we'll focus on rendering the UI. So here we will wrap everything inside a fragment. Okay, and here I will have the div. So here in on click, I'm just going to set the show model value to the true. Okay, fine, and here I will have the content as the button, which is going to be our JSX element. Okay, after this I'm going to wrap this the content and button to, I mean any the div which is going to allow us to close this model. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this inside our CSS transition, which is I will import from our React transition group. So let's import that. So here CSS transition from our React transition group. Okay, fine. So here just after this I'm going to use this. Okay, so CSS transition. So let's define the give the values for this node ref. So this is going to be the content ref which we have defined above, and in, so this depends upon the show model value, and timeout, let's give it as 200 milliseconds, and class name I will give this as fade in. Okay, so and unmount on exit. Fine, so here the children, it's going to be our content, and the closing the model. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap inside this div. Let's use styling for this as fixed, and give the top as a 0, and right 0, and the bottom 0, so that it will be at the center. Okay, flex, let's make this items center, and justify also center, and I'm going to give z index 10. Okay, fine, and after this I'll have the div for our content thing. So here I'm just going to attach our content ref and the class name. So this, as I said, will use the function above which we have written to get the size class depending on our size variable, so which is get size class. Okay, after this let's make this width full, and z index 10, and the padding 4. Okay, fine, this is the div, and inside this I'm going to wrap the content. Okay, fine, after this I will have the one more div which is going to let us close the model. So this is this, let's just set on click, I'm just going to set the value to the false. Okay, and the styling for this div, so let's give the styling for this. Let's make this as absolute top 0 left 0, yep, here I forgot the left 0. Fine, So here right 0 and bottom 0. Let's give the background as black, and opacity I'm going to give it as a 50. Fine, and give z index 0. Fine. So this is the div to help us close the model. Okay, just after this I'm just going to close this CSS transition. Fine, so this is the component needed for us for the model showcasing. So I'm just going to export this. So export default this model, and let's create an index.ts file to just export it as a default component from this file. So default from model. Fine, so going to our share document model, let's make use of this component which we have just created and complete this component too. Okay, so let's import that. So I'm just going to import this model. So yep, and here we had props for this. So button, so here button is going to be our JSX element. So let's give the styling for this. So here it's a button primary. Fine, and here we'll have the SVG. So for our share model, I have the SVG saved in our node section, so let me use that. So I'm just going to the nodes section, so let me open this. So here this is the SVG, so let me take this and go back to code base and use this SVG here. Okay, so this is the SVG, and after this let's have the text of this button. So this is going to say the text as share. Okay, fine. So this is the button thing. After this first let's close this. Okay, fine. After this this will have the content property. Again here, if document is null, I don't want to showcase anything, so I'm just going to have one empty fragment. Okay, if that is not the case, we are going to focus on showcasing the share with people and this div. Okay, so I'm just going to add that div. So this on key press, I'm just going to call the function which we have created above, that is handle key press event. Okay, fine, and here the class name. So let's give the styling for this space in the y direction 4, and let's make the text as a small. Okay, fine. So now inside this div, let's have the divs which is going to show the user add icon and then text like share with people and those stuff. Okay, so let's wrap this inside this div. I'm going to make this as a rounded medium and give the background color white, and give the shadow extra large, and padding 4 in all directions, and the space in y direction, let me give this as a 4. Okay, fine. And here one more div which is we are going to make this as a flex and make this items to be centered, and give in the space x direction 2 and margin as 2 in all directions. Okay, so inside this a div which is going to showcase the user add icon. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap this inside one more div. Let's make a width and height restrict to the just 8, and give the background color like blue, like medium color 500, and make this as a flex, and justify I want it to be centered and items center. Okay, fine, and make this rounded full, and I'm going to make the text as white. Fine. So yep, now as I said, I'm going to use the icon from our the hero icon. So I'm just going to give the styling for this, the restricting the width and height. So let's give it as a 5. Okay, both of them, and make this as a relative. So this is the icon. Okay, just after this I'm going to add the text in our header tag, like which says like share with people. Okay, so let me add that and give some styling for this. I want text to be extra large and the font type to be medium. Okay, fine. And let's give the content of this header as share with people. Okay, fine. So this is thing. After this div we will have the input, so which is going to take an email for the user, of the user to which he wanted to share. Okay, so let's add this input. Okay, so first thing, let's make this type to be text, and this name I'm just going to, and id I'm just going to give it as empty for now, and the value it's going to be if email is not equals to null. I'm just going to give it as an email, or else I'm just going to keep it as an empty string. On change I'm just going to trigger the function which we have created above, that is handle share email input change. Okay, and the placeholder we're going to just say that it's enter email. Okay, fine. This is the thing. And the styling, let's give the border at the bottom, and let's make the border color to be blue, lighter blue. I'll make it as a 500, and I want the top to be rounded, so I'm like medium, and padding to be 4 in all directions. Let's give width full, and the background color, let's give this as gray. Okay, fine. And font type, let's make this as a medium. Okay, fine. So this is the input to take the email. Okay, so after this we'll have to show the list of the shared users. Okay, so for that too we'll have to show a list. So I think it will be better if we write that as a separate component. Okay, so what I would do is let's create separate component inside this the molecules itself. So I'm just going to create a not a file, I'm just going to create a new folder which says like shared users. Okay, and inside that let's create a file, okay, which says same shared users dot tsx. Fine. So again here it is nothing but we will show the list of the users already to which this has been shared to. Okay, so that is for this. So let's define the component first. Okay, so I'm going to name this as shared users. Okay, fine. For this we will define props again. So let's name this as shared user props. So interface shared user props. Okay, so this is going to have two properties. One is the document user, so the list of document user, and the updating the document, that is the callback function to set the document, just update the list of the document users in that object. Okay, so I'm just going to define this. So here document users, okay, this is going to be array of document user. Okay, fine. Then the other property is the function which is going to be of type dispatch the set state action of type the document interface or null. Okay, fine. So these are the two props inside this shared user prop. So let me destructure this in our component. So first is the document users, and the other thing is our set document function. So this is coming from our shared user props. Okay, so here I'm just going to think. So here, as I said again, we will first get the info that is needed for this component, and let's continue with that. Okay, first thing is again getting the background color, since we'll have the multiple users to which we might have shared. Okay, so I'm just going to use destructure that, so that is background color. Okay, so let's use this random background color, and okay, and one more background color, like kind of like shade user background color. So I'm just going to rename that. Okay, so which is I'm going to do this as shade user background color. I'm just renaming this. Same use random background hook. Okay, fine. Next thing is the access token and the email. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the auth. Okay, fine. After this, the loading variable, okay, which is pretty common. Okay, so let's set this. Okay, I'm just going to give the initial value as a false. Fine. So after this, the add toast function from our toast context. Okay, so here I'm just going to use our toast context, which is going to say that the document has been shared to so and so if it's access. Okay, fine. Here the document from our use document context, details of that document. Okay, so I'm just going to document context. Okay, fine. These are the details needed for us. So first we will have the option to remove the shared user. So we'll have the option to remove him. So that function we need the logic for. So let me have the function for that. So I'm going to name this as remove or document user. Okay, let's make this as asynchronous because we'll be talking to service. So here the payload, so which is the document ID, which is of type number, and then the user ID. Okay, so which is of type again number. Fine. So here first we'll check if there is no access token. I'm just going to return this. Okay, and then set loading value to true. Okay, and then do the code logic inside try block, that is let's talk to our service, that is document service dot delete, and pass in the access token and the payload. Okay, fine. And okay, let's see this. Okay, then set document, we are going to update the document. So document, and then the users, it's going to be if there is document users dot filter, and get the current document user. So here document user, I'm just going to filter this. So document user dot user ID is not equals to payload dot user ID. Okay, fine. And this is going to be of type array of document user. Okay, fine. And this is going to be of type document interface. Fine. And if there is an issue, we will handle in our catch block. Okay, so I'm just going to add toast. Okay, saying that so let's give the color as danger. Okay, and the title I would add unable to remove user. Okay, and then the body, So I will say this as like please try again. Okay, so this is the thing I'll be handling in the catch block, and then finally thing I'm just going to set loading to false. Okay, fine. So there is an issue here with respect to our payload. So sorry, it has to be document user service, so it's not document service. That's the reason we see issue. Document user service. Okay, fine. So now it's cool. Okay, fine. This is the function. Now let's focus on the UI part. Okay, let's return the div. Okay, so here I'm just going to give the styling for this, like let's say padding x direction 2 and in the y direction 4, and make this width as a full and make this as a flex, and then the items as center and give the justify thing between. Okay, and hover effect, let's add the hover effect, and I'm going to give your background color lighter gray, so 100, and make these corners rounded. Okay, medium rounded. Fine. So inside this div, let's have the div which is going to show the first character of the user. So let's wrap this inside one more div. I'm going to give this as a flex, and then items center, and I want the space in x direction. Let's make it as 2, and here this div is for the first letter of the email. Okay, so as we know, so we'll have to add the dynamic background color, so I'll make use of this and give the styling for this. So width and height is 8, and make this flex, justify center, and items to center, and the text color, let's give this as white and make this as uppercase, and I want this to be circle, so let's give it as rounded full, and text size I want it to be extra large, and the font type, let's make this as a medium. Okay, so this is the styling for this div, and here the check is if email is not equals to null, so we are going to give the first character of this email. So this is the content of this. Then after this, it's going to be the text. Okay, so after this, let's have the p tag. So let's give the styling for this, like let's say it's a medium. Okay, so here if email is not equals to null, and email. Okay, so I'm just going to give the text here as you. Okay, fine. After this, let's have the text as like owner. Okay, so here I'm just going to give it as a gray color, like let's say 500. Okay, and make this as a italic, and the text of this p tag is owner. Okay, just this is the to showcase the owner's details. Okay, then after this div, we're going to showcase the list of the document users to whom this document was shared with. Okay, fine. So just out of this, I'm just going to make use of document users list, so map through each document user. Okay, so here I'm just going to return the div for them. So key, it's going to be document user dot email. Okay, and the styling, let's give styling padding x direction 2, and in the padding y direction, let's make it as a 4 and give full width, and let's make this as a flex, and the items I want it to be centered, and let's make justify between. Okay, and hover effect similar, let's make the lighter gray color. Okay, and make this rounded. Okay, so I'm just going to make this medium. Fine. So let's close this div. Okay, fine. After this we will have a div for this email first character. Okay, so and the icon to remove the user. Okay, fine. So let's wrap this inside one div. Let's make styling for this as a flex and items to center and give the space x direction to. Okay, so let's close this div. So fine, so inside this I will have the div to showcase the first character of the email. So here again the styling would be different. So let's give here the dynamic thing now using the shared user background color. Okay, and give width as height as height, same like the other same thing. So let's give the flex, justify center, items center, and give the text color as white and make this as uppercase. And I'm going to make this as a circle and text size extra large and make the font type as medium. Okay, so this is the div. So now I'm going to wrap the first character of the email here, so which is nothing but document user.email first character. Okay, fine. So this is thing. Just after this, the in a p tag, the text with something like font medium, I'm just going to showcase the email thing. Okay, so user.email. Okay, so this is the thing. Then after this, give a button to delete this user, revoke the shared access. Okay, so on click, I'm just going to call our remove document user, and here I'm going to pass the document ID, which is nothing but document user dot document ID, and then the user ID. So user ID is again document user dot user ID. Fine. So after this, so this will be disabled based on the value present in our loading. And the styling for this, let's make this font as semi bold. Okay, and text color I want it to be blue, like a little medium. Okay, so let's text color. Okay, fine. And let's give padding in all direction too, and hover effect I want the background color to be little lighter blue. Okay, and rounded I want to be medium. Fine. So now here the text of this is going to be remove. Okay, so this is the component of which is going to showcase the shared users and the options to delete and all the stuff. Okay, fine. So let's export this, export default shared users, and I'm just going to create here a new file, index.ts, which I'm going to export default. Okay, shared users, and now I'm going to make use of that inside our shared document model. Okay, so just let me import that. So just after this class input thing, I will just import this shared users. Okay, and pass in the document users, which is nothing but the document dot users. Okay, and set document function, which is set document. Okay, so this is the thing that will be showcased for us, this component. Okay, then after this I'm going to have a button to share to the new user. Okay, so I'll just create that. So let's wrap everything inside div and give the styling width as full, and let's give justify as end, and the space in x direction too. Fine. So and here the button which says share. Okay, here on click I'm going to call the handle share something like, let's name a new function which says like handle a share button click. So let me create that function here, so which is like, I'm going to name this as handle share button click. Okay, and make this as asynchronous, and here I'm just going to call this share document. Okay, so let me go here and call this handle share button click. Okay, so now after this, and this would be disabled based on loading value. So if loading or the email is null, or it's not valid email, so that is validator dot is email, and by passing in this, or we should have one more, or like if it's already shared, that check also should be done. So that I'm going to check it this way. So let's define here one variable. Okay, let's say this as const let's name this as already shared. Okay, so here if document is equals to null, or the document is not equals to null, and here I'm just going to say document dot users dot filter the document user. Okay, I'm just going to check here document user dot email is equals to the email. Okay, and I mean that length is greater than 0. Okay, fine. So we will know that this has been already shared to this user. So I'm just going to add this check here. So if already shared, I'm just not going to enable this share button. Okay, fine. So that is the disabled thing. Okay, and then after this the styling, so let's give the styling for this. So here the class name. Okay, again this would be a dynamic, so I'm just going to, if email is null, or the validator dot email, okay, this validation, or the already shared, so that time it's going to be, it has button disabled. Okay, if not, this is going to be button primary. Okay, fine. And then after this it's going to be just padding x direction 6. Okay, and here the text, if it's a loading, okay, I am just going to showcase this spinner component. Okay, and make this size as small. Okay, fine. And okay, there is an issue, it has to be fine. Then if not, I'm just going to show the text as share inside our span tag. Okay, and here again if it's loading, I'm just going to add the styling here, the opacity as 0. Okay, fine. And here I'm going to make the text as share. Okay, this is how it's going to be. Then after this which is going to be like a get I mean copy link, so get link and the copy link, those things, right? So just after this divs, I'm going to handle that things. Okay, so here let's use styling for this, rounded medium, and make this background as white. Okay, and shadow, let's make it as extra large, and padding 4 in all directions, and space in y direction let's make it as a 4, and I want to make this as a flex, and direction let's give it as a column. Okay, fine. And here we'll have multiple divs again for showcasing link icon. Okay, so here let's have this margin 2 in all directions and make this as a flex, and I want the items to be centered. Okay, and the space in x direction too. Fine. And in this div I will have this icon. Okay, so let's give this styling for this icon. So width 8 and height also 8, and give the background color the gray, so it's going to be 400. Okay, and let's have this flex, and justify wanted to be center, and items also center, and I want this to be circle, so rounded full, and the text color to be white. Okay, fine. So here I'm going to use the link icon from our hero icons. Okay, and give the styling for this again, width and height as 5. Okay, and make this as a relative. Okay, so after this the text for this is the get link. Okay, so the styling for this, make this text as extra large, and font type let's make this as a medium, and the text of this is going to be get link, so I'm just going to make this as okay, fine. Fine, then after this div we'll have the option to depending upon if it's a public, I will have to showcase the public access button, if not restricted access button, and then a button which is going to allow us to copy the link of the document. Okay, so that I'm going to handle here inside this div. Okay, let's make this flex, and have this justify between, and I want this items to be centered. Okay, so first div is for displaying the public access button or restricted access button. So this, let's give the space in the y direction 1. Okay, so here if document dot is public, I will render here the public's access button. So here what I'll do, I will store inside one variable, so it won't look clumsy down there. So I'm just going to have here, so let's name this as public access button. Okay, here I'm just going to wrap inside one div. Okay, so give the space in the y direction 1. Okay, fine. And inside this I'm going to wrap the button. So this is going to be disabled based upon value present inside our saving variable, and on click I am going to call the function which we have written, update is public, and pass in the false value. And styling for this button, let's make a font type as semi bold. Okay, and the text color I wanted to make this as blue, so like medium blue, and padding in all direction 2, and give the hover effect for this. I want the background color to be blue, so let's make this as 50, and the rounded medium. Okay, fine. Here now based upon the saving, if it's a saving, I just wanted to show the spinner component. Okay, and give the size as a small. Okay, fine. And here if not, I'm going to showcase the text like to change to only shared users. Okay, so I'm going to showcase here. So the styling again, it's going to depend upon our saving variable. So if it's a saving, I'm just going to apply opacity 0. Okay, and now the text, I'm going to add here text as change to only shared users. Okay, fine. Then after this button I will have the text which is going to say public, and the anyone with this link can view. Okay, so here I'm just going to give some styling for this. Let's have margin x direction 2, and here let's wrap inside a bold tag and give the type as semi bold. Okay, so here the text says it as a public. Then after this one more helper text, the inside span tag, let's give the text color as a gray for that, and I'm going to give it as 600. Okay, I'm just going to say here anyone with this link can view. Okay, so this is the public access button. Okay, so similarly we will have the restricted access button. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to have this, and I'm just going to change the text of this restricted access button, and the styling and everything is going to remain same, and whereas this is going to be reverse. We're going to make it as a true. Okay, and the styling is going to remain same, and this text is going to be now changed to anyone with the link. Okay, fine. And this bold text, instead of the public, it's going to now say it as restricted. Okay, and here the helper text is going to say only people added can open this link. Okay, so I am going to change this, only people added can open with this link. Okay, so this is the restricted access button. So now let's go down and here render that. If it's public, I'm just going to, if that is true, I'm just going to have this public access button. If not, I'm just going to show restricted access button. Okay, so this div is for that, and after this div, as I said, this is for our copying the input reference link. Okay, so I'm just going to add here copy input reference, and the type is going to be text. Okay, and the styling for this, I want this opacity as a 0. Okay, and the cursor to be default. Okay, fine. After this, the button to copy the link, so add this button and on click. On click, I'm just going to trigger this function which is handle copy button click. And the styling, now I'm just going to make this font type to be bold, and the text color, let me make this as blue. Okay, let's make this as a 600. Okay, and the padding to in all directions, and I will have add our effect, which is like changing the background color to lighter blue color. Okay, and have this rounded medium. Okay, the text says here it has copy link. Fine, so this is the share document model. Okay, so I'm just going to export this, export default. Okay, share document model. So let me create a new file inside this index.ts, which is going to export our component default from share document model. Okay, so now this we are going to use inside our document header thing, so that is inside our document menu bar. So I'm just going to go to that our document menu bar, and here instead of a share button, I'm going to add this component, so which is nothing but shared document model, so which is very biggest component. Okay, So now if you go to our browser, we should be able to see this button. Okay, let's check it out. Let me go back, refresh. Okay, so now click on this. Okay, so there is an issue. I don't know why. Ideally this is where I should be able to see this component. Fine, I think there is an issue. I'll figure it out. So looking at the issue, if I see we had an issue of not seeing this, and at the same time if I try to change this title and remove this blur event, we should be able to save the title. Okay, but that was also throwing me an error because we were not getting the document value. So document object value was getting it as a null. So the thing where we should change here is going back to our code base. So inside our index page, so this is where we have to get the document value inside our use effect hook. So let me do this. So if document is not equals to null, I'm just going to set this document. Let me import that set document, okay, from our use context document context. So set document use context document context. So now here I'm going to set a document to this, okay, if, and this is going to depend upon this value. Okay, fine. And now if you refresh and try to see, I think the error should not be there. So let's check it out. Hope so the error is gone. Okay, so I'm just trying to refresh this. Okay, let me clear this, and here first thing I will just type it as a doc1. Okay, there is an issue again, but now the details of the document is working, but I see there is an issue. So let me check this bad request. Okay, there is an issue. I'll check it out. Okay, fine. And okay, so there is an issue with this, but let me showcase you of the model which we have built, that is share model. So this is the thing. So the user icon and title share with people, and this is where the email that we'll be able to enter, and this is the current user that we are owning this document, and this is the other thing, so which is going to get the link for us, and this is going to change to anyone to this. So if I, so there is, even here there is an issue. So functionality wise there is an issue. I'll figure it out, and here I'll be able to copy the link, but here I'm not able to. So UI wise, okay, fine. So the functionality wise I'm not able to. Okay, so let me check this. So now if I click anywhere here, they should be gone. So UI wise fine. So let's check the API calls are failing, so I'll check them out first. So after checking, the issue where I found is, so this is where for the while we were trying to update the title, this body content which is an optional, but still because of this we are not able to make the API call successfully. So for now the validation for the content I have commented it, and I have restarted the server. Okay, and now let's go to the UI and let's check it out. Okay, so going here, now if you see here, let's go back. Okay, so here I'm just going to click on this. Okay, so here as soon as we change the blur on blur event is triggered, we should be able to update the title, and it should be reflected in our DB. That is, title should be changed from null to this document new. Okay, So first let's check that. So now if I just remove this focus on that, so yep, now if you see here in the sources network section, we are successfully updated this title. So now if I go and check this inside our DB, so let me query this. So if you see the title is successfully updated, so the API call for changing the title is successfully happening now. Okay, so that issue is resolved. So and now coming down to this share thing, so now if I this previously these functionalities was not working, so if I change click on this, we should change here the text to the public. Okay, so if I click on this, okay, if you see the public, it is changed. And also if you see the row here, now it is public is false. Now if I refresh this, is public is set to true. So this is also working fine. And now let me change back here, change only to, so now these public should be set to false again. Okay, so this is working fine. So now whereas this copying link, I am able to copy, but yeah, if you click see here new tab, so if I click here, so this is the link, so that is copied. So this is also working, but now the UI saying that it is copied and or changing the icon, that we will handle. And here again, since no, we have no users to share now, so we will not perform this action as of now. We will come back to it later. Okay, so as of this, okay, at least to some extent, okay, fine, we are in good shape to continue further. And I know there's a lot for minor UI issues and functionality issues. We will check it out. And let's now, okay, this is fine. So now what I wanted to focus on is here, as if you remember, there was like undo and redo option for editing the document. So we will focus on building that undo and redo, and also the editor part. So let's focus on these two things and try to complete these things. Okay, fine. So let me go back to our code base. So first thing, here inside our document header section, so let me go to our here index. So here again, our inside our document header. So after this, as I was talking about that redo and undo thing, which is going to edit our content of the document. So let's focus on building that component first. Okay, so I am going to add that. Just a second. Fine. So I'm going to name that as something like editor. So what I'm thinking to name it as, let's name that as an editor toolbar. Okay, so let's create that component, I would say, inside our this molecules folder. So I'm going to create a new folder called something, as I said, an editor toolbar. Okay, so here let me create a new file inside that editor toolbar.tsx. okay, fine. So here let's quickly create the component. So let's name this as same, so editor toolbar, and I am going to, so what now we had a context for our document, authorization and the yeah. So similarly for the toast and all, so similarly we will try to create a context for our editor, so that we will know on changing things, we should be automatically able to save those things and other details which are needed for us in our editor component which we'll be building. So I wanted to first build the context for us. Okay, so like I wanted to know the editor state, and also very soon I'm going to handle the socket socket logic too. For that also we need, and we need the reference to our editor, and what is the like, is it a document rendered or not, so those details. So let me create context for that. So here inside this context I'm going to define this as editor context dot tsx. Okay, fine. So as usual, so here first we'll define the props that are needed for us. I'm going to name this as editor context interface. Okay, and the first thing is the editor state I wanted to keep track of. Okay, so this is going to be some, let's define this state again as editor state. Okay, so I'm going to define this inside our types. So this for to keep, since we'll have to edit this document, I will be installing a separate library which is a draft.js. So from that we will be using the types of it so as to make our work a little easier. So I'm going to the I'm going to install this draft.js. Okay, so let me install this. Okay, so I'm going to install this, and from there let's import types from that. So this would be of editor state, so I'm just going to import that from our draft.js library which I have just installed. So editor state from draft.js, fine. So yep, then after this, the set editor state, which is going to make changes to this state. It's going to be of type dispatch. Set state action of type editor state. Okay, so after this socket. Okay, so which we have not written the logic in our backend too, but this context should have this. Okay, so this is going to be a null or a mutable reference object. Okay, this can be of type any, fine. And then is document reloaded, rendered. Okay, so this is thing, it's going to be of type boolean, and similarly update callback function for that. Set document rendered, so this is going to be again a dispatch. Set state action of type boolean, so it's going to be of type boolean. Okay, fine. So after this, the reference to our editor, so this is going to be null, or it's going to be a mutable ref object, so which is going to be of type null or the editor. So this also I'm going to import from our draft.js. So let me import this editor. Okay, fine. So after this, again the handle editor change. Okay, so let's have the function which is going to handle our changes in our editor section. So handle editor change. So here this will have one param which is going to be of type editor state. So I'm just going to name this as editor state, and return type is void. Okay, fine. And then the function which is going to focus editor on editor, so this is the callback function again, and then the current font that we are using. Okay, and this is going to be of type string, and then the set current font to update the font. Okay, so set state action of type string. Okay, fine. So these are the properties that we would be needing. So again the default values, let's quickly set the default values. Okay, so editor state editor state is going to be editor state dot create empty. Okay, so after this set editor state the empty functions. Okay, so which is this, and then socket it's going to be null, and then the document rendered I will set the initial value to false. Okay, and then the set document rendered to empty function. Editor ref also I will set it to null, and then handle editor change, which is going to be again empty function. Okay, and then focus editor, which is again going to be an empty function. Okay, and then the current font. So here I am going to set here the one const list of fonts. So for now I'm going to we will have here separate component for that. Okay, so let's define that. So inside our items, okay, for now I'm not going to design anything, just I'm going to define our colors fonts list, which will have the list of fonts that will be supporting. Okay, so here let's create a new folder kind of like font select, and inside this, as I said, in the index.ts file, so I'm just going to create a new file index.ts. okay, I'm just going to export our fonts list. So as of now we will support only three things: Inter, Roboto, and the Open Sans. Okay, so this by default I'm going to set this to the first value. Okay, that is enter. Okay, so this is going to be the default value, and then the set current font. Okay, this we are going to make this of type dispatch. So default values, right? So sorry, empty function. Fine, so these are the default values. Okay, now let's create a context of this. So pretty routine like we did for the other context. Okay, let's name this as editor context, and use the create context function from React, and this is going to be of type editor context interface. So default values would be this. Okay, fine, now let's write a editor provider function. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty lengthier one, so let's name this as editor provider, and this would have again the children as the input param for this provider. So let me define the interface for that, which is editor provider interface. Okay, so here the children would be of type jsx.element. so let me destructure here children, and this is editor provider interface. Okay, so let's quickly have the local state variables for us, like editor state and on socket, and all the properties whatever we have defined above in the interface. Okay, so here const editor state. Okay, set editor state, and this is going to be use state default values dot editor state. Okay, fine. Similarly, let's have the socket, and this is going to be useref of any type. Okay, and initial value, it's going to be default values dot socket. And another thing is document rendered, and I'm just going to set this to whatever the default value we have defined. So set document rendered, and this is going to be default values dot document render. Okay, fine. And then the editor ref, use ref of type null or editor. So this will have again default value dot editor ref, and then the current font, and just it's going to be set current font. Okay, so I'm going to set the default values to default values dot current font. Okay, and now in this I would be needing the details of respective document we are in, that is document and the current users and those functions which is going to update them. Okay, so let's destructure from our document context and also from toast context to show if any errors are there. So error function. Okay, and the obviously the access token from our use auth. Okay, so let me destructure the values from them. So document, and then the set current users, and set saving callback function, and set document, and then the save document. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the context or use context, and this is coming from document context. So fine, and then the error function from our toast context. So I'm just going to get this details, and then the access token from useauth. Fine, so these are the values I need. After this, the functions which is going to focus editor, which is going to handle editor changes and all those things. So let's handle those things. Okay, so here a lot of things we would try to handle logic related to sockets and all those things. So here we'll install the library which is the socket.io official client library, so which is going to help us deal with the socket.io server, which we are able to write the code related to backend service. So yeah, so it's going to be pretty big provider, as I already mentioned. So let me continue writing that. So after this, I'm just going to write a function which is going to have the handle the focus of the editor. Okay, so I'm just going to name that function as focus editor. Okay, so here I'm just going to see if the editor reference is equals to null. Okay, or the editor ref current is equals to null, then I'm just going to return from this, or else I'm just going to activate, call the focus function on this reference. Okay, so this is the focus editor. Then after this, here we will have to handle the changes that we are making in our editor page. Okay, so for this we'll have to make one function, so which is going to be like nothing but handling editor change. So before even that, I would have to install the socket.io client. Okay, so I will continue writing the code for that, and also we'll make changes in the server side as well. Okay, so here I'm just going to install socket.io client library. Okay, so I'm just going to install this. Okay, fine, so that is installed, the dependency. So now let's go ahead and write the functions. So this is going to be like nothing but the sending the changes. Okay, so I'm just writing that so that it will be more understandable for us. Okay, handling the editor change. Okay, so here input would be editor state of type the editor state. Okay, and here I'm going to set the editor state to the whatever the input we receive, and here if the socket okay, so if this socket is equals to null, I am going to return this. Okay, fine. So here first let's get the content from our editor state. Okay, so let's import the function which is convert to raw from our draft.js. Okay, so here I'm just going to import function which is going to convert to the raw state. So I'm just going to use that convert to raw and pass in this editor state dot get current content. Okay, so yep, fine. So this is going to give us the content, and here I'm going to emit this content. Okay, here we will have to define the kind of events. So for this I will define one enum kind of thing, so that we can define the events that this sockets is going to handle. So inside our types enums, I'm just going to create a new file. Okay, which is going to be like socket events enums dot ts. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to define this enum. So here it's going to be name of this is going to be socket event, and first thing is we are going to send the changes. So I'm just going to have this as a one event, and then similarly the receive changes. Okay, so here fine, and this is going to be same. So receive, and I'm going to make this, let's not give the underscore. Okay, fine. So whatever, we can give whatever name we want, and here it's going to be current users update. Okay, this is another event. Okay, fine. And so this is going to be current users update. So this is the enum for the socket events. Okay, so export default socket event. Fine. So now going back to our context, so let's emit this use this send changes type. Okay, so this is going to be socket event dot send changes, and I'm going to send this content. Okay, fine. And after this we'll have to get the updated document. So here updated document, it's going to be this whatever the existing details are present in document, and the content is going to be now json dot stringify this content. Okay, fine. And this is going to be document interface. Okay, so I'm just going to set this document the updated with the content. Okay, so after this, if document is null, okay, or json dot stringify the content is equals to the document dot content, I'm just going to return this. Okay, if not, we are going to set saving to true, so that will update the content of the document. Okay, fine. After this, I will want to keep sending this for certain interval, so I will have this as one variable again. So let me name this as kind of like, save interval. So we don't have to emit events continuously. Let's define time bound for this. So just the place where we defined our interfaces, I'm just going to define here first the default save time as like 1.5 seconds. So I'm just going to define the const here, default save time, let's make this as 1500 milliseconds. Okay, and here we have this one variable which is going to be of type null or node.js dot timer. Okay, fine, and this is going to be by default null. So now here we will after this we'll try to check this. If this save interval is not equals to null, okay, so I'm going to call a clear interval, okay, with the whatever the value is present in this save interval. Okay, so this is how the save interval it's going to be. So set interval, okay, and make this as asynchronous, and here this is how we will be calling this await a save document, and pass in the updated document. And here if save interval is true, I'm just going to clear this interval by calling the clear interval. Okay, fine, and the timing here I'm going to give us the 1.5 seconds. Okay, fine, this is how we are going to save the interval. Okay, fine, that was to send the changes from our UI. Okay, and next we should load the document content. Okay, so like this is to, I would say, kind of like, let's write here some comment here like load document content. Okay, so inside our use effect hook, I'm just going to check if the document rendered or the document is equals to null, or the document dot content is equals to null. I'm not going to anything. Okay, I'm just going to return. Okay, fine. If not, inside our try catch block, so let's get the content state. Okay, so here I'll just going to define the content state from now. Similar to convert to raw, we will convert from raw here, since we'll be storing inside our DB in that way. So convert from raw. Okay, let me use that here, convert from raw, and here I'm going to parse the JSON thing. Okay, and parse here the document dot content as this again. It's going to be of a raw draft content state. So this also from the draft.js. So let me import that draft content state. Okay, so let's go there and use the same. Fine, so now we'll have the raw draft content state. Okay, after this I'm just going to create a new editor state with whatever the content state we have obtained. So let's name this as new editor state, and I'm just going to call the editor state dot create with content function by passing in the content state. Okay, fine. And finally we are just going to update the editor state with the new editor state value. Okay, if everything goes well. If not, we're going to handle the error inside our catch block. Okay, so here I'm just going to emit the toast message saying that error when loading document. Okay, fine. So after this, and finally I'm just going to set the document rendered to true. Okay, fine. So this is the how we are going to load this document content, and this is going to use effect is depending upon document value. Okay, so this is for thing. Now thing here, the for connecting to socket. Okay, so this again we will handle in our use effect hook. Okay, so here first thing, the conditions check. So if document is null, or the access token is null, or the socket is null, or what the socket dot current is not equals to null, and socket dot current dot connected. If these are the conditions, I'm just going to return here. Okay, fine. So if not, I'm just going to establish a connection to our server using the IO. So here it's going to be our server URL, so it's going to be our base URL, which we have already created const variable in order to talk to our API services. So here I'm just going to have this query, pass in this the document ID, which is going to be document dot ID. Okay, and pass in the access token. Fine. And then I'm going to call the connect function on this. Fine. So now we'll have this socket dot current to emit changes and receive changes, and this use effect is going to depend upon the document variable, and then the socket, and then access token. Okay, fine. And now similar use effect to disconnect to socket if we are coming out of that page. Okay, so I'm just going to make handle this inside our use effect. Okay, so here inside our clearing, okay, I'm just going to set socket dot current dot disconnect. Okay, fine. And this is not having any dependencies, so empty dependencies. Fine. And similarly, now to receive the changes from other users, so here again this will be handling in our use effect block. Okay, if socket dot current is equals to null, I'm just going to return here. Okay, or else I'm just going to return function which is going to handle the change. Okay, so here the input type for this function is going to be a raw draft content state. So that is how we'll be storing in our DB. Okay, so let me name the value as raw draft content state. So it is going to be this. Okay, fine. So let's get the content state. So like convert from raw and pass in our the input param, and create the new editor state just like above where we have created. Okay, and create with content function, so by passing in the content state. Okay, so just after this I'm just going to set the editor state, new editor state. Fine. So this is the handler. Now what we will do here, socket dot current dot on, I am just going to make this event as receive changes. Okay, and pass in this function. Okay, this is going to receive changes and update our editor state with whatever the content we receive. Okay, so this is listening on this receive changes event. Okay, fine. And then in a cleanup activity, I'm just going to stop listening to this above event. So that is socket dot current dot of socket event dot receive changes and pass in this and function. Okay, so this is going to stop us listening to receive changes event. And okay, so this is going to depend upon socket dot current. Okay, fine. So this is the use effect to receive changes. Okay, next the one more thing that is pending is current users updated thing. Okay, so again that I'm going to handle inside another use effect. So current users updated. So here inside our use effect, if socket dot current is equals to null, I'm just going to return this. Okay, if not, we'll have one function. Let's name that as handler. Okay, so input is going to be the list of the current user, so it's going to be array of string. Okay, so I'm just going to update the current users to new set of string by passing in the current users. Okay, fine. So this is going to update the current users on our page, and I'm just going to listen on this current users update event from our backend server. Okay, so here it's going to be current socket event dot current users update, and I'm going to pass in the handler function. Okay, and just do the cleanup like just above. Okay, so here socket dot current dot of socket event dot current users update, pass in the handler. Okay, this is how we'll stop listening to this current users update event on cleaning of this component. Okay, okay, fine. And this is going to depend upon this socket dot current thing. Okay, fine. So this is the core and crux logic of handling the real-time collaboration and changing of events, and how the events we are going to listen to a particular event so as to have the updated content when it's being made by multiple users. Okay, so after this I'm just going to return the provider with the values that we need. So return and pass in here editor context dot provider, and here the value. So values that what and all we need is the editor state. Okay, then the socket, and then the document render, and then set document rendered, and then editor reference, and then the current font, and then set editor state, set current font. Okay, and then the focus editor, and then handle editor change. So these are the things that we need. So and we are going to wrap the children's whatever we receive as input for this. Fine. So now the editor context is ready. Okay, now what we do is we go to our editor toolbar. So here we will make use of the editor state and set editor state from our editor context, which we have just defined. So I'm just going to destructure them. So editor state set editor state. Okay, so I'm going to use the context thing, and I'm just going to import this editor context. Okay, fine. And here it's simple, two functions. which is going to handle undo button click, and which is going to handle redo button click. Okay, simple. So let's write two straightforward functions. Let's name this as like handle undo button click. Okay, so this is going to be set editor state, and here it's going to be, let's import editor state from dev.js. okay, editor state draft.js. so it's going to be editor state dot undo and pass in the editor state. Okay, so this is how we are going to update. Similarly, let's do for the handle redo button click. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the editor state, and it's going to be editor state dot redo and pass in the editor state. Okay, so this is how we are going to update the undo and redo things. So let's now focus on rendering the UI. So inside div, give the styling for this. I'm going to give this as width full, and height, let's make this 9, and width so on padding x direction let's have 3, and padding y direction let's have 1, and let's have this flex string 0, let's, and items as center. Okay, so here two icon buttons. Okay, so I am going to create a icon button, a small component inside our items folder. So let's create here on new folder called icon button. Okay, so I'm just going to define the tsx file for that. So let's quickly create that file. So I'm just going to create a new file called icon button.tsx. okay, fine. So let's name this component name as icon button, and let's define the props for this component. So here let's have this interface icon button props. So it will be having JSX element, which is icon. Okay, and then the tooltip. Okay, so this is going to be of type string, and then all click callback function. Okay, so this is going to be of type function. So let's destructure this here. Okay, so icon, and then the tooltip, then on click. So here let's destructure from our icon button props. Okay, so here I'll just have one state which is going to show tooltip. Okay, so here let's have this variable name as show tooltip. Here set show tooltip. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to set this by default to false. Okay, now focus on rendering the UI. So here we'll wrap everything inside div. Okay, here on mouse over, I'm just going to set the show tooltip to true. Okay, and on mouse leave, I'm just going to set show tooltip to false. Okay, and after this the styling. So let's make this as relative and flex, and make this justify center, and items also center. Okay, fine. This is the styling for this div, and inside this I will have the buttons first, which is going to be icon. So I'm just going to wrap inside button thing. So on click, I'm just going to call the callback function, which I'll be receiving inside the parameters. Okay, and the stylings for this, let's make the text color as gray, medium gray color, and make this as a flex, and justify. I want it to be centered, and also items in y-axis centered, and width and height I wanted to be restricted to 7, and make this as rounded, and let's have hover effect. So I just want to change the background color to lighter gray color. Okay, fine. So here the text would be the icon. Fine. Then here after this button, if show tooltip is true, then we'll be rendering this div section. So styling for this, let's make this as absolute. Okay, and it's going to be top full, and have the flex column direction, and I want so make this as items center. Okay, so here inside this I would have one div just for styling purpose, like arrow up, and have the border at the bottom, and have this gray color, and let's say 700. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to close this div, and after this a div with the tooltip text. Okay, so here let's make this as a relative, and have the negative top 1 pixel. Okay, let's give the body background gray color, so like darker gray, and make text as white. Okay, and the text I want to make this as extra small, and give the font type to be medium, and the text I want it to be in the centered. Okay, so padding y direction has 1, and x direction 2. Okay, so rounded, let's make it as a small. So here let's close this div, and inside this I'll be wrapping the tooltip content. Okay, fine. So this is the icon button component. Okay, small one. So here I'm just going to export this component. Okay, so let me create here index.ts for default export. Okay, so here export default from icon button. Okay, so now going to our editor toolbar, so I'm just going to import that, and pass in the parameters, that is on click. I'm just going to pass in the undo button click and icon, and I'm just going to have this arrow left icon, and give the stylings for this height and width as 4. Okay, fine. And the tooltip, it's going to be undo. Fine, so that is for undo, and have the same thing for our redo. So on click, I'm just going to handle redo button click, and icon, it's going to be right icon. So right icon, and the same styling, so height 4 and width 4. Okay, so tooltip, it's going to be redo. Okay, fine. So after this I'll have one more div, so just for styling, so here let's have the border height as 5 and the border 1, and I'll have the border gray color. So I'm just going to define this left. Okay, so it's fine, and let's have this little gray color more. Okay, and have this margin x 2. Okay, so here we would have the one more component for selecting the font. As I said, we'll have the 3 options. So let's focus on building the UI for that too. Okay, so we had this font select here going on top. So here let me create this file font select.tsx. okay, so let's name the component name as font select const font select. okay, so here same we'll have the tooltip for this, and showing the drop down thing, and the what is the current font value, and we'll have the reference for this drop down. okay, so let's quickly define this variable. So show tooltip set show tooltip. okay, so fine, so this is going to be initially false. okay, so the next thing is showing the drop down. So here drop down set drop down, and use state, let's set this to false, and then the from our editor context, let's get the current font and the current set current font functions. okay, so here current font where value, and then the callback function to update our current font. okay, so here we'll make use of the use context hook, and here editor context. okay, fine, and then let's have one drop down reference, use reference, let's set to null initially. okay, so now let's focus on UI part. okay, so here inside div on blur event, I wanted to set a show drop down to the false. okay, set show drop down to false. okay, and let's have the stylings for this. Let's make this as a relative, and have this flex and justify center, and items center. okay, fine, and here we'll have the first button. so on mouse hover, we will set tooltip to the true. okay, so I'm just going to set here tooltip to true, and on mouse leave I'm just going to set tooltip to false. okay, and on click I'm just going to set show drop down, I'm going to toggle that. fine, and let's give the styling for this. Let's close this first, so that okay, so after this let's give the styling for this button. Let's make this as a flex, and justify between, and items centered, and let's have text as extra small, and I want to make the text color as gray. so I'm going to make this as 600. fine, and the padding x s2, and make this height as 7, and in the space in the x direction let's have the 4. okay, and have the hover effect. so here I'm going to change the background color gray 100. okay, fine, and this rounded. okay, fine, and yep, so now inside this button we'll have the current font as the text. so here it's going to be current font. fine, So after this I'll have the icon, kind of the down icon. So let's import this from our hero icon. So chevron down icon. Okay, so here let's give the styling for this, that is width, and height I'm going to give it as 3. Okay, fine. This is to for the drop down opening. Okay, after this button, if show tooltip is true and drop down is false, okay, then we'll be showcasing this div. Okay, so let's make this as absolute top full and make this flex and direction as column and items center. Okay, so fine. And here let's have the stylings for this, arrow up, and have the border bottom gray color like 700. Okay, and here we'll display the text as fonts in this div. Make this as a relative, and I want minus on top in the negative direction. 1 pixel. Okay, and I make this background gray color like darker gray, and text as white, and make text as extra small. Okay, and the font type, let's make this medium, and text we will position in centered, and the padding y direction let's give it 1, and x direction 2, and rounded let's make it a small thing. Okay, fine. Then after this div, let's close this, and inside this the text that will be showcasing is the fonts. Fine, so this is only if this is true and this is false. Okay, fine. After this, inside our CS transition component, I'm just going to showcase the list of the fonts we are supporting. Okay, so let me import this from our React transition group. Import CSS transition from React transition group. Okay, fine. So after this thing, I'm just going to use that and pass in the things that are needed for this. Node reference is going to be our drop down reference. In this depends upon the show drop down value. Okay, and timeout, let's give it as 200 milliseconds. Okay, then class names we will give it as fade in, and unmount on exit, and the children of this is going to be our list of fonts. Okay, so here let's have the reference here, pass in our drop down reference, and the styling for this, let's make absolute, and the top is full. Okay, and the left 0, and give the z index for this 10, and the width 52, and make this background as a white color. Okay, and padding y direction I'm going to make it 2, and rounded I'm just going to make this as small. And okay, fine, let's have the shadow, large shadow. Okay, fine, and have the border, and make the text as little small. Fine, so this is the styling for this div. Okay, so inside this div I'm going to have that fonts list. Okay, fonts dot map, get the each font. Okay, and here I'm just going to return the button. Okay, and the key is going to be font value, and on click I'm just going to update the current font value using set current font. Okay, fine. Then after this, the style for this is going to be font family would be the value inside our font. Okay, so this is going to be font and then the sans serif. Okay, fine. So this is the styling, and let's give the more styling. So let's make this as widthful. I want the text color to be black, and hover effect, let's make this background as gray color like 100, and the text, let's make this as a small size, and have the padding x direction 6, and in the y direction let's have 1, and let's make this as a left aligned. Okay, so text left, and here let's have that font text. Okay, so here now let's close our CSS transition. So this is the font select component. So I'm just going to export this, export default font select. So let's have this here. I'm just going to export here the default thing. So default from font select. Okay, so now going to our the editor toolbar. Okay, just after this I'm going to have this font select component, and now let's export this. Okay, so export default the editor toolbar, and let's have this new file. Okay, index.ts for default exporting. So I'm just going to export default from editor toolbar, and now let's make use of this inside our this header. So where is that? Here I'm just going to add here after this the editor toolbar. Okay, so now if we check it out, we should have the toolbar in our document particular ID page. So if you go to browser, let me refresh this. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. So this is the undo icon, this is for redo, and this is the drop down to select the fonts that we will be supporting. Okay, so this looks cool, right? So fine, and this is little big. I think I didn't give the styling for that. So let's go to our icon button. Icon button component. So if you go here, sorry, to our editor toolbar here. Okay, so it has to be small thing. Okay, so now it should look good. Okay, fine, so it's looking good now. So yep, so this is the editor toolbar. Now the thing pending in this is the main thing, the editor editing the content. So we're going to handle this next. So now let's focus on the document editor. So what I will do, let's have that as again as a separate component. So I will define that as a separate component inside our here. So inside our organisms folder, let's define this as something like document editor. Okay, so inside this let's have a new file called a document editor.tsx. Fine, So here I'm just going to quickly write this component. So let's name this as a document editor. Okay, and so here I'm going to get the details I need from our editor context thing. Yeah, so first thing is the editor state of the editor state, and then the editor reference. Okay, and handle the editor change function, and then the focus editor. Okay, so this is going to be from the our editor context. Let's import that. Okay, and now let's render the UI. So let's wrap this inside our div. So this style, I'm going to give this height as 1100 pixel, and width as something like let's give it as 850 pixel. Okay, and the styling for this background, I want it to be white, and shadow, let's have the medium shadow, and let's shrink 0. Okay, and cursor, let's be it as a text, and padding 12. Okay, so on click I'm going to call this focus editor. Okay, fine. Now inside this div we will have the editor component from our graph.js. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this editor from graph.js. So let's use this and pass in the reference here as the editor reference, and the editor state here the editor state, and the on change I'm going to call this handle editor change function. Okay, so this is the component. Okay, fine. So let's export this. Okay, so I'm going to export this. Okay, and let's create index.ts file. Okay, just let's export default from document editor. So now the component is ready for editor. So let's go to our index page. So here we will try to use the component which I have just created. Okay, so here just after this let's have the div. Okay, so here let's give the styling for this. So height is going to be this is going to be document viewer height. So I'm going to calculate that dynamically. So let's define here one variable, like let's say it as document viewer height. Okay, so it's going to be, let's calculate this, height str minus document header ref dot current dot our client type. Okay, client height pixel. Fine, and now let's use this here, height here, it's going to be document viewer height. Okay, and the styling for this div, let's give this width full, and have this flex and flex column direction, and justify to be start, and items I want to be centered, and overflow let's hide it. Okay, fine. So now inside this I'll have one more div. Okay, let's give the style here, the width, it's going to be width str. Okay, and the styling for this, height as full and width as full. Let's have the overflow auto, and the space in the y direction have little 4. Okay, and make this as a flex and direction column, items, let's keep it as centered, okay, and padding 4 in all directions. Okay, so now inside this I'm going to use this document editor component. So document editor component, okay, fine. This is it. So I think now if we go back and see, this should be showcased. Okay, heading back to UI. Okay, so if you now see, let me refresh. Okay, so this is the document editor component. Okay, so now we'll have to handle the changing and all those things because socket logic isn't there. So I will have to write first server side logic and then try to check if the functionality is working the way we want it or not. Okay, fine. So now going back to the code, so here inside our server side code, I'm just going to define a new file. Okay, let's name that as something like, you know, so here inside the source I'm just going to create a new file called something like server.ts. okay, fine. And here I'm going to configure the server for our socket and all things. So let me go to the open new terminal first. So here I'm going to go to the server. Okay, fine. Here I'm just going to install first the socket.io. okay, that is installed. So here inside this, let's do the configuration for our server. So here I'm just going to define the variable server, and I'm going to have the HTTP okay. So from this, let's create a server, and here we would have to export this. Where is it? Index things. So right, so here what we will do in this, I will just export this. I will not I will comment this. Okay, so you'll understand why I'm doing this. Export default app. Okay, so here after this I'm going to import app from just the slash or what index. Okay, so fine. And here I'm going to create a server out of it, and then now I'm going to have the new server object from our socket.io. so let me import that. Import server from socket.io. okay, and here I'm going to pass in the server, and here the course I'm going to mention. For now I'm going to give the origin as everything. So ideally we should just define our front-end URL. okay, so here methods to everything. So now we have this input output server object. So here we are going to listen now on this port, which is the thing here, the port. okay, so let's use the same thing here. I'm just going to define it as variable and use this. and here I'm just going to print the console.log like server listening on this port. Okay, so so this is the server listening. Now let's open the connection, okay, using this io.on connection event. So here in our thing, so first what we will do, so in our query, if you remember, I was passing in the query the access token and document ID. So first I'm going to collect them. So this is how you're going to collect if you are sending some params as a query from socket client thing. Okay, so here access token, just I'm going to call the socket dot handshake dot query dot the whatever the value we have sent as string or it as undefined. So similarly I'm going to collect the document ID. Okay, same socket dot handshake dot query dot document ID as string and pass in the or undefined. Okay, fine. So once we have that, we'll check here first if there is no access token or there is no document ID. I'm just going to return the socket dot disconnect. So I'm just going to disconnect. Okay, fine. So if not, first we'll verify this, okay, using our JSON web tokens. Okay, so let's import JWT. So import JWT from JSON web token. So here I'm just going to verify whatever the access token we have received. Okay, it's going to be the access token and then the key is just the access token. Okay, fine, we will change that later. And error, it's going to be of type verify errors or null, and here decoded unknown. Fine, here we will get the details here, ID comma email. Okay, decoded as request user. Okay, fine, and then we will assign the socket which is of type any dot username equals to email. Okay, fine, here this is where we will call the document service. So we will call here first finding the document by ID, so which we have received as a query param, and I'm just going to pass in by the int. Okay, so pass in the document ID. Okay, and pass in the ID. Fine, and then here in the callback thing, if we receive the document, if document is null, we are just going to disconnect from our socket. Okay, fine. If not, I am going to join this document ID. Okay, and now inside this our document ID, I am going to fetch this sockets associated to this document ID. Okay, and then emit, then get the all clients and get the now sockets in all their clients. So that is io.sockets dot in this document ID, and then emit the users present. So emit this current users update, right? So that event I told. So here also let's define the enums. Okay, for our socket let's define the new enum, that is same like sockets events, socket events enum dot ts. Okay, so here I'll just quickly define that enum socket event, and here I'm just going to send they configure this events, so this should be same as whatever we have configured inside our client code. Okay, receive changes, receive changes, and okay, comma, fine, and then the current users update. Okay, so current users update, and let's export this, export socket event. So now going to our server.ts file, so here I'm just going to emit this event, so that is socket event dot current users update. Okay, and I'm just going to loop through all these clients and get their username. Okay, so client as any dot username. Okay, so this is will be emitted, and if we receive the same to us inside if we listen to the same event on our client side, we'll be able to receive over and all users are associated to this document ID current page. Okay, so fine, so that was thing. Now after this thing, let's listen on send changes. Okay, so on socket event, it's going to listen on a send changes event, and here we will be sending this raw draft content state. Okay, so here I'm just going to broadcast to this document ID, so whoever are associated, and currently it will be broadcasted to this, and emit. So broadcast is, what does it say, is like leaving aside the guy who is making changes, broadcast the changes to all other users who are on that page. Okay, that's this thing, and I'm going to emit this receive changes event. Okay, so here socket event dot receives changes. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to send this draft content stage. So this nothing but it will be listening on this send changes event. If that is the case, so it is going to broadcast to this document ID, and it's going to emit this event, and on our client side we have to listen to this receive changes and receive the whatever the latest updated content. Okay, fine, and so that was on that. After this, now on disconnecting. Okay, so here let's listen to on disconnect event. Here asynchronous callback function, I'm just going to leave this document ID. Okay, and then disconnect, and whatever this inside this document ID, I'm just going to fetch the sockets, and then the clients, I'm just going to emit the same thing. So here in document ID, just emit this current users update. Okay, and clients dot thing, and here client as any dot username. Okay, fine. So on disconnect we are going to leave the this document ID and disconnect from it, and also it's going to notify, I mean let this whoever users are there too. Okay, fine. So after this, if there is any error, we are just going to catch. So here error, so let's here in the callback function, so if we are just going to log this error, okay, and I'm just going to return socket dot disconnect. Okay, fine. Now our starter file would be this thing. So here if we go to our package.json, I just wanted to change here to our server.js. okay, so let's change this server.js, and similarly I'm going to change here server.js. okay, so now inside our server, so let's stop this and run this. Okay, so cool, it's I think working. Okay, fine. So the whatever the changes that we're supposed to make on server side thing, so this is the code to handle. So just we are receiving the so from client side we are sending queries. So using the handshake I'm getting the access token document ID. First I'm going to verify whether it's correct or not, then if it's correct I'm just going to find the document details, and just I'm going to get a join create a room using that ID, and then go into that room, and then whoever was present in that, I'm just going to emit the users those things, and this is going to listen on this send changes event from the client. On listening to that, if there is an event coming to the server, it's going to get the raw draft content state and broadcast to this particular room, which is document ID, and it's going to emit the event you receive changes, and we are going to receive that changes in our client, and we can make use of that to see update the latest content to whoever the user is present on that document page. Okay, fine. And this is just disconnections. Okay, so now if we go to our client side code, so here let's see our server first. Okay, so client side code inside our index thing, so let's stop this and start this again. So let me open this inside here. Okay, let's close this too. Okay, let's close everything. So let me open here. I'm just going to log in. Okay, fine, let me log in this. So fine, so let me open this. Okay, here I'm not able to edit anything, so fine, let me check this. Okay, fine. Now the issue is we have not wrapped this editor context in our route, so that's the thing why you are not able to make any changes. So let's go to the thing to our code base, and go to our index thing, and let's make change there. So here in this thing, after this document provider, let's have this editor provider. Okay, and I'm going to wrap the document inside it. So here inside this,
fine. And now let's, if we try to check, at least it should work. So let's go ahead and check this thing. Okay, so going back to our browser. Okay, there is an issue with our socket thing now. So okay, let's fix this. So the issue is fixed now. Now we are able to update the changes, and if you see in the WebSocket section, so the events are emitting. So checking here, so now the connection has happened, and now if I'm clicking on this, so here I'm just able to edit the changes and able to see them in the DB. So similarly, let's update this title like to WebSocket. Okay, so now let's add some content. Okay, I'm just going to remove all this, like WebSocket connected successfully. So I'm just going to the DB now and check it now. So okay, so if you see here, let me query here. Okay, so now if you see here, the title is WebSocket is updated, and also the WebSocket connected successfully. So the issue was here, so if you go to code base, so this it was throwing an error because of not able to so I added here the condition check, only if it is available, call this disconnect. So now it worked, but I see issue here, like okay fine, so this is fine. So now if I'm going back here, I'm not seeing any recent documents list and shared documents list. So this I'll have to figure out what is an issue. So let me figure out this. So the issue was after having debugged, I found out that while returning the documents, I did made a mistake here. So instead of here .json of documents, I have written it as response.status of 200 comma JSON documents. This is why I was not receiving any documents list in the UI, and we are not able to showcase the shared documents and recent documents. Okay, so now let me change this. So if you just see now the output, so refreshing this, so we are not seeing anything. Okay, so now let me change this. Okay, so changing this. Okay, and save this, and now if I go to documents, so let me refresh this. Okay, so let me log in now. Let me log in now. If you see, these are the documents that are created by us, and now you see it is sorted accordingly, the latest things and all. Now if I just create one more thing, so I'm going to create this name as latest document. Okay, and here I'm just going to just a second. Okay, I am latest document, just some content. Okay, so okay, now let's go back and we should be able to see. Yep, so the latest document we are able to see now, and now we can check the other things. Now I want to delete this, so now let's check out DB now. So if I click here, so these are the DB's list of the documents for this user, and we are able to see this and all these things. Okay, so now let's go back to this, and I wanted to delete this thing, so let's delete this. So if you see, I have successfully deleted it, and the documents now, if you see in our DB, now it should be just 4 records. Yep, so we are able to delete this action. This was the menu, and now what I wanted to do is I would like to create one more account. Okay, and test the sharing and the live changes. Okay, so let me here let me open here the new window. Okay, so here I'm just going to for register. Okay, I'm just going to register here my one more email. Okay, and let's have this some password, and here too some password, and so now the mail has been sent to this. So let's log in here, Gmail login. Okay, so here I'm just going to log into my email account. So okay, now if I refresh, okay, this is the email. So now if I click on this, yep, so I have been verified. So now if you go to DB to our users section, so let me query this. So yep, and is verified is true, so it's working. And now let's go to our tab. Okay, let me, so I can log in now. So here using this account, so let me log in now. Yep, so I have logged in. So now what I want to do is, let me create here a new document, sharing something, title of this. So I'm just going to say here the content of this. Let me just a second. I am sharing document, something like this. Okay, fine. So now I wanted to check this functionality. So here I wanted to enter this thing. So now I would like to share this. So let's click. So if you see here, successfully shared document with me. Now if I open the other browser, so let me split the screen. Now I have split the screen, so now it is shared to me. So if I see here under shared documents, if you see this is shared to me. So now let's start. So I'm opening this. So immediately the user reflection should be seen here. So we are seeing this. Now let me edit here. I am in. Okay, fine. If you see now, the live collaboration is happening. So this I have opened in this account, and this is this account. Okay, so now okay, something like fine. Now live collaboration is working. Okay, fine. So the reflection is happening, and as you saw, once I shared the document to this user, I would have received the email. Okay, so now let's do the thing here. So here what I'm doing, this latest document, I'm going to share this to this email now. Okay, so here now for this email I'm going to share this. So now if you see successfully shared here, I should have received email here now. So if I just refresh here, now you see, so I have received this, and if I click on this, I should be taken to that document. Okay, so now here we are in this same document. Okay, so now if I change here, you should see the immediate reflection. Okay, so here let me edit here. Okay, so 1 second, let me erase all of this. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, there is an issue with editing, so let me check this out. But now the sharing is working. So now if I revoke this, so let me click here, I'm removing this, and now if I see here in this thing, so the sharing this latest document is on there. Okay, let's do the same here. Now the shared documents is sharing here, so I'm just going here and I wanted to, okay, there is an issue because I just, let me refresh this. Okay, let's open this, fine, and okay, there is some issue with editing. I'll figure it out. Okay, fine. But the functionality of live emitting socket emits and all, it's working fine, and also sharing, sending an email and deleting is also working. So just I'll figure this out why this is happening this way. So I'm not able to delete this as well, so I'll check this. So now the issue, I have fixed it. So now if you see, I'm able to add the content properly. Okay, and also I'm able to perform the undo and redo. So if I do undo, I'm just able to delete the character by character, and if I'm redoing it, I'm just able to have the character back. Okay, so now if I, yep, so this thing is resolved and everything is fine. So so whatever I thought to teach you guys or put out this project out, I think I have accomplished that. I know there is not even a percent of the features what we have in real Google Docs, but the core is the understanding how to build the projects like this. Okay, so we have handled the complete registration and login part, and also the creation of the documents and the real life real live collaboration, editing and all, how we are going to perform using socket.io thing and all. So we have accomplished that, and also how to share and make this public and all. So this is what I wanted to talk about, and I think this project will help you guys. So if it helped you guys in some way, please feel free to like and subscribe, and thank you so much, and I'll be back with new projects in the coming days, and whatever I have coded, I'll be sharing the code link in the description to the backend and frontend, both of them. And I'm not going to talk about deployment because it's going to be pretty standard. You just have to wrap your backend Node.js Express inside one Docker image and try to deploy in any of our Linux server, be it Ubuntu or Debian based. Okay, and then consume that API. And React you can deploy in any web server. It can be your EC2 instances or Azure Web App Service, or it can be in any virtual cloud provider, Heroku or anything. But if you still guys wanted me to make a video on deployment, please feel free to comment. I'll be able to comment. Okay, so this is the thing. So I think I learned a lot while building this, and I guess you guys also learned. And yep, thank you so much. And yeah, before even ending, I'll tell you what was the issue. So here in the editor context, so every time we make changes, it was creating a new editor state rather than to have one editor state. That's the reason I just used the static move selection to end method and adding this, so it resolved the thing. So yep, so for everywhere, so here you see editor state dot move selection to end. Wherever we are handling the editor's state changes, I am just using the static method move selection to end and giving the editor state, okay, which is the editor state dot create empty state. Okay, so that resolved it, and this is the all of the things I wanted to accomplish, and hope so. I know there are a lot of corrections in the UI part, and there is styling issues and all, but yeah, I understand. But those are like the functionality why comparing to the functionality and the this minor things, I felt this was quite bigger. That's the reason I'm not focusing on those minor CSS changes and all. Fine, so this is what I wanted to talk about in this project. Hope you guys learned a lot. Thank you so much. I'll be back with the more videos in the coming days. Thank you.